Major things every woman wants in a man. 5 major. Hello, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspects. I would like to share with you, especially the guys. This is for the guys, but I want to share something with you. It's going to be beneficial for both guys and everyone. So both guys and females. So understand this is going to be unique. 5 major things every woman wants in a man. 5 major things every woman wants their man to do or be or have in them. And this is so important. What women want in a man. 5 key things I want to talk about today. And you begin to understand that there are a lot of things that we thought we know that a woman wants, which definitely really are not. So we want to look at the 5 things that women want in a man. They are key things. So I'll be right back to share more with you. Welcome back. What do women want in a man? That's the profound question. It seems like a tough question after all. Alright? Women are mysterious creatures, okay? We all know that women are mysterious creatures. Who knows what is going on in their minds, you see? But when you get down to it and ask a woman or ask women what they really want from the men in their lives, it is not all that complicated at all. They will definitely let you know. Naturally, every woman is different. We all know that every woman is different. Every man is different too. But there are some inherent things that women want from men. These are inherent. These are just things that just need to be there. And most men are not giving attention to these things. Alright? They want this from the man. Women want this from the man that they are in relationship with. Trust me. This is so important. Now, the first thing that a woman wants from the man that he's or she's in a relationship with is commitment. Now you may say, well, we know, we've heard that before. Commitment, they want me to marry. No, guys, no. This doesn't mean that every single woman wants to get married or have children with every single man that they involve with. This is not what it means. Listen, the word commitment have gotten to be a very bad reputation these days because it carries a lot of weight. But to commit to another person doesn't necessarily mean making expensive promises or speaking vows. That's not what it means. So don't think that, oh, because the woman wants you to commit, you don't want to marry yet. So you are not ready for marriage. So how can I be showing commitment? No, that's not what it means to a woman. I want to explain to you what commitment means to a woman. Commitment can be as simple as making promise that you will be there for another person. That means you will be there for her, or that you want this person, you want her in your life. That is what commitment means to a woman. It means you simply want her in your life. You simply want her to be part of your life. Most women who date men will like that promise, regardless of how big or small it may be to their particular relationship. It doesn't matter. Even though the guy doesn't have all the monies, all the flashy cars, all of these material things that the world crave for, you need that in your relationship as a man. Number 1 is commitment. Number 2, trust. A woman wants a man who expresses trust, who believe in trustworthiness, who believe in trust, having this faith in your woman. Now, similarly, trust is something that most people want from their partner. This is not like one-sided issue. A woman wants trust, a man wants trust. If you watch my previous video on 7 things that men really need from their woman, I shared that trust is one of them, because it's both ways. Regardless of the relationship or how serious or casual it may be, women need to be able to trust the person that they are with. You cannot deny that. A woman wants to trust you, but guess what? For her to trust you, you should be able to trust her. So she needs you to trust her, and you need to. She needs you to trust her, and you also need to understand that she must trust you. So she had to trust you to balance the status quo. Now, trust actually extends beyond a romantic relationship. For a woman to demand trust from a man is a basic level need for a woman. She sees as something that is basic. Whether that man is a father, a boss, a brother, a friend, or even an Uber driver. Listen, it's not easy to lend your trust to another person. That's the thing. It's very difficult, right? For women, it can be even harder. So here's the point. For a woman to trust a man is really a big deal. So to get trust from a woman, you need to give one. You cannot give what you don't have. And you don't expect to receive what you cannot give back. So in relationship, remember, it's give and take. You have to be able to give and receive. You have to be able to give and receive. So this is key in relationship. All right? She needs that. She needs your trust. And for her to trust you, because it takes big courage for a woman to trust a man. And for that to happen, if your woman trusts you, if the woman you're living with trusts you, man, you have done a good job as a man to really give that trust to her. All right? Because she needs it. Now, number 3 thing, the third thing that a woman wants from you as a man is clarity. Clarity. I shared a video one time on why you are not married yet. If you haven't watched that video, go watch it. And one of the reasons is clarity. Relationship can be extremely confusing for a variety of reasons. We know that. It is hard to be open and honest about what you want, because what if it is not what the other person wants? That's why it's very difficult. You want to be open, people want to be really open, but they are afraid, they're concerned about what if it's not what this person wants? If I share, if I say this, what if not what he wants? You see. Now, this is a very, very important thing. It can be extremely intimidating to share how you are feeling in the beginning of a romantic relationship, and then to be clear about what you want is a big deal. But women wants to know. Clarity is something that many women want from the man that they are with. You cannot deny that. You can't deny her of that truth. So it is directly tied to trust. Both of them goes together. You can't separate them. They are brothers and sisters. They're siblings. Trust, clarity. So if a man is trying to dodge answering a simple question by being unclear, it is confusing and even hurtful to a woman. So be clear as much as you can. It is much better to admit what you do not know and confront an uncomfortable truth about how you feel than to just appear unclear. That hurts a woman. Listen to this. The woman will respect you for it if you are very precise, if you stick to your word, if you are clear to the point. The woman will be very happy to be with you. She will respect you for it and trust that you are being honest and straightforward with her. Yeah, you need to work on giving your woman that sense of clarity. Is so important. She needs that from you. Then the next thing I want to talk about today is respect. That's the thing. Respect. Respect is number 4. Respect. There is nothing less romantic or more anxiety inducing than feeling the lack of respect from the person you are dating. Oh, so hurting. Women want men to respect them. Responding to text messages is one thing that they love. Sticking to your words, being open and honest, listening to them, responding to what she had to say, all of these things shows that you respect her, shows that you respect the woman that you are with. Respect is not something that is difficult. You don't have to bow down and worship her. You don't have to wash her clothes to show that you respect her. No. Regardless of if you are in a relationship or not, respect is something that everyone wants. Everyone needs it. It's a need. It deserves to be felt. You see, respect is required. Respect is just acknowledging someone that is better. Respect is valuing your other partner. You need to add value. You just need to value your partner. Value her. She just needs to be valued. She just needs to be praised. Praising her, applauding her, commending her, encouraging her. All of these are symbols of respect to a woman. Then I want to talk about the last thing, which is number 5. Love. A woman wants love. He wants love from you. Of course, love is something that everyone wants and needs. We all know that. Listen, does every woman want to hear I love you from everyone she's involved with, from every man? Probably not. Probably not. But the feeling of love transcends these 3 words. I love you. The feeling of love transcends those words. If a woman is in love and a man loves her back, listen to this. You got to definitely let her know first, as possible, as often as possible anyway. As often as possible. That's number 1. Then number 2, she'll be crazy over heels for you because you love her back. She needs your love. Now love is way beyond human. It's not what you feel in most cases. It's way beyond feeling. Love, the real love that works, is something that you can operate beyond conditions. You don't want to operate in a conditional love. Women don't want love that is conditioned. You want to operate in an unconditional love. There is a room for unconditional love. Unconditional love is what sustains true relationship. It's what sustains true marriage. You need to study more about unconditional love. Room will not permit me to share on that today. So love is key. Now, to a woman, love is like affection. To a woman, love is like affection. Understand something. A woman interprets love as affection from a man. To show that you love a woman, you have to show her affection. Affection is not sex. Affection is impact. The impact that you place in a woman, is an influence. You get it? Affection is the application of an effect, you see, to produce an affect. You see, affection is things you do to her, the things you say to her, the things you made her to remember. All of these things are affection. The things you support her with, it's an impact. Affection is imparting a woman with the things that makes her feel comfortable. That's affection. Affection is hugging, touching. You know, affection is more than just saying words, I love you. No, it's more than that. There's so much more. You see, there's so much more. So I think you got it. You got it, what I'm trying to say. Leave your comment below. There's room for several opinions. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please drop me a comment as well below, and I will be able to respond back to you as soon as possible. Now, here's it. Do you want to learn more about understanding the needs of a man and a woman? You want to learn more about it? Get in touch with me. Personally, use my Instagram ID. Get in touch with me in the description below. And I would love to share some thoughts with you, probably for free. We might have some time to chat, one-on-one. So get in touch with me. Thank you all for watching. Again, hit the thumb up button if you like this video, and also share it with your loved ones and those you think may need this information. Share it with your guys, man. Ladies, share this video with your guys. They need to watch this. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And I appreciate it. I'll see you again in another video. Until then, stay peaceful. Hello everyone, you're welcome to our channel. Today this is Family Aspects and we are live and direct. So I believe everyone is having a wonderful day, although tomorrow is gonna be another beginning of 1 month lockdown restrictions put in place in United Kingdom. So for those of you living all over the world, you're watching, thank you for joining us. I wanted to join us. We have something to discuss that is unique and special today. I have a story I want to share with you. I have a story I want to share with you. Wherever you are, I want you to join us and become part of what we're doing right now. And first of all, I would like to bring to your notice what we have to discuss. We have 5 reasons. This is the story. 5 reasons why I married my husband. A woman, a certain lady is sharing her story. Okay. And she wants us to know what she felt is something that every woman should look out for, or something that every man should have, irrespective of where you are, where you're from, culture, religion, it doesn't matter. There are things that are vital. There are things that are very important that you need to consider when you're preparing for marriage. And there are things that are very important that you need to consider when you are dating someone, expecting that that person will become your life partner. So what are the 5 reasons that this woman decided to marry this man? And if you're dating someone, do you have any reason why you want to marry the person? Or if you already got married, do you have any reason why you got married to that person? What are your reasons? So if you're watching, I want you to leave your comments at the comment section below, and also hit the thumb up button on this video, because what we're about to share with you, you will just be excited that you know about these things. Believe me. So 5 reasons, she said, 5 reasons why she got married to this man. And this is a true story. It's not a form up, it's not a makeup, it's real. This information is fact. So I want to share it with you, because I believe that those of you who are dating, or you are in a relationship, you're not married yet, you will gain a lot from this information. So I want you to put your mind in it, because you're going to get to know a lot of information, idea that you can watch out for, especially if you're a lady, the things that will give you peace, joy, and happiness in your home. That's what you want to go out for. And that is what I expect for every one of you in this channel. So today, we want to be looking at this area to look at what made this woman decide to marry this man. Probably, if we begin to mention and read our story, because we're going to read our letter, we're going to read our story, and then maybe you might find 1 or 2 things that resonate with why you decided to get married, or why you are still, dating this particular guy that you're dating now. So all of these things will be important information that you can take advantage of. It's very important that you understand how this will be of advantage to you and everyone else that you know that might need this information. So please like the video, subscribe, share the button, click on the share button to share the video to support what we are doing here on this channel. So let's go back to why we are doing this live stream today. Like I said, if you have any comments, any question, do not hesitate to leave it on the comment section below, and we'll get in touch right away. I will be seeing the live comments on. So once you make any comment, I'll see it and I'll pick it up, and I'll address whatever comment you make. Please share this video as well to your loved ones. Now let's go right into it without many of these many talks. Okay, first of all, I'm going to read her story to you, and I want you to listen very carefully, and then we will analyze some of the things that she said, which personally, in my experience, I agree with that decision, and I believe that it's gonna be awesome if we just take advantage of those information and use it for our advantage. Okay, now let's begin. The 5 reasons. The woman said the 5 reasons why I married my husband. That's what we're talking about today. Now, this is the story. 5 reasons I married my husband, she said. As I reflect on the past 8 years, I realized that the interesting thing about marriage is that most significant moments are often found in the normalcy of life. Did you hear that? It said, I reflected on the past 8 years. That means they have been married for 8 years. They have been married for 8 long years. Now he says she is reflecting. She is reflecting on the fact that she has been married 8 years. She realized that the interesting thing about marriage is that the most significant moments are often found in the normalcy of life. The most significant moments of your marriage will be found in the normalcy of life. Yesterday I mentioned when I was sharing with you that you don't plan your marriage. Don't plan what you're going to be doing in your relationship. Don't have a script. Because you need to be spontaneous. Relationship needs to be spontaneous. And spontaneity is the very important key to relationship. You have to let things be the way the normal of life present them to you. So here, this lady is talking about something very important that I want you to pay attention to. Key thing here. It said the past 8 years has come with the welcome changes of our move to the three different states, 2 beautiful children, a few of different jobs along the way. That means that's supposed to be a few of different jobs along the way. Now it says somewhere in the middle of this major milestone, you throw in a few vacations, a couple projects, and a bunch of chores, and you have what we call life. Beautiful life. Now, she's still talking about the introduction, about what she's discovered and realized. Now, here she says, when we envision marriage, I don't think most people grasp that the majority of being married is made of the simple stuff that comes with living your life. The majority of being married is made up of simple stuff with living your life, that comes with living your life. Then he says, from paying bills to unloading the dishwashers, from buying furniture to getting the car's oil changed, from making dinner to giving the kids a bath. So much of marriage is created in the day-to-day stuff of life. What an insight. This lady is saying, in her 8 years of experience, that's why it's very good to marry a smart woman, very good to marry a smart man. Look at this. She'll be able to differentiate this. She'll be able to find out what is going on in her marriage. In 8 years, she summarized something. She said, from paying bills to unloading the dishes, from buying furniture to getting the car's oil change, from making dinner to giving the kids a bath, so much of marriage is created in the day-to-day stuff of life. So much of marriage is created in the day-to-day stuff of life. Then she says, when it comes to marriage, I often get asked why I married my husband. What was it about him that set him apart from the rest? What an important question. And I ask you that question today. Why did you marry who you married? Or if you haven't married, why are you planning to marry this person that you want to marry? Why do you think that this person is the right person to you to marry? Now, this is exactly the same thing she was facing. And she said, when it comes to marriage, I often get asked why I married my husband. What was it about him that set him apart from the rest? And that's exactly the question she answered on this letter. Then she says, as I was getting to know the husband, which is John, he says, one reason I knew that he will make a great husband is because he fits into the normalcy of my life. I want you to understand that. The husband fit into the normalcy of her life. What is this normalcy? He says, not only did he fit, but he made the day-to-day stuff so much better. And here is why. Now she's trying to tell us why, the reasons, the 5 major reasons she got married to this man. And he says these 5 major reasons falls into the normalcy of her life. We need to understand this. These 5 major reasons falls into the normalcy of her life. You know, I always tell people, when you want to get in, when you're in a relationship and you think you want to get married, you must, what is your priority? What is your clarity? What do you have in mind? What kind of a man do you want? What kind of a woman do you want to live your life with? You must be clear. You must have a clear vision, a clarity of purpose. This woman had a clarity of purpose, and that's what she's sharing with us on this story. Now let's read on. She said, here is why. No, now let's read out the why. Number one, she said the husband, he said he loves Jesus. The husband loved God. He said the man loved Jesus. He said from the day we met, I knew my husband had a genuine love for Jesus, because it was a love that was spilling out of his life. A love that was spilling out of his life. He said that love was the driving force behind everything he did. From his pursuit of a job to the people he invested in. I want you to notice what she said. He said the man loved Jesus. Does your husband have faith or religious belief? Is he a man that fears God? The man that you're going to marry, is he a man that fears God? This woman, she's not a black woman. This woman that wrote me, she's an European person. But look at what she said. She said the husband loved Jesus. It says the man that he married, the reason, look at it. He said from the first day we met, I knew my husband had a genuine love for Jesus. From the first day, this person that you just met, that you're dating, can you tell from the first day that the person has the fear of God? Can you tell from the first day that this person that you're getting married or you are into a relationship in, which obviously you're expecting to get married to, can you tell if the person have the fear of God? Look at it here. This woman said from the first day they met, he said, I knew my husband had a genuine love for Jesus, because it was a love that was spilling out of his life. That love was the driving force behind everything he did, from his pursuit of a job to the people he invested in. Amazing. Then she said, no matter what decision we are making or what direction we are going, the bottom line always comes down to living for Christ. Very important for this woman. And she found a man that suits that. She was looking for a man that is living for God, living for Christ. And it says, and whether we are raising our kids or choosing a Netflix movie or managing our finances, he said his commitment to walk with God is the reason I can fully and faithfully and fearlessly commit to walking through life with him by my side always. Amazing. That is our story. Number one reason why she got married. Let's look at number two. Number two reason she got married, she said, he loves me. The husband loved her. He loves me. She wrote this. He says, I always had a fear of one-sided relationship because I had seen so many of them around me. But one of the main things that set my relationship with my husband apart is that it has always been a two-way street. From the day we met to the very day we are both working toward loving, giving, and serving one another to the best of our knowledge. Did you see that? We are both working towards loving, giving, serving one another to the best of our knowledge. I can trust without a shadow of doubt that he will love, support, and put me first in his life. And when you find a friend who will lay down his life for you, that is a love worth holding on to. Amazing. Does this man really love you? Do you guys strive together? Let me ask you again. Do you guys strive together to achieve loving each other, giving and sharing together? Do you guys strive every day? This person you are dating, does he really love you? Can you tell he does? Let me read another point that she made. She said he is responsible. The third reason why this woman married this man, she said that this man was responsible. Question: is your man responsible? Is the woman you are dating responsible? Can you tell that he or she is responsible? Is there a criteria for you marrying that person? Can you defend evidently that this person is responsible? Let's look at our story. When she said that the husband was a responsible man, that means when they were dating, before she ever decided to say yes to the man to marry him, this man, he said, in the period of where they were dating, she noticed that the man was responsible. For her to be able to track all these changes, it means that she's a smart woman. Now, she said the husband is responsible. One thing I've always loved about my husband is that when it comes to taking responsibilities, right? He said he's not a boy. I like that. Did you hear that? He's not. When it comes to taking responsibility, he's not a boy. So there are those. So some women know that some men are boys when it comes to taking responsibilities. Let's read. Let's see what she meant by that. She said, one thing I've always loved about my husband is that when it comes to taking responsibility, he's not a boy, he's a man. He knows how to take care of himself and our family. And I can trust him to carry his weight in our relationships, to give and take, and to be right there with me through the thick and thin. One of my favorite things about this is that I get to be his wife, not his mother. I want you to mark that. See, when you are dating or you are in a relationship, you're married, most women want to be the mother of the husband. You don't try to be the mother. Probably that guy has had the mother of his life all through his life. The woman was there. Now you don't have to be the second mother. He has been praying to be freed, to have his freedom from his own mother that gave birth to him. And now you are married to this, you're married to this man, you want to become the second mother to him. It will be a problem. Look at it this way. This woman said, one of my favorite thing about this is that I get to be his wife, not his mother. As weird as it might sound, I want you to listen to this. As weird as it might sound, it is so easy to fall into the mother-son role in marriage. Maybe the man doesn't step it up like he should in one area or another. And the wife finds herself nagging, criticizing, and controlling more often than not. As a woman, I am always on guard not to let the mother in me take control, because I do not want to have that role in his life. I want to be his wife, his partner, and his companion. What a key. She said, this is my plan. But you see, I found that he is a responsible man. So he's going to be responsible for me, not me being responsible for him. So I don't want to be a mother to him. I want to be his wife. But I found out that he's playing that role to take me as his wife. He said that's one of the beautiful things she likes, because the man is responsible being a husband to her, who is the wife, not a mother. So she's not living in the husband's house as a mother to the husband, but as a wife. And she mentioned something very remarkable here I want to show you. It says, when the man, it happens sometimes, it's easy. Look at it. It said, as weird as it may sound, the second paragraph, it is so easy to fall into the mother-son role in marriage. And maybe the man doesn't step it up like he should in one area or another. Well, so what happened? The woman start nagging. The woman start criticizing. That's what mothers do. Mothers nag at their children. They criticize their children to help them to control their children. That's what mothers do. But he said, as a woman, I'm always on guard not to let the mother in me take control, because I do not want to have that role in his life. And many men don't like that. He said, I want to be his wife, his partner, So your aim is to be his wife, his partner, and his companion. That's what she did. And the man was responsible. Let's look at another point that makes this woman, which is point number 4. Number 4, she said, this is number 4 reason why she got married to this man. Number 4 reason why she got married to this man. Sensitive. Positive. There's not enough reason why no man should not be positive and sensitive. You see, positivity follows sensitivity. Now, you say he was positive, or he is positive. Even though I love to laugh, she says, I tend to be more serious person overall. I would much rather talk about religion than sports, and I would choose a drama over a comedy any day. I'm a realistic by nature, and I tend to see things for what they are, dark side included. My husband, on the other hand, is the bright side of the two of us. He is the optimist, the comedian, and he's pretty much always relaxed. He is a much needed factor to the equation of our day-to-day life. He reminds me to take a step back and take a couple breaths, enjoy life, and always make me laugh along the way. Our personality fits so well together because we bring balance to each other's life. Very important. So the man is a positive man. You don't want to get married to a man that is full of negativity. You don't want to get married to a woman that is full of negativity. You want to look out for those things. Is this man or woman negative in nature, in her thoughts, in her orientations, the things she does, the things he does? Is he all negative? Is she or he always on the critical aspect of like criticizing you? You see, you don't want to get married to a man or woman that is not positive, is not optimistic, is not positive. Because this is the reason why this woman said, I married this man. The man, number 4 reason is that the man was a positive, or he is a positive man. So before she said, I'm going to marry this man, she ticked that one out of her checklist. She said, this man is positive. I need someone who is positive in my life. I think everyone does. Everyone always wants someone who is positive in their life. My question is, do you have someone that is positive in your life? This person you are dating, this person you are in a relationship with, is this person positive? Does it relate to you positively? That's what she found in this man. That's number 5 reason. Positive. He says, because we both bring balance into our lives. He said, like our pre-marriage counselor told us, you are the gas and he is the brake. And you always need both. That's an amazing statement. You have a car, you need the gasoline. And without the gasoline, the car will not move. And without the brake, chaos will happen. If you don't have brake in your car and there is gasoline in it and you go on the road, you are about to head off, to the rock. I mean, that's just life sentence, right? That's what he's saying. He said you need both. The brake must be working. The gasoline must be there in the car to make the car run smoothly and go to journeys and destinations you want. He said the same thing that the counselor told them in their marriage when they were preparing for marriage. He said the counselor told them, you both understand your role. You are a gas. This one is the brake in the car. So you are both always needed. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? There's a side of you that is positive. There is a side of this man that is positive. There's a side of this man that is good. You have some qualities. This man has some qualities. Both of you have to bring your qualities, your opinions, your lifestyle, bring everything together to make sure that you are enjoying your relationship, trying hard to avoid every wreck, trying hard to avoid and overcome every challenges that may want to distort or destroy your union. That is what she found in this man. Positivity. Now, number five, which most women love. Number five reason why this woman married her husband is that she found that he was faithful, or he is faithful. So in their dating period, the woman found that the husband is faithful. This man that you're dating, has it proven to you that he's going to be faithful? Is there a sign, even though he has not been faithful before, has he not changed because of you? Is there a sign that he has really changed? Can you find out that this man has improved and he's putting forward himself to be faithful to you? Is he taking that step? This woman, is she acting faithful? These are the things you look out for. Faithfulness is something you can see. You know, most women make so many mistakes. I've seen it happen. They just bluntly go ahead. They said probably he will change. He will change after, he will change after we get married. He might change. So they assume into the relationship and then get into trouble. So by the time they're married, the man is still cheating. By the time they're married, the man is still acting out. And they wonder why he hasn't changed after 5 years. They wonder why he's still cheating after 10 years. Why would you wonder? Because in the first place, it was there and you ignored it. Some of you ladies, you will even you accidentally see that this man is cheating or is unfaithful. You will see it. And then you will not react to it. You may react to it a bit and then just let it go and allow the thing just go on. And sometimes you just keep quiet. And then you still continue in the relationship. No, you have to define what you really want. You define what you really want. It takes a man of wisdom to realize that every woman needs a man who is faithful. It takes a man of wisdom. A smart man knows that every woman needs a man who is faithful. So this man is a smart man. And she knew. Let me read her story on that. She said, one thing I know about my husband without shadow of a doubt is this. He is not going anywhere. I like that. I like that boldness. She said she knows that the man is not going anywhere in this marriage. They've been 8 years in marriage. It's not that it's decades and many, many thousands of years. Many, many years, like 20 years, 15 years, or even 30 years of marriage. No, this is just 8 years of marriage. He said, one thing I know about my husband without a shadow of a doubt is this. He is not going anywhere. I got my first glimpse of that truth 2 weeks before our wedding day. We had just finished up doing some wedding registry shopping when all of a sudden I got terrible sick at the store. And upon driving home, I threw up my pad, tear lunch all over his bathroom floor. And it says, as awkward as that could have been, one thing I will never forget about that about that day is how well he took care of me, holding my hair and supporting my head while I literally poked out my lunch. That same faithfulness has been the strength of our relationship, supporting me and taking care of us through the highs and lows of life, success and failure, illness and health. He's walked by my side every single step, holding me through the laughter and the tears. Amazing. He is a man of faithfulness. committed to changing, maturing, growing, and doing whatever he needs to do to be the man our family needs to be, to a man that our family needs him to be. Amazing. I like that part, that last paragraph there. Look at that last paragraph. It says success, failure, illness, health. He is walked by my side every single step, holding me through the laughter and the tears. He is a man of faithfulness, committed to changing. You see, a man who is really faithful is committed to changing. A man who is smart is committed to changing, maturing, and growing, doing whatever he needs to do to be the man that our family needs him to be. That's an amazing statement. I'm inspired by this woman's story. Every man needs to read this story. I'm telling you, I'm inspired. Is your man committed to growing? Is your man committed to changing? You know, there are some people, they are doing certain things wrong. They'll say, that's how I am. You know me before you married me. That's how I am. I don't change. What do you mean you don't change? Really? No, you don't want to change. Not that you can't change. You don't just want to change. You know, so I don't change. What do you mean you don't change? You say, that's how you saw me. I was like that when you married me. I mean, you know me before you married me. So what? You are not a man, you're a boy. That's what it means. A true man will work hard to changing for the family, not for himself. No, he worked hard to change for his family. He worked. Oh, I remember a story that my wife told me today. Was it today? I think today. She told me a story of a woman who the husband have been a chain smoker. He has been a smoker for years. One day, the wife called this man and sat him down in the living room and asked him a question. He said, why are you so wicked? And why are you so heartless and wicked? The man said, what do you mean? I've been your husband over the years. I've not done anything wrong to you. The woman said, no, you are a wicked man. You are a wicked and a selfish man. Why are you so wicked? The man said, what did I do wrong? Why are you talking to me like this? And the woman said, I said you're wicked. All these years I've watched you and I'm tired of your wickedness and selfishness. And the man said, oh God, you're breaking me. What have I done wrong? The woman said, all these years, you decide not to stop smoking because you are so selfish. You only recognize yourself. You don't even care about the people that you live with, your family, how they feel. And the impact of that behavior over the years in their life. You don't care what that kind of life, the impact it will have on the children or on me, your wife, over these years. Why? Because you are so selfish. All you know is about your pleasure. All you know is about yourself. And that's why I said you're wicked. After that conversation with his wife, the man went home, went back to his room. From that day, he realized that indeed he has been a wicked fellow. For acting so wicked, you say, can that be wickedness? Of course, go and do your research. Find out the effect of smoking. Find out the dangerous effect of smoking, even to those around who is not smoking, but he inhale or living with a smoker. The same thing with the drunkard. So there are things that we must see that are not only because of us. We must change certain things about our life, not just because of us, but because of others. So this guy was willing to change for his family. He was willing to grow for his family. You see, learn more, become more valuable. This guy was willing to grow for his family. Let's read it again. It says, success and failure and illness and health. He is walked by my side every single step, holding me through the laughter and the tears. He is a man of faithfulness, committed to changing. maturing and growing, committed to changing, maturing, growing, and doing whatever he needs to do to be the man our family needs him to be. Amazing. Now, he's not doing whatever is wrong. No, whatever is good that he needs to do. That's one point I want you to see. So here is the 5 reasons this woman got married to this man. Number 1, because the man loved Jesus. We just read that to you. The man loved Jesus. The man is a lover of God. You have to pursue a man who is a lover of God if you want to have a lasting, successful, heart loving, caring relationship for the rest of your life. That's number 1. Number 2, the man loves the woman. Marry a man who loves you. Don't marry a man you only love. If you marry a man that you only love and he doesn't love you, you are in trouble. Marry a man who loves you. It's very important. It's very important. That's number 2 reason she got married to this man. Number 3, the man is responsible. The man presented himself responsible. That means he took responsibility of his wife. So when you are married to a man, the man must be responsible for how you become, your life and everything around you. He must show signs of responsibility to you. Then number 4, the man was a man of positivity. He was positive. Do you have a man who is positive? A man who thinks right. Everything about him is optimistic. He's ambitious. He's always hoping that things will get better. He's positive in life. Do you have that kind of man in your life? Is that the kind of man you want, you're dating, you're in a relationship with? You need that. Every woman needs that, I think. Every woman does. That's why I'm sharing this video with you, because I know every woman does need that. Then, here is another thing. The last one I shared with you is that he's faithful. The guy is faithful. This guy is faithful. Faithfulness. Learning to change for the sake of your spouse, for your sake of the family. Changing. I like that aspect. Where you change. You improve yourself because you're getting married. You change the kind of friends you'll be having. These negative friendship, negative associations you have. Now that you're getting married, it's time to change. Because you need a better home, a better life, a better family for yourself. And you got to change this attitude. Change this behavior. Change these thinkings. Change. Improve yourself. You change. You see, you change. You grow. You learn more. You see, you got to learn more. You got to improve on yourself. What are the things you don't know about relationship, about your husband, about your wife, about your children? Are you learning? Are you improving? Are you adding more value to yourself just for the sake of your children, to make sure that your family get a better life? Are you doing something? Are you growing? Is your man growing? These are the things you need to look out for. It's not just pretending. No, is he really growing? Is he doing everything in his power, in his best, to ensure a nice and portable, suitable, amazing family that he wants, that you want him to be? So important. Now, here is our conclusion. Now, you said, this is what you have to say about him. There are so many reasons I love my husband, and so many things that set him apart. But as I look back at the past 8 years of our marriage, 8 years, I am so thankful for the man God had made him to be. There is no other person I would rather do the stuff of life with. Amazing. Amazing talk. Amazing. So here you have it. I've shared with you the 5 reasons, a true life story that this woman decided to write and then publish it, so that every one of us, ladies, women, men out there, will be able to take advantage of this truth. Not only taking advantage of it, use it for your benefit, because we need to understand that what we are looking for is available. The things we are looking for is available. Believe me, those things we are looking for is available. It's not hard to get. The answers we are looking for is available. That's the way I would put it. The answer you are looking for in your relationship is available. It's available. That's why we share these things on this channel. Nothing is not available. There's nothing you are looking for in this life that is not available. Everything is available. You just need to yield yourself to finding out how, where they are, and how to implement it in your life. And be disciplined to implement those things in your life. Like I've shared this thought with you today. This may be the major reasons why many women are not married today. This may be the major reasons why many men are not married today, because these things are lacking. The man doesn't have love for God. How is he going to love you? Anything, if it is just a human, ordinary human love, anything that happens in a relationship will make you split apart. Any trouble that comes will just split you apart. Because the foundation of his love for you is not solid. So you need to understand that. That's number one. Number two, he needs to love you. If the man doesn't love you, you're in trouble. If you're the only one that loves the man and you are hoping that the man will love you after you get married to him, you might just be surprised. That's number two. He must love you, and there must be evidence that he loves you. You don't need to go into all of the details, but you know how to tell if a man loves you or not. Then number three, he must be positive. It should be a man that has positivity. A man that is responsible is the number. I think number three is responsibility. Then he must be positive. That's number three. Then number four, he must be responsible. You want the man that is responsible. You see, a man that is responsible. You don't want to get into a relationship just because, the man is going to change later. All of those things are guesswork. Believe me, you don't want to assume anything. You want to be sure. This woman was sure. She was sure about what she wanted. So you need a man that is responsible. You need a man that loves you. You need a man that is positive, and you need a man that is faithful in your relationship. You need these things. Faithfulness. So 5 things that you have to really look out for that will match up with the normalcy of your life in a relationship. The love for God. The person must be a God-fearing man or woman. Number 2, the person must love you. You must see a sign that this person cares and loves you. Number 3, the person must be positive. Positive in life. There are some people that doesn't have positive outlook at all, but you want someone who is positive. Not a negative type of person. Everything about his comment and his contribution is always negative. No. You need a man who is responsible. A man who will be able to take care of you and take care of everything else in the house as a family. You need that man who is responsible. Then you need a man who is faithful. You need a man who is faithful. That man must stand the test of all the trials that will come, and he will still stand there waiting and staying together and say, I'm going nowhere. You see, if a man tells you that I'm going nowhere, that is it. Let him say that I'm going nowhere. In your relationship, you say, no, I'm not going anywhere. Why? Because he has found a home. You want to be that part of that home that makes the man to say, I'm going nowhere. He's faithful to you to the core. So these 5 things are very important to finding someone that you're marrying and discovering that this is the person. Because this is why this woman said, I have to marry this man. These 5 things must be taken seriously. Well, you have been listening for over 45 minutes. And if you are watching, please hit the like button And if you haven't done so, please do. And subscribe if you're watching for the first time, you haven't subscribed yet, or you've been watching us and you haven't subscribed. Please subscribe to the channel, because that's the support we really want from you. So if you're supporting us, our channel, you're watching these things, we're putting all time and energy to bring this information to you for free. But what we actually want back is just your support. And that support is you subscribe, you like our video, and share it with other people so that they will be enjoying what you're enjoying as well. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any question, I will not hesitate to want to take your question. Please go through the links on our description below. You'll find our email address there. Write to us if you have any question, anything you want us to talk about. If your story is so interesting, why not write to us so we can share your story with others like we are doing now? So I want to share your story. I want to know your story. Write to us, and we want to share your story with others. Whether the story is good, or with good experience or bad experience, whatever the story, that's fine. We want to know what your experience has been in your relationship, in your family, in your life. This is Family Aspect. Let us know. Hit us an email, and we will take your story and talk about what we think can be done if you have any question. And then we can also share your inspiration, your motivation, the things that makes you succeed in your marriage. Share with us. So write to us, get our email address down there on the description below, and write to us on whatever you have as a question, or you want to share your story with us. Don't hesitate to write to us. Guess what? If you want us to be anonymous with you, we'll be anonymous with you. We'll not share your name or your details, but still, we will want to share your story with other people. And if there's anything you want us to talk about, like I said, don't hesitate to get in touch with us. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. And I want you to subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit that subscribe button. And also, I'm going to be coming your way to share more of this information with you in our next video. There's more to come, so expect our next video live. Until then, have a beautiful evening, and then have a wonderful family. Peace. Hello, you're welcome to our broadcast today. This is Family Aspect, and I'm your host, Charles. Today I want to be sharing with you 7 things men really need from women. The 7 things men really need from women. What does a man really need from a woman he's dating? It's not an easy question. In fact, answering such question requires a thorough understanding of the male psychology, the human psychology, love, behavioral patterns. The list can go on and on. What men wants in women and from women today is getting more complex by the minute. Men and their motives are evolving. As social norms and the way we date and view relationship changes, so does what we want. This makes it even more ever important to understand what men really need. Not just what they say they need or think they need. The truth is, there are some men out there who are good at communicating what they want. But more often than not, men are taught to stay strong, be tough in the face of sadness, put up a false bravado, when grappling with emotions. Men are designed to be really tough, to stand tough, right? Because of this, they often don't think to communicate about what they need in a relationship, or may not even be aware of it. Though every man is different, the specific thing that makes them very happy, there are few fundamental things I want to talk about today. These are the most important things that every man needs from a woman that they are dating. And I'll be right back to share more with you. You're welcome back. So here, I want to share with you seven most important needs that your man needs from you. The man that you are in a relationship, whether you're married or you're dating right now, there are 7 important things that he needs from you on a daily basis. Until death do you part. Number 1, he needs your heart. Your heart. Most men, not all, are not always able to share their worries, fears, and frustration with others. Because of this, they need a woman to open up to, who is kind and understanding enough to be vulnerable with. So you have to be that woman. Practice being that woman. Be the woman that he wants to share his heart with, his worry with, his fears and frustration with. If you can be that woman, you got it. Number 2, your attention. He needs your attention. Men need women who are good listeners, because when they start talking about something personal or private, they get into a type of flow. Interrupting this flow too much or too often may cause a man to shut down. You see? Instead, when a man is opening up about something or offering about something, he's talking about something that is very important to him, offer him feedback if he asks for it, or if he seems very receptive to it, then offer him feedback. But for the most part, just let him express himself is a key thing that you will want to practice. Give him the space to be vulnerable by making an effort to be in a good emotional state yourself. You have to be in a good emotional state. If you are falling apart or you are always on an emotional roller coaster, he won't feel comfortable discussing his issues with you. And that's what most women practice a lot. Most women like to be in the emotional roller coaster. They always try to make the man feel that they are falling apart. When you act that way, the man himself will not be comfortable at all to discuss any issues of himself with you. And being there for him when he is ready to talk and giving him your full attention, you will bring a refreshing sense of peace and serenity to his life. I know, it sounds kind of fairy tales, right? But listen, this is true. Alright? Just be clear. I'm not saying you should be fake. I'm not saying you should have a giant grin on your face at all times. No. That's not going to help anyone anyway. My point here is that you should be positive. Be a positive presence as much as you can. That's the key. Be a positive presence as much as you can. This make it easier for him to open up to you. Alright? Respect is another thing. Number 3, respect. Respect. He needs your respect. Listen, men need respect in general. We understand that. But in particular, when it comes to dating and relationship and marriage, most men need a woman who appreciates them for who and what they are. Yeah, you got me right. Look out for what he is skilled at. Look out for what he's passionate about. And be encouraging in a genuine way. Don't pretend to feel a way you don't just make a man interested in you. Don't pretend at all, because he knows that you're pretending. I know it's a little bit old school, but some men also want to be seen as heroes. In a sense, they want to be seen as heroes. Not like he actually needs to save you from flying, jumping from the airplane or something. Okay, but he wouldn't mind saving the day once in a while. Okay, this is very important for men. That means he wants to be someone you look up to, someone you go to for advice. Who is your go-to person? Don't make your mother your go-to person. Don't make your father your go-to person. Don't make your friends your go-to person for advice. The man that you need to make the go-to is your man. And ask him questions about anything. Ask him questions about things you're genuinely interested in. Ask for his input. You see, going to the person you care about when you are struggling with something is part of the healthy relationship, and will also make a man feel needed and wanted. Every man wants to be needed and wanted. It's very important. Number 4, freedom. Your freedom. Your husband, your boyfriend need freedom. He needs freedom. You say, what's that? Freedom is in a relationship means giving a man space when he needs it. That's what it needs. Your man needs space. Whenever he needs space, give it to him. Letting him go out with his male friends, encouraging his hobbies, respecting him as an individual, separate from your relationship. You say giving a man freedom also means that he is not your entire life. You see, if you define yourself by the man you are seeing, you're dating, you're spending your life with, there is a good chance that you could scare him away. So give him freedom. Practice giving him freedom. Number 5, trust. Every man needs a woman who trusts them. Having trust and faith in a man means you think he is a good person. See, you want to make your man feel that he is a good person. You know him, and you are not trying to accuse him or blame him or attack him or anything. If a man doesn't feel comfortable with you, he will move on to another woman. Trust me. If a man doesn't feel comfortable with you, he will move on to another woman. Now, trust and have faith in a man, in your man, unless he gives you a reason not to. Being on the same thing, being partner in whatever you do, in quote crime, is at the heart of true love. So if you want to give yourself the chance to feel and experience this, learn to let go. Trust the person you are with. This is the key. Number 6, authenticity. He needs your authenticity. A man doesn't want a woman who pretends to be one way in order to please him. Pretense is dangerous. It's like a cancer to the bone. It destroys relationship. This can be misinterpreted as you having secret hidden agenda, or can make you seem manipulative when you are really just trying to make someone happy. You see? Instead of approaching your relationship by asking yourself, what does this man need from me? Think of it this way. What do I want to give to this man? You see, you want to find what you naturally want to give without looking to get anything in return. This is an energy, powerful energy that human beings in general, even men especially, can't get enough of. So I encourage you to do what? Be authentic. Be authentic. Be an authentic woman. Then number 7, sex and attraction. He needs your sex life and attraction. He needs you as a sexual being. He needs your attraction. It is not a secret to men that men and women today, it's not a secret at all, that men and women today need sex, right? But physical intimacy includes a lot more than just sex. What about kissing? What about cuddling? What about teasing each other? You know what I mean? The whole shebang. Men need women who let them feel sexually open, who are not afraid to intimate. They are not afraid to intimate or find pleasure. Men need such women. There are so many women who are so afraid to intimate. They are so afraid of finding pleasure. Men doesn't want that. For both men and women, sex is a way to feel connected and deepen your bond. Everyone needs to understand that if you're in a relationship. Men need to feel comfortable expressing their true sexual desire without thinking they will be judged or shamed or mocked by you for doing that. So, men don't need these big boobs, tight, little hair and whatever, or flat stomach. Men don't need you to have a long hair or a lot of makeup to be attracted to. Listen, let me tell you what men need. What they need is for you to turn them on. Men need to be turned on by the woman that they are with. Men need to be turned on by the woman that they are with. Men need to be turned on by the woman they are with. This doesn't mean you need to always have your hair done just right and your makeup so perfect. No. But you should take care of yourself. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should take care of yourself. You should look beautiful. You should look attractive. You should look, your appearance should be top notch if you can. Wonderful. But what is needed the most is the man needs you to, you see, you need to be the man, the woman that turns your man on for intimacy. Always the way you dress, letting him see your best part of you. These are key. Trust me, right now you have all that a man needs. You have it. You have it. And you will find a man who naturally likes you for who you are or how you are. It doesn't matter. So don't worry about trying to fit into some mood of what a man needs. Instead, what you need to do, love yourself, know that you are the right person, know that you're doing the right thing, and guess what? When the right person come along, it will feel natural for you. Okay? All right. Please hit the thumb up button if you have been watching this far, and the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, and leave a comment below this video to let me know your thoughts. If you have any question, please drop me a comment below and I will be able to respond back to you as soon as possible. Now, if you want to learn more about understanding the needs of men and women, get in touch with me. I wouldn't mind to have a personal section with you on Skype or on Zoom. We can talk, and I would like to have a personal session with you. That will be free of charge. Thank you for listening, and I believe you have been impressed and you learned something today. Practice what you learn. Until I see you again in another video, peace. Hello, you're welcome to our podcast today. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host, Charles. Today I want to be sharing with you, ladies, 8 signs he wants to marry you. 8 signs that he wants to marry you. You can't imagine being with anyone else apart from this guy, But how do you know that if marriage is in the card for the two of you? Just because he is nice and caring and doesn't mean actually that he actually is looking to marry you or anytime soon. You need to understand that. See, there are other things you need to pay attention to. There are other things that you need to pay attention to. With this, you can tell that this man is ready to marry. Whether you or your boyfriend have been together a short time or for years, there are some ways to tell if he is ready for it. And these are what I want to share with you. If you notice anything of this nature that I'm going to share with you, the chances are marriage is in the future. Now, number one sign you will look at for is that he talks about the future with you. He talks about the future with you. Now, not just weeks or months down the road, but years. He talks about how both of you are going to be doing things for the rest of the long haul, for years. A guy that wants to marry you will discuss big life decisions with you, like whether you both want kids or where you both see yourself living in the future. And he says career goals with you as well. A guy would not have these discussions with you if he wasn't serious about the relationship. I want you to know that. So if you have a guy who talks about the future with you, plans to the future, who talks about your future goals and talks about you, both of you having kids together, that's just a sign that he needs, that he wants to marry you. So he needs to know, when he does this, he needs to know whether both of you stands the chance of the future prosperity. You know what I mean? So he lets you know these things ahead of time. He talks to you about it. He plans these things with you. Now, the reason he does this is just because he wants to prove to you that he's ready. Another thing we'll look at for is that he lets you into his life emotionally and physically. A man who is ready to marry you will let you into his life emotionally and physically. He tells you very, very personal things. He tells you and shares with you what the things that are secret to him, the things that you may not even know that existed, the things he haven't told his parent or he hasn't told anyone else but you. So this can include things about his family, his past relationships, his fears, his dreams, etc. All of these things. He's comfortable sharing this stuff with you. Why? Because he trusts you now, and he's likely to know that, you know what? I want to be with you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So that's the sign. That's what he's saying. And he will physically let you into his life by sharing the keys to his apartment, to his car, his password, to his email and everything. I mean, every other private things, he will share them with you. This is a clear sign that he trusts you. And not only does he trust you, he's also proving to you that he is not hiding anything. So that's number two. Then number three thing you want to look at for is that he wants to get a pet with you. There are many ladies who love pets, especially in the Western world. They like dogs, cats, and other pets. If a guy wants to marry you, and if he's interested in marrying you, even something as little as fish, a cat, a dog, a bird can be clear test of whether two of you can raise a living thing together. You know, That means can you raise birds together? Can you raise cats together? Can you raise dog together? And also, it shows a long-term commitment from the man if he chooses to. Now, he wouldn't go into getting a mutual pet, if there were no hints that he would want to. Let's say if there is a hint that he's going to split with you. Let's say there is no future; he doesn't have a future with you. He would not even think of it that he wants to go into having mutual pet with you. So the fact that he is having a mutual pet with you is a great sign that he's ready for the long commitment with you. He's ready to raise this. And can you imagine? He's committing himself to raise a pet with you, to raise a living thing with you. That's a sign that he's ready to be part of your life. Another sign, which is number 4, that you have to look at for, is that he brings you to every family event. If there is any family event, this guy will bring you into every wedding, every funeral, every baptismal event. He wants you there, you see. Why? Because he wants you to know every uncle he has, every cousin he has, every nephew he has. He's bringing you around his extended family. Why is he doing this? Because he sees you as part of his life, as part of his family. So bringing you as his fiancé or girlfriend around family is a big step for a man, because he's letting you form the bonds with the people he's closest with. It's very important. So first, in most cases, his family, man's family, likely expect you to be with him for events, and chances are you've already been asked by some member of the family who knows if you have been exposed to them one way or the other. So he wants to make that happen. So when he does that to you, he makes you to go to every event with him, family event, funeral, all of these things. Then that's it. You got it. You know that he's ready. All you need to do is to put your heart down, put your energy to make your relationship work better. Another sign you want to look out for, number 6, I believe it's number 5 or 6 now, is that he says the word we a lot in conversation with others. He talks about both of you as we. He refers to what you as your relationship as we. When he speaks to others, whether you are with him or not, he's talking about you, referring to you as we. You see, like, we can't wait to do this, we really like these restaurants. You see, he uses those words. When a guy talks like this, it shows that he sees the two of you as a unit. You see, not an individual, as a unit, and almost one person. So both of you as one person. Now it shows that first of all, it shows that you matter to him. All right, he wants others to know that you are both committed to each other, and likely wants to commit to you for the rest of his life. That's the reason guys will do things like that. I've been there, I've done it. So it's something that is very important. I remember many years ago, before I got married to my wife, I will ensure that she's in every event I want to go, especially family events. I try to invite her in everything. My whole family knew my wife before we got married. Almost my whole family knew her. So it's something that a guy would do, all right? I think it's just the way it works. Then another thing you want to look out for is that he does not avoid walking buy or going into jewelry stores just because of you. If you guys are walking by the shopping mall or walking by the way as you're walking, he will not really get offended or probably get discouraged. He will not avoid the fact that you say, let's go to the jewelry store. Sometimes, have you ever wondered why your ex always avoided walking, if you had an ex, always avoiding walking by the jewelry store at the mall, or started breathing a little bit heavier now or faster, as though he wants to pass out when he gets to the row of engagement rings. When you are in the jewelry store, the row of engagement ring, and you get there, some guys are shaking. So he doesn't want, first of all, in most cases, he didn't want to give you any sign, he's not interested in putting one or two things together to make it work. So he would do that just because he's interested. A guy who wants to marry you not only wouldn't act this way, but might go into the jewelry store, all right, just with you. He will go into the jewelry store with you, and then, if anything works out, guess what? You might find your ring right there. No man would take you into a jewelry store to gauge your taste in rings if he wasn't interested in marrying you in the first place. You see, you need to understand that. So another point that you need to know, or a sign that you need to know, is that he cares about you and your decisions. This is important. A man who is willing and ready to marry you, he cares a lot about you. He cares a lot about your decision, regardless of who you are with, and hopefully they care about you. But a guy that wants to marry you cares in a different way. Yes, he will care that you made it home okay. He will also have maybe soup, prepare something cold, something to make you feel comfortable when you get home. He will just show a sign that he cares. He will just, care for you mentally, care for you physically. Because he doesn't want anything jeopardizing your future together. So he wants to make things right. So he will care that you are not making any risky career moves. He will be concerned about your career decisions. And then he will care about you partying too much or spending time with the wrong friends too much. All of those things. A guy who wants to marry you would do that. If you are not used to this, understand it. It might come off as a little bit too possessive, but that's not it. He's not possessive. When you come to understand, he's thinking about the long-term relationship with you, then you get it. That's what he wants. A guy that thinks long-term relationship with you, probably this is the way they think, this is the way they go. Now, another thing which is the last point I want to talk about today, is that he can't get enough of you. A guy who loves you, who wants to marry you, can't get enough of you. You are with him whenever you are both not working, or you are scheduled for anything else around each other. You see, he's always there. One of the signs you just look at, let's say is he your last test of the day? Is he your last test of the day? And first in the morning? Does it test you in the day? Does it test you in the morning? Before you go to bed, does it test you? Is he always around you? The fact that he always wants to be around you and virtually close to you shows that you are his priority. You are in for a big deal. You are his priority. If he's going out of his way to see you, and these actions last past the honeymoon, then you're in for a big deal. You're in for a big deal. You know what I'm talking about? There are actions that last past the honeymoon. It's not just, there are things a man does. For instance, I still can't have enough of my wife. All right? Because this is not like, oh, we just got married. We're past that level. But I still can't have enough of her. Yes, we're married. Yes, we have 2 kids. But I still can't get enough. That's the way it should be. For a guy who really takes things seriously, he takes it beyond. So whenever he's with you, don't feel unease. Let him be. Be free. So I believe you have learned something from what I shared with you today. I just thought I should share this with the ladies out there. Maybe having time to know. I don't know whether this guy is ready for me or not. But I believe this will help. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to this channel. If you like this video, hit the thumb up button. And I'll see you again in our next video. Remember, if you have any question, please leave your comment in the comment section. And if you want us to share more with you about these things, about dating advices or preparing for marriage, are you preparing for marriage and you need something to help you, you need someone to guide you, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. And get in touch with me on my Instagram. And I'll be able to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much, guys. I'll see you another day. Peace. Hello, you're welcome to our channel. Today this is Family Aspect and I want to be sharing something very important with you. Now, if it is your first time today of joining us, don't go anywhere. Watch this video to the end because I'm about to share with you 8 unhealthy communication skills in marriage. 8 unhealthy communication skills in marriage that brings unhealthy relationship, unhealthy family, unhealthy communication is leading to divorce in many families today. So we want to be talking about this very importantly. Why do we have unhealthy communication in family? What are these unhealthy communication? How can we handle them? How can we get rid of them in our relationship? So watch and don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. You're welcome back. 8 unhealthy communication skill in marriage. One of the things I want to bring to your attention is using silent treatment to get your way or hurt your spouse. Doing that produce unhealthy marriage, produce unhealthy relationship. There are many people who actually have this challenge of treating their spouse with silent treatment. You don't talk to your spouse when something happens. That's your way of communicating to your spouse, or that's actually what you think will work well with your spouse. But let me tell you something, that makes your marriage unhealthy. It poses threat to your relationship with your spouse. You cannot use silent treatment to get your way or hurt your spouse as a way of communication. It's unhealthy. In fact, these unhealthy communication skills that people have developed over the years has led to numerous on countless divorce that we record in marriages today. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to encourage that in your life or in your family. Think about it. I mean, something happened, no one is talking to each other. I mean, the husband is refused to talk to the wife refused to talk to the husband, and everyone is just, ignoring each other. Silent treatment. It's not encouraging in relationship. So another thing you want to take note of is interrupting your spouse when they are trying to speak to you. It's a very, very bad way of communicating. It actually means you are ignoring the communication already established. Your spouse is trying to talk to you and is establishing communication with you, and all you do is to interrupt by the things you do or by trying to ask questions. Imagine you are answering a question with a question. Your spouse asks you, why is this like this? And you say, what do you mean? That is not an answer. That is an interruption. We have different type of this kind of interruption coming in as a way of communicating, and it's wrong. It's unhealthy. Interrupting your spouse when they are trying to speak to you is a very negative way of communicating in your relationship, and it will lead to unhealthy marriage. It will lead to unhealthy relationship. You see, you don't want that to happen to you. You don't want to cultivate that. Now, that may have been going on in your relationship, but now you want to stop it. You want to think about it this way. I don't need to have this. It's wrong. What do you mean? Well, I'll explain why it is wrong. First of all, your spouse is your partner, is your friend, is your soulmate. They have feelings. Sorry about that. I got in the messages. They have feelings. They have things to do, to say to you. And those things they want to do or say to you is important to them. So when they try to speak their feelings, communicate their emotions to you, that's when you should listen. You don't want to interrupt them. You want to pay attention to what they have to say. Because by doing so, you are helping your relationship to grow. You are enabling a healthy environment in your marriage, in your relationship. This is so important. So stop trying to interrupt your spouse whenever they want to speak something that they feel you need to know or something important to them. Learn to listen, especially you guys. Men, we have to learn to listen to our wives. Let them speak. Give them a listening ears. Pay attention to what they have to say. Also, wives, do the same thing. It's so important. Then when you do that, you're building a healthy relationship. Now, another thing you want to avoid, which is unhealthy communication in marriages today, is playing on your phone during important discussions. When your wife or your husband is talking to you, you are walking using the phone. At this era where we have social media and all of these activities going on the internet, we are easily carried away. You can be on a YouTube or Facebook page, and you'll be scrolling and scrolling from timeline to another timeline. You're just scrolling and scrolling informations. The same thing with Instagram. We are engrossed, captivated by many things that we see. So in such a situation where your spouse is discussing important issues with you, that is not the time when you want to play on your phone. This mode of communication is unhealthy. I know there are spouses, husbands or wives that spend hours on phone just scrolling through Instagram pages, scrolling through Facebook pages and YouTube pages, and hours ignoring their spouse, ignoring their loved ones who need their attention. You can't have that going on and expect to have a successful relationship or a successful marriage. You need to stop that kind of activity. Playing on your phone during important discussion is a no-go area. It's something that you must avoid in your relationship, because that kind of mode of communication is unhealthy. That can lead to a lot of decisions that may go wrong. a lot of decisions that may affect your relationship in the long run, and you want to avoid that. Okay, very important. Another thing that is unhealthy to your relationship is emotionally shutting off or being overly defensive when conversation topic becomes serious. This happens a lot, and it used to happen to me and my wife in my relationship, because you see, emotionally shutting off is one of the things that she normally does when we have intense, serious issues or conversation going on. But I needed to begin to explain to her that it is an experiment, it is an opportunity to air her view. She cannot just shut off. She cannot just emotionally shut down. Women are used to that. Most men do it as well. But in reality, you don't want that to be part of your practice in relationship. It is unhealthy. Very much unhealthy. You don't want to practice that. Because when you shut off like that, it means you become defensive. It helps you to become defensive. A lot of times some people, some couples are very outspoken. They are very defensive by being outspoken. So they want to speak to defend themselves when a conversation is going on. And that can lead to intensive arguments, intensive fights that you don't want to really experience in your relationship. Again, it leads to unhealthy practices. Unhealthy communication leads to unhealthy marriages, unhealthy relationship, and that can lead to divorce, separation. So you need to be very careful on how you relate with your partner, how you communicate. These are very important things. Do not emotionally shut them off when they are having serious conversations with you. Or don't be defensive. For instance, the husband asks you, why is so and so something not done? And then you pose like, must I be the one to do it? That's sounding defensive. You can explain better. You can use some quality words to express yourself. Not just questioning or retaliating. But you need to understand what I'm trying to say. So do not emotionally shut your spouses off when you're going through a serious conversation with them, or becoming defensive. It will lead to unhealthy relationship. That alone can lead to separation if it is overly practiced. That's very important. So another point that I want you to note again is this: purposely belittling or disrespecting your spouse is a negative way of communication. You don't want to be belittled. Why belittle others? When you deliberately, purposely belittle your spouse or disrespect them, whether publicly or privately, is unhealthy. That skill of communication is not supposed to be practiced by couples or spouses that love themselves. So in reality, you need to avoid that. So stop trying to belittle or disrespect your spouse. You don't want that. You don't want to practice that. It will make them emotionally vulnerable. And then not only that, it means you break them down. You break them down emotionally, mentally, and physically. It's like they don't matter to you. They are not worth anything to you. So don't do it. It's wrong. It's terribly wrong. Really, it's something any man or a woman should avoid in their relationship. Okay? All right. That's another thing you want to look at. And something else you want to look at is avoid frequently going to bed angry. Now, we're talking about unhealthy communication skills in marriage that must be avoided. You see, frequently going to bed angry in marriage is something that you have to avoid as a couple. It's unhealthy, it's destructive, it's scheming, it's worse than a cancer in the bones. Trust me. You don't wonder. How does it feel like? Because we have an argument, and then I go to bed turned the other way. My wife come to the same bed turned the other way. And inside us is unresolved issues. We are angry at each other. What do you think is going to happen? A lot of thoughts will come to our mind. Are we supposed to be doing this? You'll be wondering the kind of thoughts that will be going through your mind as a man or as a woman. Am I supposed to be in this relationship? You'll be amazed. Some kind of terrible thoughts that will be coming to you. Maybe I'm just supposed to be somewhere else. I think we need a divorce. We can't continue like this. You'll find out that you're considering a lot of unhealthy thoughts that will eventually put both of you asunder. And you don't want that to happen to you. So, frequently going to bed angry is a no-no. It's something you want to avoid in your relationship. You want to stay away from it completely. You want to walk away from that kind of attitude. It's dangerous. It's bad. It's wicked. It's not something that you want to do. So what do? Resolve your anger. Resolve your conflict. When I mean resolve your anger, resolve your conflict. In other words, if something happened, talk about it before bedtime. Talk about it before you sleep. Talk about it. Even though in the bed, wake your spouse up and say, you know what, let's talk about this thing. Let's deal with it. We can't continue like this. We have to stop this. We need to sort out this difference and do it amicably, not with quarreling. You don't want to begin to further the anger. You don't want to keep quarreling about it. You don't want to just talk in peace. Look at the differences. Look at what the issue is. Then you just need to submit or admit to one another. And say, okay, yes, I'm wrong. Yes, I'm right. Whichever way. And then make peace. If you don't, if you keep frequently going to bed angry, very soon you're going to tender a divorce, or you're going to begin to ask for a separation between you and your spouse. And that's not what you want. That's not what the children want to see, and you don't want that to happen. So that's why I classify it as unhealthy communication in marriage. Now, another thing you want to avoid is having screaming matches with one another. You know what I mean? Screaming matches. It's like a competition. This one is screaming, the other one is screaming. It used to happen to me in my marriage, but I needed to learn something better. I knew it was a wrong practice. I knew it's something I didn't want to get myself involved in the future. So I changed. So what did I do? I began to learn the benefit of not even screaming at all. And also understanding that two wrongs, let me put it this way, because I wanted to use another riddles, but two wrongs can never make right, okay? So the reason we have this screaming match is because both of us are trying to make points. We're trying to air our point. So one person must have to listen to me. This one, you must listen to me. This one says, no, you have to listen to me. So we have this screaming matches going on. And then when things happen, the whole house is in disarray. I mean, neighbors are wondering what's going on. We can't do that. That's the very negative way of communication. And that alone can actually destroy homes. And is unhealthy. You need to stay away from that practice. Okay, another thing you want to look at is using violence. Using violence as an outlet for frustration is wrong. Using violence as an outlet for frustration is wrong. This is where partner assault or throwing things across the room as a way of frustrating the other is wrong. What happens if what you're throwing gets to hit your partner and he falls down and died? Did you know that a lot of partners have lost their spouses by this practice as a result of violence? We speak against domestic violence a lot in our channel, and it's not something you want to practice. You have to avoid domestic violence. It's not the best way of communication. You don't try to make things right by being violent. You don't try to make someone listen to you by being violent. You don't try to get respect and respect by being violent. You don't want to try to make someone a bit afraid of you because through violence, all right? You don't want to do that. Using violence as an assault or throwing things across the room as an outlet for frustration is a very bad, negative, unacceptable, unhealthy practice in marriage. You want to avoid that. You want to stop doing that. Otherwise, of course, we know what will happen. And many homes have been broken as a result of this frequent practice, this regular practice of using violence to express themselves. Don't do it. If your partner is violent, you need help. You need to call for help. You need someone to help you. Otherwise, one day he may start using his violence to destroy you or destroy the things around you. You don't want that to happen. So watch out for that, because that's a very, very bad way of communicating with anyone. You don't want that to happen. Okay? Now, another thing I want to talk about today, which is obviously the eighth part. I think I just mentioned the eighth portion, all right? The 8 points, okay? The 8th point is using violence I wasn't counting it, so I knew I had 8 points. So I think I've mentioned it. I mentioned the last one now. So here's what I want you to know. Instead of letting these things, unhealthy communication, instead of letting this unhealthy communication or healthy behavior crowd your ability to communicate, take a deeper breath, or take a deep breath. That's better. Take a deep breath and refocus your intention now. You see, refocus your intention. What exactly are you trying to communicate? What exactly are you trying to express? Take a deep breath. And then think about what you're trying to say. Think about what you're trying to express. And then try again. And you'll be amazed that you will do it right this time. You see, if you have been watching these videos this far, I say congratulations to you. And also, if you're watching for the first time and you haven't subscribed to this channel, hit the subscribe button right now. Even though we have been reminding you all the while, do it now. This is the time to do it. I'll wait for you. You go ahead and hit the subscribe button right now. And also, the bell notification button. You need to hit the bell notification button to receive a notification whenever we upload new videos regarding what we're sharing on this channel. Thank you so much for being part of this channel and viewing our videos, many other videos you watched. I really appreciate it. And if you want to learn more about marriage, preparing for marriage and avoiding violence, and also, or you want to have advice or ideas about dating, tips about dating, now we have a lot of videos in our channel that you can watch. So I encourage you to go take a look at them and watch and enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll be back again to share more with you. Now, if you have any question, if you have any contribution to make, I would like you to leave it on the comment section below. And also, you can drop a message there if you want to speak to us. We'll be able to get to you. But until then, have a beautiful day. I'll see you again. Bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to our channel again. This is Family Aspects, and I'm so happy to share some of these things I want to share with you today. How to bring back intimacy into your marriage. Maybe after children, maybe before children. You haven't even had children yet, but it's like you have journeyed in your relationship into sexual desert. You know what I mean? In other words, there is no more energy, no more fuel, no more excitement, no more sexual commitment, no intimacy in your relationship anymore. And that's what you've been going through. I heard a story of a couple who, after a minor argument and some other subsequent indifferences that they had, led to them separating for a while, because they separated and they were sleeping in their different rooms. Then when they came back together after they resolved the situation, they could not get back their intimacy anymore. And it's over 3 years now, the lady said, that she had sexual intercourse with so-called her husband. Things have been going just like friends and casual friends relationship at home. So they just leave, talk, take care of the kids as husband and wife. They were just as father and mother. You know what I mean? But when it comes to sexual intimacy, when it comes to intimacy at all in the relationship, they are actually struggling. Now, there are many people doing that today. There are many people going through all of that. But today, I want to share how you can bring back intimacy into your marriage, irrespective of what has happened before. So, watch out for the details. I'll be back soon. Hey, you're welcome back. Now, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, I want you to subscribe, because what I'm about to share with you will just blow your mind. Not only it will help you come back and activate your relationship intimately, no matter how long you've been apart from each other. Now, how do you bring back intimacy into your marriage? How are you going to do it? Is it possible? Some people think that it's never going to be possible. I heard the lady say that, no, it's over 5 years now. I've not had intimacy with my husband. I don't think that can be revived. We don't even want to talk about it. Listen, that situation is not too late. If you are in that situation, you have hope. Trust me. There's something you can do. That's why we're bringing this communication to you today, this topic to you today. How to bring back intimacy into your marriage. How do you bring it back? What are you supposed to do? Well, I'm going to be sharing a few points with you, probably 10 points. I want you to note them. And I'm going to be quick, but I want you to play this video again and again. You'll be able to understand what I'm sharing with you. Number one, if you want to bring back intimacy into your marriage, number one thing you must do, change your pattern of initiating sex in your marriage. A lot of times we have problem with couples who have always maintained one particular pattern of having sex in their relationship. And that can be tiring, that can be boring. Sometimes it might just be a particular boring position, boring pattern. And it has been boring for over 10 years, boring for over 15 years. What are you going to do? You need to change. This is time to change your pattern. Look into your pattern of initiating sex. How do you do it? How do you initiate it? Is it the man that always initiates it, or the woman that should always initiate it? In most cases, I've always said that women are supposed to be the initiator of sex. They are the one that should, stir up the man to make those moves. And look at that pattern. How is it done? How is it being initiated? It's so important, because if you don't talk about how it is being initiated, then there's gonna be challenges in initiating it in the first place, because it's not being talked about. Maybe you are denying your partner, or it depends. Maybe you're denying your partner, all right, or coming onto you so strong. So probably your partner, every time he comes to you so strong about it, you deny it. You say no. The way you act, even though you may have been interested in it, but the initiation is wrong. Something is wrong with the initiation. All right. So avoid criticizing each other and stop blaming each other, because a lot of times there's this blame game that goes on when it's time for intimacy. Oh, you didn't do this well. Oh, you were told you were talking. Oh, you were too noisy. Oh, you were just there. Now, this blame game had to stop. Otherwise, it dies off. It kills. It paralyzes intimacy in relationship. All right, so it's time to mix things up. You need to mix things up. End the struggles, because a lot of times we have this major fight going on in the bedroom. You need to stop that. That's the wrong way of initiating it. You don't need to fight over it. You don't need to quarrel over it. If you do, the next time you're not going to have any interest in it. Okay, all right. So it is very important. You have to practice what works. Practice what is working for you. So the first point you want to note is that you have to change your pattern of initiating sex. How are you initiating it? Okay? Is it in a subtle way? While avoiding other things that may hurt you, depending on how it's being done. How are you doing it? Because I can't specifically give you one particular example of what you should follow. All right? But just look at your initiative pattern. All right? Look at your initiation. How is it going on? The way you're initiating sex, how is it going on? Is it a good pattern? Change it. Change your pattern. Learn more pattern on initiating sex. That's the number one key you want to take note of. Then another thing you want to take note of is this. Now, this is number two. Number two, hug and hold hands more often with your partner. I can't overemphasize this enough. I did a video on the power of hugging your spouse and your children. Go and watch the video. It's on our playlist. You will be amazed how powerful this thing does. This emotional, physical affection. All right, how it's so powerful to awaken your intimacy in your relationship, no matter how dead it has been. If you will hug your spouse, your husband, now frequently. Some women have never been hugged by their husband for a long time. Can you imagine that? You're living with a man, you're married, and you don't hug. And even the kiss that you have is just a peck, it's just a cheek kiss. You do a cheek you do a cheek kiss. How long would that take you? So practice hugging each other often, and hug each other sincerely, passionately. It's called strong hug. Hug each other strongly. Hold hands more often when you walk, when you take a walk, when you go out. You see, it's according to the author, Dr. Corey Floyd. He said holding hands, hugging, and touching can release oxytocin. There's a fluid, an energy, oxytocin. He said it can release it, causing a calm sensation. Think about it. I just remember his quote now when I read one of his book. Corey Floyd. That's the man, Corey Floyd. All right. So he encourages his hugging, holding hands, touching. How important this is. All right, you need to study these things, practice it. All right, you need to. I cannot emphasize this enough. All right, I don't know what more I could use to describe the power of hug, the power of touching your spouse. Playful touch, physical affection produce stress hormones. Listen, let me show you something. Physical affection produces stress hormones, lowering daily levels of the stress hormones cortisols. Okay, it is so important to understand that. Let me try and rephrase that again, because I'm trying to remember what Dr. Floyd wrote and spoke about this. Additional affection, he says, is a physical affection. Applying physical affection produce stress hormones. It lowers the stress that you get every day. When you hug each other, it reduces stress. It reduces daily stress that you go through. That's the best way I can put it. So first, it produces that hormones that causes stress to be reduced, that combats stress. Do you understand? So physical affection, touching is very important. That's the most important one I will actually emphasize on this particular topic, because it's so important. It helps you to get into the mood of intimacy that will not lead to sexual intimacy. It's good. There must be an affection. Affection leads to sexual intimacy. Sexual intimacy is not affection. Affection leads to sexual intimacy. We must understand the difference. If you are not affectionate, you cannot get sexual intimacy from your partner. You must be affectionate. You must talk affectionate talk. You must touch affectionately. Okay? All right. Number 3, allow tension to build. You must allow tension to build your brain to experience more pleasure when the anticipation of the reward goes on. You see, allow more tension to build in your brain. You see, in other words, take time to do foreplay. That's what I'm trying to say. Take time to do foreplay. Do foreplay, share fantasies. You know what I mean by foreplay now? Play with your spouse. Play with your husband. Wear some lovely clothes, sexy, attractive clothes, and play. Learn to do these things. And change your locations. In making sex, if you want to, if when it gets to that level. But you have to stay it up first. Stay it up by the way you play. Play differently. Dress sexy. Look attractive. You got to do this. Your aim is to make sex more romantic instead of just a shabby attack. This is so important. Number 4, separate sexual intimacy from routine. It's very important. You need to separate your sexual intimacy from routines, your daily routine. Plan intimacy time with your spouse. Avoid talking about relationship problems and household chores in the bedroom. It quenches the desire for intimacy. It paralyzes the interest of the intimacy. In your bedroom is not the time to talk about the problem that you had throughout the day. In the bedroom is not the time to talk about the household chores that wasn't done. It's not in the bedroom you talk about it. When you bring that into the bedroom, you are actually paralyzing the moment, the special moment you should be having. You are discouraging the intimacy that was supposed to take place. So, sexual arousal plummets when we are distracted and distressed. That's the point I'm trying to make. Sexual arousal plummets when we are distracted. So don't be distracted. Don't be stressed. Do you understand? Because that's what happens. Sexual arousal will just plummet. It will just die down. All right. Then number 5 point you want to take note of is you need to carve out time to spend with your partner. Carve out time. A lot of people are too busy not to spend time with your partner. When you come back from work, when your partner returns from work, spend time, an hour or two, spend quality time with your partner. Carve out time. You must schedule time to spend with your partner. It's so important. I don't know how I can express that enough. It's so important. So try varieties of activity that will bring you both pleasure. All right. Have fun, courting, practicing flicking at each other as you will. Ignite sex desire. Do something. Create these things. It's so important. All right. Then number 6, focus on affectionate touch. I've mentioned about this before. Focus on affectionate touch. Offer to give your partner a back, a shoulder rub, whatever. I do that most of the time. People associate foreplay with sexual intercourse. It's easy. When you do those foreplay, it automatically resonates. It will the sexual hormones will be stirred up. Will be stirred up. But remember, I said affection is not sex. Being affectionate is not sex. So understand that. Another thing that you want to remember this. Being affectionate or practicing affectionate touch is so powerful. It's a powerful way to demonstrate and rekindle passion, even if you are not a touchy-feely person. It doesn't practice this affection. There are many ways to practice affectionate touch. All right, many ways. Then number 7, practice being more emotionally vulnerable during sex. A lot of women and men are too stiff when it's sex time, when it's intimacy time. They are just emotionally stiff, and they talk. Some of them talk their way in, talk their way out, quarrel over. Oh dear, quarrel over it. How is it gonna be fun? Practice being more emotional. Be emotionally vulnerable during sex. Share your innermost wishes, your fantasies, desire, and your desires, okay? Desires with your partner. Share how you feel. You see, if you feel emotional intimacy, if you fear, let me use that word, that's the word. If you fear emotional intimacy, consider engaging in individual or couple therapy, because that's the best. I'm not sure, because there are some couples who are afraid of it. They're just afraid. If you are afraid of emotional intimacy, then you should consult a therapy. You need help. Yeah, you need help. So that's it. Then number 8, maintain a sense of curiosity about sexual intimacy. You see, experiment with your new ways to bring pleasure to each other. That's what I'm trying to say here. Experiment new ways. Pleasure to each other is very important. Experiment new ways. Look at sex as an opportunity to get to know your partner better over the time. It's so important. It's an opportunity. Where you have been enjoying this, before I give you the last 2 points, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button right now. And also don't forget to hit the bell notification button there, so you'll be able to receive notification in any of our videos that we upload. All right, thank you for doing that. Now let's get back to it. Number nine. Vary the kind of sex you have. Vary the kind of sex you have. Is it gentle, loving, tender, intimate? How do you vary the kind of sex that you have? I would suggest have gentle, loving, tender, intimate, highly erotic sex. Practice these things. Break up the routine. You know, this normal, everyday, one-sided, one position, this normal routine. You need to break it up, because you need to just practice everything else that will ignite the intimacy and change your sexual life. Then the number 10, make sex a priority. Make sex a priority in your relationship with your spouse. If you can't do that, then you have a problem. You got to make sex a priority. Make sex a priority. That's what I did in my relationship. I have to make sex a priority. There was a time my wife was telling me, is this marriage about sex? No, I said, because if I don't make this a priority, then every other thing will suffer. And that's how a lot of people are going through it right now. That's why a lot of people are suffering about suffering in their intimacy right now, because they didn't make sex priority. They thought sex was not relevant. They flushed sex to the background. So set the mood for intimacy before TV. Walk door your passion for other routines, other things. What I'm trying to say is set your mood. Okay, you say today I'm gonna have this thing with my husband, with my wife. So set your mood, prepare yourself. All right. So whatever you think you want to do alongside to stay it up, maybe light a meal, candlelight, whatever, or play music of your choice. Maybe have a glass of wine of your choice. You see, but listen, set the stage for great sex, bro. 6, you gotta do it. This is fall on you to rekindle in bringing your intimacy back to your marriage. So I've shared with you today 10 points that will help you revive your intimacy back into your marriage. Even though you've been 5 years behind or 10 years behind, it doesn't matter. Even though you have children and you thought, oh, because of the babies we are no more interested, it doesn't matter. If you practice these things, you'll be amazed how your life is going to turn out. Just give it some time, all right? Don't be too anxious. Practice these things and give it days, few days. You will see how everything will come back to normal. Thank you for watching. I believe you have been inspired by what I shared with you today. I hope this is going to be helpful to you. If it has been helpful to you, please leave a comment in the comment section. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to leave your comments in the comment section and leave your question there as well. We will get back to you. I try to reply every comment that I read that are valuable and impactful. Thank you so much for all the information you guys are sharing on our platform, especially in the comment section. Guys, thank you for watching this video. I know you really appreciate it, and I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like it, share it, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, and I will see you in another video. Until then, have a peaceful relationship. Bye for now. "15 psychological tricks to make him commit." How to get him to commit to marriage. So you have just met a new guy and things are going really well. He takes you out on regular basis for fun. The chemistry is explosive and you can really see a future with him. But what is next? What happens after that? Well, there is just one problem. He will not commit to being in a relationship. As a matter of fact, every time you bring up the idea of two of you becoming boyfriend or husband or wife or taking things seriously, guess what? He changes the subject, or he tells you he just isn't ready to be in a relationship. That happens a lot, right? If you're going through this situation right now, don't worry. You are not alone. Getting a guy to commit seems like one of the hardest things in the world. Believe me. But there's a way, no matter how hard. We have all had stories about men being commitment phobes who are deathly afraid of having their independence ripped away for them. So you can't really blame the guy for dragging his feet when it comes to locking you down, can you? Well, thankfully, you do not have to live in this dreaded gray area much longer, because there are a bunch of psychological tricks that we have your guy begging you to be his girlfriend or fiance or wife. Keeping ready to see the 15th tip will make any guy instantly change his mind about being in a committed relationship with you. Trust me. Now let's go. 15 things that you must do. Number 15, keep things light and fun. If you really want your guy to finally commit to being in a relationship, make the commitment look like something that will be fun. You do want your guy to finally commit to being in a relationship with you. You have to make commitment look like something that will be fun, light and carefree. No guy will agree to be in a relationship with a woman who is always sad, depressed, starting pity argument with him. No man wants that. So you have to try to make things fun. So every time the two of you hang out, make sure you are doing something fun. A friendly blowing match, a round of miniature golf, or checking out the latest movie are all fun date idea that will keep your guy happy and with a smile on his face. Once he associates you with all this fun and easygoing, committing will no longer be something hard that he dreads. So you need to really understand how important this is. Make things fun, make it easy. Every time the two of you hang out, he will know he is in for a good time, and he will want those good times to continue by finally asking you to be his fiance's girlfriend or wife. Number 14, become less interested. You have to learn that. This trick seems like it will defeat the purpose of you finally getting what you want from your guy, but becoming less interested is one of the easiest way to get him to finally commit. Don't forget that. It is a way to do it. Let me explain. When you are anxious for a guy to make you his girlfriend or fiance or wife, he will be able to smell your desperation from a mile away. This desperation will turn him off, and he will be thinking of a bunch of different ways to get rid of you once and for all. So instead of being needy and clingy, you have to become aloof. That means stay aloof. Walk from a distance. If you become less interested in him, he will fight harder to regain your attention, and it will make him want to take things to the next level. Do not forget. But it is not good enough to pretend to be less interested. You actually need to take some steps to take your mind off him, what he is doing and what he is thinking. Get busy with work and school. Stop contacting him as much, and don't be so quick to respond to his messages and calls. These are very important. Something you have to take care of as an individual if you're wanting to come in. I know it's hard, but it's not difficult. He will wonder what happens to make you back off, and it will definitely make him want to commit. Number 13, make his friends love you. Now, I can't overemphasize this enough. If you can't get along with his friends, the chances of making you his wife or girlfriend are slim. To most guys getting approval from their bodies is very important. And they want to make sure the people who are closest to them approve of their new romance. If his friends think you are annoying and rude, it may make your guy back off and run from you for good. So your attitude must be in check. This is why it's so important that not only do these friends like you, but you need to make sure that they love you. Don't come across as fake, though. They will be able to see right through you. They will be able to say, don't pretend, be you. So be cordial, all right? Be friendly, smile, laugh at their jokes, become friend with his friends' girlfriends too. If you can make a good impression on his past, guess what? You know what's coming next, right? Yeah, their love for you may be more than enough for your guy to finally realize that you are the one. And he will be ready to finally settle down with you. Number 12, reward him. Put your guy on your very own reward system if you want him to warm up to the idea of finally committing to you. When a guy goes out of his way to do something nice for you, I think this is what you're supposed to do. You reward him for his effort. It will make him see commitment in a new light. He will see commitment in a new light. A reward can be something as simple as saying thank you, or it could be a kiss on the cheek, or a hug, or even buy him some gift, cupcake from his favorite bakery, whatever he likes. Rewarding him lets him know that he is able to please you. And if he is able to make you happy, you have officially placed yourself in the category as the girl that he will love to commit to. So give your guy the attention and affection he does when he does something that you love. And this positive reinforcement will guarantee that a committed relationship is in your future. Number 11, integrate into his life. If your guy is taking his time with asking you to be his fiancé, his wife, or his girlfriend he wants to marry you, a simple way you can speed things along is to already play the part of the woman in his life. Now, you do not want to go overboard with this trick, okay? Because if done incorrectly, you can definitely scare the guy off. So listen very carefully. There's a way you might think that this is going to be hard, but it's a very, very simple trick. Very, very simple trick. So a lot of women have tried this trick and most of them fail in it. So I don't want you to think, you tried it didn't work. You tried it didn't work out. So what am I going to do? Is there anything else I want to do? What do you want me to do about this? Can I do something that will help me out on this? Or should I just let it go? Probably I'll just try other tricks. Probably that will work out for me. Or maybe this, maybe that, maybe the other one. No. Then switch things up by missing a phone call or two back to back. Your guy will be wondering where you are and what is happening to your daily content. And now this is, like I said, this is tricky. He will start to realize that getting those daily text messages and phone calls are part of his day that he doesn't want to live without. And he will be dying to be in a committed relationship with you. That's one of the steps you need to take. It's very tricky. But number 10, make him invest. It has been proven that people appreciate the things that they invest in. For example, you are more likely to fall in love or take better care of an expensive handbag if it took you 12 months worth of savings to purchase it, but for the purse your cousin gifted you, you're gonna for your 21st birthday, it stays cramped in the back of your closet. That bag, you don't have to work very hard to obtain it. So it doesn't hold the same type of sentimental value to you. The same principle apply to relationship, brothers and sisters. Listen, people can care more when they put more effort into their relationships. So if you want your guy to commit, you have to get him to invest in you. Now, I'm not telling you to go and ask him to buy you a car, buy you a house. No. This has nothing to do with money. But instead, it has everything to do with small favors that he can perform for you. If you're stuck on the side of the road, for instance, what do you think he's going to do? You call him, ask him to pick you up. Or if you can't reach the light feature in your bed, in the light fixtures in your bedroom, ask him to come over and change the bulb for you. These small tasks may not seem like much, but over time, he will subconsciously feel attached to you because of all of the work that he has put in into the relationship. Now, people tend to like you more if they do favor for you. So it is a theory called the Ben Franklin effect. So continue to ask him to do small things here and there. In no time, he will feel so connected to you, and he will be anxious to ask you to be his girlfriend, his wife, his fiance, his future mother. You know what I mean? Number 9, become scarce. When you like someone, you of course want to spend as much time with them as possible, right? That's true. It's just too bad that being up with someone's face all the time will actually backfire on you if being in a relationship is your goal. Especially nowadays. If you want your guy to finally commit to you, to being in a relationship with you, now is the time for you to become scarce. Be scarce. Immediately pump the brakes on everything you have currently been doing and completely go MIA for a bit. The key is to pull back just a little bit and give your guy the opportunity to realize or really miss you. You want him to miss you. These pullback techniques will not only make him crave for you, but it will make him wonder if there is another guy in your life who has your attention. He will soon realize that he's missing you in his life all the time, and he doesn't want to run the risk of another guy swooping into the relationship and stealing you away. So it won't be long before he will finally make up his mind and you know what, and say, I want you to be officially mine. All right, number 8, be mysterious. If you lay everything out on a silver platter for your guy, he will not feel the urge to ask you to be in a relationship or take things serious to commit to marriage. When it comes to committing, something you have to take note of. Men are more likely to lock you down if they are intrigued by you. To do this, you need to be more mysterious. This means don't tell him everything right away. You need to learn how to hold back and share pieces of yourself slowly to keep him interested. Yeah, sometimes we get too carried away. So stop over explaining every little thing. Stop sharing all of the childhood story bunch with him, all those stuff. You don't let him know what you're doing at all hours of the day. I mean, keep some things to yourself. it will make him even more curious about who you really are. He will subconsciously know that in order to peel back all of your layers, he needs to take the next step and ask you for exclusivity. Trust me, you want that in your relationship. Number 7, stop talking about him to your friends, anyone. Trust me. Your friends, your co-workers, your lab partner, your neighbor, and your barista at some whatever, all sick or tired of hearing about this guy of yours. Deep down inside, you are probably a little bit tired of talking about him too, isn't it? It happens, but stop. Please stop talking about him. When you focus so much of your attention on one person, you can slowly drive yourself insane. You will be constantly thinking about him and replaying your last conversation over and over again in your mind. That can be tedious. That can be killing. You need to stop if you want him to come in. Wondering what he's doing or who he's doing it with, and wondering if he's thinking about you at that exact moment. It's not healthy. It definitely won't get you anywhere closer to being in a relationship. So you need to stop living that way. Practice it. Overthinking the situation will manifest itself into clinging and needy behavior that your guy will sense, and it will definitely turn him off on being in a relationship with you. So watch it. So try to keep your thoughts to yourself. Don't be so quick to share every little story with everyone. And remain cool, calm and collected. He will probably be so impressed with how laid back you are that he won't be able to stop himself from asking you to be his special girl for the rest of his life. Trust me. Number 6, stop talking about commitment. If you've gotten yourself to the point where you're ready for the guy to commit, but he just won't budge, the two of you have probably discussed your relationship status at know what I mean, whatever. As far as it goes, as of right now, bringing up your desire to be in a relationship won't do you any good. Trust me. He knows that you want to strip him of his single status, and every time you bring this situation up, well, guess what? He pulled further and further away from you. So what is the girl to do? If you really want this guy to finally commit to being in an exclusive relationship with you, that is marriage, you need to stop bringing up the C word. That is right. Completely remove all talks of commitment and a relationship from your vocabulary. And that's hard for many women to do. But if you want this guy to be your boyfriend or your husband, a serious guy, you have to make him think that being in a relationship was all his idea. So remove all the pressure and stop stressing him out with your constant talks about being committed to each other. You have to stop talking. Soon enough, being with you will be the only thing on his mind, and he wouldn't even hesitate letting you know that he is ready for a relationship. So, number 5, plan a major trip. You do not have to fly yourself halfway across the world to get this guy's attention, right? But just jetting off for a weekend trip would definitely help to push things along if a relationship is something you desire. When I mean relationship, marriage. If your guy is hesitant to commit to you in marriage, going away on a trip with a few of your friends will definitely catch his attention. Trust me. And here it goes. The whole time you are away, he will be driving himself crazy, wondering if you're meeting or hooking up with other guys. This is your time to completely forget about him and just live in the moment. Feel free to send him a text here and there to let him know how much fun you are having, but don't stay glued to your phone as though you want him to know what you're doing. No, give him the time to miss you, and we guarantee as soon as you step your foot back into the town, he will be anxious to make you his committed girlfriend or wife once and for all. Number 4, put your needs first. If you're really digging this guy, you have to probably completely lost yourself in your quest to make him your boyfriend or your husband. You keep your phone ringing tune on at all the times so you never miss a call from him, right? You can cancel on your friends if he asks you out last minute, and wherever he wants you to see, whatever he wants to see you clear out everything else that you have going on your schedule just so you can spend time with him. You may think you are just showing him how much you really like him, but honestly, you are going about this the wrong way. In order to have this guy tripping over himself to make you his final last minute girl, you need to take the attention away from him and focus on yourself. Stop going out of your way to make him happy. Don't cancel plans just to spend time with him. Don't always be so available to him. Catering to all of his needs will make you look like a pushover and a doormat, and no guy is attracted to that. Trust me. Pick up some of your old hobbies. Schedule some, me time every other weekend. Hit the gym if you want to. Reconnect with all of your friends who have been dying to spend time with you. Come on, do something new. Don't just hang in there. Once you fill up your life with a bunch of different social events and activity that make you happy, guess what? Your guy will become even more attracted to you. Yeah. Number 3, keep him guessing. Similar to being mysterious, right? Okay, you have to keep your guy guessing if you want him to really feel the urge to commit to you. This means don't be so predictable and constantly shake things up so he never knows what to expect next. Trust me. Keeping him guessing could be as simple as suggesting a new restaurant that the two of you have never tried, completely switching up your style by trying a new hairdo. Who knows? Wearing a sexy outfit to catch his attention, or just falling off the face of the earth one day and never providing him with an explanation about your whereabouts. How about that? Sure, these tactics may seem a little bit rude, but you want the guy, right? So you have to keep him guessing. When you continue to shake things up, your guy will stop taking you for granted. He will know that your presence in his life is not something that is guaranteed. Trust. He will know that if he wants you to be a constant person in his life, that means a wife, he will need to finally settle down and commit to being in a relationship with you. Number 2, hints about an ex. Want to know the quickest way to get your guy to commit? Watch out. Hint about your ex popping back into your life and watch your guy swim. Even if you block your ex from your phone for 5 years, guess what? You can still casually mention his name if you want to ruffle your guy's feathers a bit. Simply tell him your ex has been emailing you and hitting at getting back together. Adding a little bit of competition to this dating game definitely won't hurt, right? I'm just suggesting, but it works if you try it. If your guy really likes you, guess what? Just the thought of your ex swooping in and stealing you away from him should be more than enough to let a fire under his butt. Trust me. And he will first start off by questioning you about your ex, and soon enough he will be asking you to be his girlfriend or his wife, asking you to cut communications off with your ex once and for all, and then he wants to get you to marry. Number 1, keep your options open. Lastly, until your guy finally comes to his senses, realizing that you are the girl for him, don't stop dating other men. Okay, this is serious. Keep your option open, even if you are not particularly interested in these other guys. If you keep your social calendar full of dates with others, you will be less worried about, maybe not, what your guy is doing, and you won't be so preoccupied with things moving from casual into a committed relationship. Really, I think that's a big tip. I know it's difficult, but it's something you need to do. Now here's what: he will definitely notice that you are not as available as once you were, and it will add just the right amount of fear into the situation. Your guy will be worried that another guy will snag your attention, and it will definitely cause him to spring into action, knowing that other men are attracted to you. Definitely make your guy take the next step by finally asking you to be in a committed relationship with him, because men like such challenges. Trust me. Please hit the thumb up and the subscribe button and leave a comment below to this video to let us know your thoughts about this. If you have any questions, please drop me a comment below and I will be able to respond back to you as soon as possible. Thank you. To learn more about how to get him to commit to marriage, get in touch with me personally in the link in the description below this video, and I would love to help you for free anytime, any day. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you in another video. Bye for now. Peace. Hello viewers, you're welcome to our channel. Today this is Family Aspect and I'm your host Charles. Today I want to be talking about how to know if a man is interested in you. There are ladies out there who may be thinking, oh, I don't know if this guy is interested in me or not. Or your friends are asking you, is he interested in you? How do you know? What does it mean for a man to be interested in you? It means that he wants to go out with you, or date you, or even proceed to marry you. It means a man wants to commit to you. For a man to be ready to commit to you, he must first of all show an interest in you. And there are signs to know that a man is interested in you. So I want to share with you today some of the things that you can look out for to know that a man is interested in you. Now, I'm a man, so I can tell you from my own past experiences, because I'm a married man now, you can see. So I can tell you from my previous experiences and how this thing works. You can actually know as a woman that a man is interested in you. You want to know about it? All right. Now, before we continue, I want you to hit the subscribe button. I want to share this video and like the video as well. Hit the thumb up button, okay? Because I'm about to share something with you that you will always come back to listen to again and again. And if you implement them, they will produce results. And in addition to that, I'm coming up with a lot of series of these teachings, so watch out for it. Okay. All right, so let's start. How to know if a man is interested in you? First, the obvious one that we all know most of the time is that he stares at you. When a man is interested in you, he stares at you. He just stares. I repeat, he will stare at you. Literally. Every single relationship I had before I got married was like this. If I'm interested in a lady, I got to stare. I have to just look, stare at them. Why? I don't know why that happens anyway, but that's just the way it works with 90% of men, really. If a man is interested in you, the first thing you can find that he's interested in you is that he gazes at you, he stares at you. All right? And look out for that. If a man starts staring at you, don't be shy. Don't wander off. Don't look at him as though, what kind of a look is that? Don't react negatively. He's just interested in you. So just record in your heart, in your mind that, oh, he's interested in me. That's fine. But there's more to it. There are other signs. You're not going to run off with the fact that he's staring at you. There's more. Okay. Then another thing you want to look out for is that if he take a step, now he stares at you, and then he approach to you, and now you know he's interested in you, and now he'll approach you and ask for your number, okay? And then you give him your number. Then after a while, randomly, he started testing you, sending you messages just to see how you're doing, how you're faring, how your day was. Did you have dinner? What kind of food did you eat? All of those random tests. All right, when that is going on, just know that this guy is interested in you big time. Okay, then another thing you want to look at for that, to know that a man is interested in you, you know, these eyes are very unique. If you look straight into those eyes, there's an inner black eye there. It's called the pupils. All right, the pupil, both of them, it's called the pupils. Now, when a man is talking to you, if he's interested in you, that pupil expands. Oh, this is a scientifically proven thing. You haven't tried it yet? I want you to give it a try. Just look at when a man is talking to you. If you want to know if he is interested in you, just look into those eyeballs and check out the pupil's eyes. They will expand whenever he's if he's talking to you and he's interested in you, those things will expand. Yeah. The amazing fact. Then another thing you want to look at for to know that a man is interested in you is that the first thing he will look for in every situation in his life is you. If he's looking for anything at home or around him, he will be looking. If he's interested in you, he's looking for you in every situation. Watch him when he walks through the room. Watch him when he's trying to look for the remote. Immediately he sees you and he stops looking around. That's the chance you need to pick. That's just to let you know. That is a sign that, he's interested in me. Sometimes it has happened to me before. Even now, it does still happen to me. with my wife. Sometimes I'm looking for something, and immediately I see her in the living room or in the room, I just stop. It's as though I forgot what I was looking for. And often before time, I may have called and say, honey, I'm looking for this thing. Have you found it? And she might be downstairs. And by the time I walk downstairs and then see her in the living room, and then it's as though what I was looking for just disappeared. That's it. So you become the focus, not what he was looking for anymore. That's just to let you know that he's interested in you. He likes you. Now, another thing you want to look at for to know that a man is interested in you is that he smiles at when you smile. He smiles at you in response to your smile. When you smile to him or smile at him, he will respond with a smile. It's a way, it's just the way. No matter how far the distance, maybe he might just be across the garden, or probably you are in the living room, you are inside the house, and he is outside and he's coming, and you smile to him, he smiles back. Just try it in any distance. Maybe this guy has been talking to you, and then you just smile at him and see what he does. If he's interested in you, he will smile back at you. Even in a pub or in a restaurant, maybe you're just eating in a pub, or even in a park. You're sitting in a park, and you see this beautiful guy or handsome guy, and then maybe just smile, just to know whether he's interested in you. You can test that, and you smile at him. If he smiles back, you got a tick there. If he smiles back, that's it. That means he likes you too. So you need to know some of these things. These are very, very simple things to find out, but we are not paying attention to these things. Okay, another thing you want to pay attention to is how he treats other girls. If a man is interested in you, you want to pay attention to how he treats other girls. You see, how does he treat his mother? How does he treat his sister? You see, you want to find out how does he treat other girls that he comes in contact with. All right, watch out for that. Now, that's not the only thing, because the main thing is how he treats you differently. You want to know how he treats you differently. If he treats you differently, better off, more appreciated than the rest of these girls, whoops, you got it. He is so much into you. He is interested in you. Yeah. There's no doubt. You can bank on that. There's no doubt. Okay, well, imagine a man, specially treats you more than the mother. He specially treats you more than his sister. You are just in for a good ride with him. He is so much interested in you. Okay. Now, another thing you want to look at for is he will want to be interested in your other friends, the friends you talk to, especially the boys you talk to. If you talk to any boys, you have a boyfriend as a casual friend, he will be interested in knowing them. He will ask you questions about them. He will ask you how long you'll be friends with them. He will ask you when you knew them. He will ask you how long you've been, in the same course or whatever you do with them. He will question all of these things. All right. Now, that doesn't mean that's not a negative sign at all. It's just to prove to you that he cares and is interested in you. So, if a man is really interested in you, he will be interested in knowing the other men that you're going out, that you have as a friend. Okay. Not the one you're going out with. I mean, of course, you're going out with him now. So he will be more interested in other boyfriends that you have, right? Casual boyfriends. And they want to know how close you are to them. Yeah, because he's interested in you. All right. So all you need to do, just comment on them. Just whatever questions he asks on it, just try and answer sincerely, because he's really interested in you. Another thing you want to look out for, that he will slow his walking pace with you. Every time you're going out, you guys are walking together, or you're going for a walk in the park, or maybe a run or something, he would like to be in the same walking pace with you. All right? If a man is interested in you, he won't walk away from you. He will just walk in the same pace with you. And this is just another scientific proven scientific fact. It has been proven, it has been tested. I've tested it, I've worked it myself, I know how it is. This is exactly what it is. If you're interested in a lady and you're walking with that lady, there's no way you just want to walk past or give yourself away. I mean, you walk in line. You want to walk, you want to slow your pace of walk with that person. You want to walk in line. You want to ensure either she's ahead of you or you are just at the same pace with the person you're walking together. You know what I mean? Another thing you want to look at for is when he talks to you and he will tilt his head slightly. You know, when a man is interested in a woman, whenever he talks with a woman that he likes or he's interested in, he tilt his head slow. He slightly tilt his head, you know. He bends his head, you know, in a stylish way, you know, depending on what he's expressing and how he's expressing himself. But he always tilts his head to look at you, you know, just tilt his head to look at you, tilt his head slightly to look at you, just, you know, slowly looking at you. I don't know, guys does this. I've done it, so, you know, it might be funny doing it, like, you know, oh, you look like, you know, there's a way men do it. So he's interested in you. That's just the way it is. You know, whenever a guy is actually paying attention to what you're saying, he does that. You know, he tilts his head, you know, tilt his head. Like, okay, yeah. He's interested. He's paying attention to what you're saying. So watch out for that. That's just to know that he's interested in you big time. Now, another thing you want to look out for is he will remember a lot of the tiny details you randomly throw into conversation. All right? He will remember a lot of the tiny details you randomly throw into conversation sometimes. Sometimes you might jokingly have said, oh, I like rose color, or I like rose color, and I like to wear clothes with rose color. Whatever you did, those minute details, he will remember them anytime, any day. And he's not a man who will forget your birthday. He's a man interested in you. He will remember your birthday. He will remember it. He will remember it. He won't forget all those things. He will remember your best color. He will remember if he is interested in you. Now, that doesn't mean that those things are the major thing that you have to look out for. Sometimes he may not remember at the time, but other traits, other attributes, it's just there. So you need to watch out for all of these attributes, okay? Now, if a man is interested in you, this one is only true for like about 80% of guys, and I know I'm still trying to do my research on it, but so far 80% of guys does this, okay? He will often fix his appearance when he's with you. No, he look at him, the way he dressed, so he's always like, you know, you know, check his shoe and adjust, you know, he fixes appearance, and then he does this, and you know, you're talking to him like, you know, he's fixing his appearance whenever he's with you. Why is he doing that? Either he's touching or fixing his hair, adjusting his clothing, you know. He's actually bothering to tie up all these things. So his shoes are there like, oh, it's not properly clean, or, you know, he's just checking himself out. Oh dear. I remember many years ago, I was like this. I mean, oh dear. Okay, that's it. You want to know that a man is interested in you? There's more to it. Let me show you another one. If you ask him who he likes, and then he replies by asking you, who do you like? Then there's a pretty good chance that he likes you. Unless he's someone who is struggling with trust. Anyone who struggles with trust will not ask you back, who do you like? If you say, who do you like? If you're asking him, who do you like? And he says, I don't like any, I don't know. Uh, uh, I'm not sure. Who do I like? I don't know. Just know that he is struggling with trust. That's one. Number two, he may be interested in you, but there may be problem. Probably he's struggling with trust. Okay, so don't try and capitalize on this particular one to know whether he is interested in you or not. But if the guy asks you on a good note, he asks you, who do you like? So he replies with a smile, okay, tell me. You ask him, who do you like? And he's like, you tell me, who do you like? There you go. With that kind of reaction, he's interested in you. There's no two ways about it. All right. Now, another sign you want to look at for is that he will give into things you want to do. Oh, this is pretty. He will give into things you want to do. For instance, he may be a guy that loves watching football. And by the time you want to go out and you're asking him, oh, hey babe, can we go out? Can you help? Can you follow me down to the roadside store or to the offline store, please, or to the supermarket, please? I would like to go with you. Would you mind? And he dumped the football. He gets up. Now this is a football lover, and he's a soccer lover, and then he leave all of those things, walk away with you. Oh, come on. What more sign do you want to get to know that this man is interested in you? You see. And he decides to go to wherever you want him to go to, or he decides to do whatever you want him to do at that moment without complaining. He might say, oh, babe, I'm watching this ball, very nice. Okay, let's go. Okay, that's fine. And then he goes with you. Wow. Or he goes to do whatever you ask him to do. Wow. That's just a beautiful sign there. So you need to understand, these are very, very unique things that you need to pay attention to. And that means he will not be able to, I want you to understand the point I just made. He will not be able to say no to you 99% of the time. If a man is interested in you, he will not be able to say no to you 99% of the time. There are things my wife now would tell me. Before now, there are things she would tell me before we got married that I hardly would say no to them. I hardly would say no to them. In fact, till now, 99% of the things that she would ask me or request of me, I do not say no. It's very difficult for me to say no. So that's how you know that a guy who is interested in you, a guy who loves you or who is interested in you. And you want to take such men seriously. You want to respect such people, such men. All right. Another thing you want to look at for that, he will use a wider variety of facial expressions with you than he does with other people. In other words, it doesn't matter where he is with you. There are different expressions that comes from him. He can use a variety of facial expressions. So don't be scared. Don't think, oh, how? Look at that. No. He's just himself at that moment. He's just practicing being with you by himself, just being himself, just being all by himself with you. He's just practically real. Okay? So that's how you know that the guy is really interested in you. So you are just getting to know him, that he is just who he is. So he's not like pretending. You get it? So guys that does that have to express themselves facially through various ways. They are just practicing who they are. They are just trying to be free with you. They are not pretending. So it shows that he is interested in you. Okay? Then another thing that is very paramount. Repetitive lip action. Repetitive lip action. Repetitive lip action. If he is biting or licking his lips a lot when he is around you or talking with you, there's a chance that he's thinking about a lot of things. You know what I mean. He is thinking about a lot of things. He is thinking about so many things he would like to do with you or for you. And that is a brainer. So there you have it. I have shared with you how to know that a man is interested in you. If you have these things there, you check them out. Come on, you can't miss it. You definitely know. And when you find out that this man is interested in you by walking this process, these signs, I tell you what, don't throw away the treasure you just found. That is a treasure. Don't throw away that treasure. Treat such man nicely. Be kind. Be patient. Be responsible. And also be respectful. And then you'll be amazed that you might end up being a wife to that man that you just found. So if you've enjoyed this video so far, I want you to hit the like button. And those of you who haven't subscribed yet, it is the first time of being in our channel, I will encourage you to subscribe right now. Subscribe. And then share this video with your loved ones and friends. Again, I'm going to be coming your way to share more of this information with you. And until then, have a beautiful, beautiful day. Bye for now. Hello everyone, you're welcome to our broadcast today. This is Family Aspect. Today I want to be sharing with you how to know a man is not interested in you. I did a previous video on how to know a man is interested in you, but today I want to be sharing this one with you to know that a man is not interested in you. First, one of the most obvious signs is him asking about your social life, family, about your boyfriends, and all of that. Now, that is when he's interested in you. If he's interested in you, he asks about your life, your social life. He's interested about your dreams, your visions, what you want to do, what you want to become, your friends, your list of friends, and all of that. But if he is not interested in you, then he won't bother. He won't bother to know about what you do. He won't bother to ask you about your social life. He won't bother to ask you about your friends. He won't bother to ask you about what you do or what you want to become. He won't bother about it. That is a sign that he's not interested in you. You got to know when a man is interested in you and when he's not. See. Number two, he will never ask you about your interest, your hobbies, or aspiration. If a man is interested in a woman, one of the things he would do is to ask questions about his her interests, her hobbies, aspiration. What do you want to become? What do you want to have? Where do you want to go? What places do you like to visit? All of those wonderful, amazing questions that, things that will bring hope that there is something really going on between you two. But if he never asks about your interest, if he never asks about your hobbies, if he never bothered to ask about your aspirations, your dreams, what you want to be, do, have, if he never asks those things, then he's not interested. You can best count on it. He's not interested. If all that he's interested is to go to the room with you and just be on the best side with you, that's all, he's not interested. He's just looking for a bedmate. You need to know that. And number three, you need to avoid spending. Now, first of all, he will avoid spending time with you. Okay, avoid this kind of people. When he starts avoiding spending time with you on a one-on-one basis. In other words, you called, are you coming today? Can I see you? And then start avoiding you. It's giving one or two excuses all the time. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm going to be running late. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm working tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry, I can't afford to be around. I'm so sorry. All of that going on. And I'm not talking about dates. Alright, he fails to come on date. I'm not talking about that. But if you and the guy cross paths, like on a commute, or he deliberately avoid talking to you, you see, that shows he's not interested. He's not interested. A guy is not interested in you if he doesn't talk to you anyway. He's not interested. So you need to know that. You see. Another thing is, every time he goes offline, whenever you are online, we are in the world of social media now, right? Every time he goes offline, immediately he sees you online, he goes offline. Maybe on Facebook, maybe on Instagram, maybe on TikTok. You see, wherever, maybe on, WhatsApp. All of this social media, he knows that you're there. So by the time he sees you come online, he goes offline. He's not interested in you. It's a huge sign. It's a huge sign, which means that he wants to avoid you at all costs, at any cost. You see, he wants to avoid you at any cost. And such a man, you need to really run away from. You should find your heroes. Get to run. Another thing you want to find out that a man is not interested in you, when you are among a group of common friends, and then he belittles you, he speaks down of you, he even disrespects you, he doesn't even give you, he doesn't talk to you, or doesn't present you as though you are his friends or something. Now, don't think it is playful teasing. Alright, don't think like that. This means he thinks you are not worth pursuing. It actually demonstrates that you are not worth having, you are not worth pursuing, or that he wants to keep you off from associating with him. He's just telling you, I'm not interested anymore, I don't want you. It's time. This is how you know that the man is tired. He doesn't want you. You see, he's not interested. Another thing you want to look out for is that he hangs out, or he's comfortable with people with specific characteristics which you do not have. Alright? He would like to hang out with friends or colleagues who probably, maybe you don't, how would I put it, probably you are not an extrovert, okay? And then he knows you are not an extrovert, you are an introvert. So you like spending that moment time with him. But because of that, he would like to hang out with those who are extroverts, who like to go out all the time, and then putting you on that edge. You understand what I'm trying to say? Just consider other things that you may have as a kind of weakness, and then he tried to look at the other side of the people that have such characteristics that you don't have, and then he goes out and want to walk and spend time with them. You see, you know you don't like this thing, but he would like to associate with people who like such things. You get the point? For instance, okay, there are guys who hang out exclusively with older women, or women who are less intellectual or aggressive women. These are just different characteristics. So he may want to spend time with less intellectual women, because you are very intellectual, you are educated, you are smart, but he would like to spend less time with you and spend more time with those who are with less intellectual capacity, or where you would like to spend time with women who are aggressive, or what they call the hot ladies. So you are not a hot lady, so you would like to spend time with them. So which is his personal preference. It depends on the guy. When he starts behaving like that, it's obvious that he's not interested in you. Okay? And then he treats you like a normal friend. That's another thing. If he treats you like a normal friend or acquaintance, you do not know anything about him. You do not know anything about him or anymore. It's like he's now like a normal friend. There's nothing special. You don't know anything about him anymore. So you hardly want to find out things from him. He hardly talks to you. He hardly shares his experience. He just treats you as a normal friend. Hello, how are you? You okay? You fine? You good? Okay, I'll talk to you later. I'll speak to you later. Just normal friend. You don't know him anymore. It's obvious that he's not interested in you. Now, if you want to know more about this, just first of all, you want to find out if your guy is interested in you or not, or a man is interested in you, or is interested in the relationship or not. These are the things you need to check out for. And you'll be right off front to know that he's not interested in you. And that will save you a lot of heartache, a lot of heartbreak. It will save you a lot of headache. It will save you a lot of trauma. It will save you a lot of stress. And then you will be well off if you just pack your bags and walk out and find somebody who really cares, and someone who will treat you just as you are. I believe you have been inspired and you know what to do now. So if you're not subscribed to this channel yet, I encourage you to subscribe. If you're watching for the first time, you should be subscribing and like this video and share with your loved ones. I'm going to be coming your way again next time with another special episode or special information about dating and relationship and marriage. Until then, have a beautiful, wonderful day. Bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to the channel today. I want to be sharing with you on how to make a man regret losing you. A lot of times we do not know how much valuable of what we have until we lose them. Well, today I'm going to be sharing with you on the things that you have to do to make that man know that, oh, he just lost a gem and regret losing you. Yeah. So I'll be right back. See you soon. You're welcome back. How to make a man regret losing you. Now, the way to get back to him is to be perfectly happy without him. That's number one. You have to be perfectly happy without him, not by being miserable. Because if you're miserable, you will not really, he thinks he got you. If you appear miserable, if you appear frustrated, if you appear confused, he thinks he got you. And when he thinks he got you, he got you. But what are you going to do? You're going to act the other way. You're going to switch the opposite, okay? You're going to act the other direction. The way to get back at him is to be perfectly happy without him. You got to prove that you're happy. Not miserable, but you're happy. There is nothing that will make him manda, all right, there's a word like that, than seeing you perfectly happy without him. He will make him crazy just to see you perfectly happy without him. But if you're miserable, you're going to send out a signal, and that's a wrong signal. and you're giving him exactly what he wants, yeah, he will say, I've got her. I think this is where I want her to be. She'll know that I've been very, very important to her in her life. You see? Why? Because you're sending her the wrong signal through miserableness. So your misery, you acting miserable, now she think, I got you. But you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that he sees how happy you are. And you got to find a way to be happy. You got to make yourself happy. Okay? It's very important. Then the next thing you want to do is live your life. A lot of women find it very difficult to live their life when a man leaves them, when their husband divorced them, or when they run away with another woman. They find it very difficult to live their life. You got to live your life. Don't post or post. I watched a video recently how a woman was crying on the social media, crying on YouTube, how the husband left her. She was crying for days. She did the video for about 2-3 days, and all she was doing was acting miserable. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Live your life. Don't post on social media. In fact, for a while, stay away from social media. Let him wonder what you're doing. Let him wonder where you are. You see, have fun without posting about you or what you're doing online. You see, you got to do that. Practice it. Listen, you want to truly enjoy your life. Okay? So you make up your mind, I'm going to live my life. I'm going to live my life. He may come back. He may not come back. It doesn't matter. But don't run behind him. Don't start doing things as though you're looking for him. Don't start doing things as though you want him to observe you. Make your look crazy. All right? Let me say this. In other words, do things that will make him crazy. Do things that will make him crazy. That, oh my God, you mean this lady's, oh, she's not even feeling anything? Yeah. Otherwise, if you're running after him, if you're trying to you're looking miserable, you're trying to do things and you can't even live your life, it makes you look very crazy. Now, so, don't start asking about his friends or start posting. You want to talk to his friend, you want to talk to his relatives, don't do all of that. Stay away from that. You want to stop being crazy about him. Okay? That's what you want to do. At that moment, you say, I can't do this. I'm not going to run after you. I'm not going to go crazy about you. I have to stop being crazy about him. You make up your mind. So you put all your effort into improving yourself. That's the only way this can work. Because I see a lot of women going through all of these emotional trauma without knowing how to handle it. Some men are just bound to do things like that. You know, there are men that are not marriageable. I've told you before. There are men who are actually horrible husbands. But many women don't know that. And because of it, they fall into the web of these horrible men, and who became horrible husbands. And then they live their life horribly. And what you get, it's mystery. I mean, misery. All right? You get misery. You see, you get misery. You don't want that. So, here's what you want to do. Once he sees you, immediately you put all your efforts to make yourself happy. All right? Trust me. Once he sees you happy without him, he will start missing you. He will start going crazy about you. He will start thinking, what on earth was I doing? How come I left this woman? However, you have to show yourself some respect. It's very important. Don't get back to someone who broke your heart in the first place. All right? You have to learn to do that. Otherwise, he will break it again. He will keep breaking your heart. So, if he did something that you know that eventually he was wrong, he broke your heart, he cheated on you, he did something that he didn't supposed to do as a husband, all right, that is very, very unthinkable. Obviously, a lot of marriage today go through these normal, they see it as a normal routine now on cheating on their wives or wife cheating on their husband. All right, but that's bad. That's terrible. Okay, so accept that. So you have to be happy on your own. Don't try and get back to him because of that. It's okay, I forgive him. He's cheating on me. I forgave him. So he'll go and cheat on you again. You see. So make up your mind to live your life, and you want to ensure that you respect yourself. And the reason why he left must be ironed, must be dealt with. All right. Now, another thing you want to do is that you don't want to downgrade yourself for someone. You don't want to downgrade yourself for anyone. You have to learn to grow yourself, even if you are just alone. It doesn't matter where you are at this moment. If you find yourself alone, that is a moment to grow. In fact, the reason why you were single before you got married, it was to help you grow, mature in your mind, mature in your emotion, mature spiritually. You see, physically, spiritually, and mentally, you needed to be mature. So again, if you find yourself single or being alone, that's just another beautiful opportunity for you to grow. Grow yourself. Become who you want to be. Be a woman of respect, of value. A woman of substance. Add value to yourself in those moments. Learn to be happy with yourself. Learn to live your life without dependent of anyone. Listen, there are over 7 billion people in the world, and you deserve someone special, someone who will love you for you, someone who will just take you for who you are. You deserve that. So here's my point. You need to be strong. You need to be yourself. All right? You need to be perfectly okay. Accept what is real. Yes, he left. Accept the reality. Now you don't want to be running around. You don't want to look miserable. You don't want to be asking his friends and the family members, oh, can you help me? Can you do? No. Live your life. Get off of social media. Don't post anything about your life in that period of time on social media. Let him wander around where you are. Let him wander around with you, what is wrong with you, what's going on with your life. Let him wander and respect yourself. Stay focused. Don't want to accept any man back who will break your heart. No. So you want to stop being miserable, acting miserable. All right? That's what you want to do. So put all the effort you can muster into improving yourself in this period of time where you're alone. Because it's a moment where you need to grow. You need to build yourself. You see, you have to learn to be happy on your own. That's where you have to... You see, a lot of times the problem that marriages have is that most people haven't learned to be happy on their own. So when they come into marriage, they think the husband or the wife is going to make them happy. So when they fail to do that, they are miserable. No, learn to make yourself happy. And do not downgrade yourself. Do not belittle yourself. Work on your self-value. You see, work on your self-value. Work on your self-confidence. You see, improve yourself. It's so important. Improve yourself. Improve yourself. Grow, grow, and grow. That's the time you need to grow. And when you do that, you'll be amazed. He will be crazily looking for you. He will be crazily trying to, he will regret ever leaving you. And if you want him back, this will make him get back to you too. I trust he will get him back to you. Otherwise, you just need to pick up someone else. There's 7 billion people in the world. What do you care? Someone is definitely there to love you as you are. I believe you have been imparted. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, hit the subscribe button right now. And hit the like button if this video was valuable to you. Hit the like button and share with those you think may want to hear this. Thank you so much for listening. I'll see you again in another episode. Now, remember, we have other videos that we have created in our channel, in our playlist, that is obviously directly to relationship, marriage, and all of that. Take a look at them, and that will help you. All right? I'll see you again. Until then, bye. Hello, you're welcome to our broadcast today. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host, Charles. Today I want to be talking about how to stimulate love in your relationship, in your marriage. Just in case you've been wondering where the love has gone, why are things not going the way you expected, and it's as though you guys are struggling to find your feet in loving each other again. Well, I want to share with you today, number one aphrodisiacs that you need in your marriage. Number one aphrodisiacs you need in your marriage. Now, that is forgiveness. I want to talk a bit on forgiveness today. It's number one aphrodisiacs that you need in your marriage. It's number one aphrodisiacs that you need in your marriage. I keep saying it because you see, this is how you can equally stimulate love in your relationship. All right? Forgiveness. Now, why is there a sudden burst of sexual attraction or intimacy when a couple reconcile from a disagreement or a major fight, a kind of a fight that happens? When they reconcile, what makes you think there is this sudden burst of relations, of intimacy that happens after a quarrel, after a major quarrel, and there is reconciliation? You know, a lot of times we experience that as couples, right? Now, why do you think that happened? Well, whenever our oneness has been restored after some differences or arguments, we want to express this restoration. How do we express it? A lot of times we express this restoration through intimacy. Yes, we express that we have forgiven each other. We express that we are one. We express that we have been restored through intimacy a lot of times. A lot of times. Now, first of all, the question should be, do you want to be right? Or just save this question. Do I want to be right or do I want to reconcile? Do you want to be right or do you want to reconcile? That's a very important question in order to express forgiveness in your marriage, in order to enjoy the benefit of forgiveness in your marriage. Now, let me explain something. Forgiveness is not a feeling we achieve, but a choice that we have to make. I know, I understand. That's why it's very difficult for most of us, some of us, to forgive, because we think it's a feeling that we have to achieve. Until I feel it, I can't forgive. I have to feel that I'm able to forgive you before I forgive you. No, it is not by feelings. It is not achieved by what you feel and how you feel the way you feel. Forgiveness is by choice. You choose to do it. If you make up your mind, then it will be so. Now, granting forgiveness, I want you to understand this. Granting forgiveness is not always easy. At times, it is the hardest thing you could ever do. It is the hardest thing we can ever practice. It is hard. But forgiveness is not conditional either. So even though as hard as it appears, as difficult as it may appear, it is not conditional. So a lot of times the reason we find it hard to do, we find it difficult, is because we place forgiveness as a conditional act, a conditional practice. So he must or she must do this before I forgive. You see, when we place forgiveness as a condition, then we find it difficult to express, and then we suffer the benefit. We suffer the lack of what we're supposed to enjoy, in the process of being a forgiving person. Now, let me explain that in a very clear note. First of all, forgiveness is not conditional. It is not conditional to our feelings. It is not conditional to our emotions. It's not conditional at all. But it is determined by our obedience, by choice. Your obedience to do it is what makes it powerful. It's what makes it right. It's what makes it work. Okay? Now, When we extend forgiveness, we emulate God. I want you to understand this. When we extend forgiveness, we emulate our Creator. We are like imitators. We are imitating what God is like, who God is like. You see, when we extend forgiveness, okay? I want you to understand that. Now, when we act like that, or we act like God by extending forgiveness, it brings a smile to God's face. It brings a smile to the heart of God. So you need to understand that. This is very important, okay? Now, to extend forgiveness without demanding a change makes the grace that you enjoy, or the grace of God, an accomplice. Let me use that word. Is an accomplice to evil. For instance, if you are asking for forgiveness, it's different from someone who you want to forgive does not ask for forgiveness. That's another point. Then, when the person is being forgiven without placing a demand for change on that person, then that is actually encouraging the person to do more harm than good. Do you understand? So, change is a condition that makes forgiveness a divine tool, all right, in your hands. It is the change. You place a change as a demand on your forgiveness. Forgiveness is not a condition, okay? It is a choice. It is an act of willingness. But when it comes to empowering the tool, using it as a tool, using forgiveness as a tool, it must have change as a condition. The only condition that is allowed in forgiveness is change, okay? So that means change is a condition that makes forgiveness your tool, to become powerful tool, a miraculous tool in your hands, okay? So what does that mean? If you're gonna forgive someone about what they've done wrong, let's assume a couple now. One insulted you, the other one picked offense, and later it's time for reconciliation, and then you explain, I didn't like what you said, I didn't like the words that you used in talking to me. And she said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use those words, I'll never use those words again. There is forgiveness is activated. That is when forgiveness becomes powerful and miraculous. Now, when you still hold on to that event or that scenario without letting go, then you haven't forgiven. And that can bring the opposite side of forgiveness, which is harm, hurt, displeasure, disappointment, frustration, and many other things. So, if we can ask for forgiveness, then we must extend it. We must learn to extend it. A lot of times, many of us ask our Creator for forgiveness for the things we know, humanly speaking, is going to be very difficult to forgive. But we ask and God does, all right? If we do ask for forgiveness from other people, from our Creator, from our religious leaders, or whatever we believe in, we ask for forgiveness because everyone needs forgiveness. We all need forgiveness. There's nobody on earth that doesn't need forgiveness on earth. Everyone does. Okay, now, if you ask for one, you should be able to give one. So giving your marriage, your relationship with your families and your loved ones is an environment to practice forgiveness. It's a playground for you. It's a field for you to express forgiveness and practice it on a daily basis. So you need to understand that. Now here's the point I want to make. Forgiveness is an act of our will that releases others from the moral debts that they owns us. I'll say that again. Forgiveness is an act of our will that releases others from the moral debts they owns us. So we release other people of the debts they owns us by forgiving them. If you do not forgive them, it means you are holding that grudge, that pain, that bitterness in your heart against them. What does that mean? It means you are holding the negative aspect of life in your hands, and that burns. Imagine putting a coal of fire in your hands. Imagine holding hot fire or hot coal, or holding a kind of hot substance in your hand. You get burnt. So that's what it's like not to forgive. Okay, that's the best way I think I can put it. Now, forgiveness is not given because it is earned. Now, some people think you got to earn the forgiveness. No, you don't give forgiveness because it is earned. Don't try to forgive other people by making them earn it. No, forgiveness is not given because it is earned or deserved. No, but it is because it is needed. Understand, forgiveness is a need. It's a necessary requirement in your marriage, in your relationship with others. You got to practice forgiveness. It's needed. Forgiveness is mercy. Understand it. Forgiveness is not justice. A lot of people use forgiveness as justice. It's not justice. They say, I forgive you because that's the way I can justify the situation. No. Forgiveness is mercy. Forgiveness is kindness. It's a gift. It's something that you give freely. It's out of kindness. It's out of mercy. So you got to practice that. The more you do it, the more, like I said earlier on when I started out, the more this outburst of intimacy that will happen in your relationship. Try it. Every time there's a major argument or some issues, try and work on forgiveness quickly and see what happens. It restores your marriage. It restores the wholeness in your life, and then it increases intimacy automatically. Okay, now I've said a lot of key points here that will help you out, but here's what I want you to know. We must learn to extend forgiveness to our partners, to our relationship, of our loved ones, our friends that we know. We must learn to extend forgiveness. Just as your Creator, your God, our Creator, extend it to us through His Son, Jesus Christ. Think about it. So, the whole picture is, you got to learn to practice who you really are. Forgiveness is in your nature, is in you, is a characteristic of your personality. So learning to forgive and practicing forgiveness is key to stimulating your love for your partner every now and then. That's why forgiveness is a lifestyle. Forgiveness is something you do on a consistent basis. You remember a story of a man who, one of the master's disciple, and asked and said, how many times should I forgive my brother when he offends me? If he offends me 7 times, how many times should I forgive him? Well, the master said 7 times 70. So you have to multiply that as many times. In other words, come on, forgiveness is bound to be given as many times you've been offended. So in other words, if you've been offended 3 times, forgive 3 times. If you've been offended 10 times, forgive 10 times. Now, like I said before, forgiveness is not conditional, but forgiveness requires change as a condition. So for you to make forgiveness work for you in your relationship, the person who offended you, the person who did something wrong to you, must be willing to change from what he's done for that forgiveness to become effective. There must be a willingness for change. Of course, that doesn't mean you should not forgive the person, but it will become effective. That means it brings you guys closer to each other and increases the bond among your relationship when the person agreed to change. So I understand that this has been a long, not good, a short video I perceive. So I I just thought I should share this thought with you. For those of you out there, you want to stimulate your relationship, you want to increase the love that is in your marriage. This is one of the way. You cannot walk under forgiveness and not have your relationship sparkled up and not have the love life stimulated. That's the truth. So if you're lacking love in your relationship, you're lacking constant intimacy in your relationship, I think what you need to look at is your act of forgiveness. One of the things, because I have two more to share with you, but this is number one. So I believe you enjoyed it. And if you enjoyed this video, like it, subscribe, and share. I'm going to come your way again next time with another episode. Until then, stay happy in your marriage. Bye for now.
What is the primary need that a woman wants from her husband? What's the primary emotion? That is the continual love and the continual enveloping of that attention, that the husband always makes his wife his priority. The husband always shows his wife that I'm thinking about you, I'm caring about you, i.e., I will always love you. To feel that love, to feel cherishment, they need to be constantly reassured that their husbands love them, that their husbands always take them as number one, always. If women could get away with it, they want to be put on the pedestal and the husband just looks at them all day and night, and that would be great for them, right? They want to be number one in their husbands' lives. So they want constant reassurance that the husband always loves them. Now, brothers, listen to this. Wives, do not take your love for granted. You take your wives' loves for granted. You don't need your wife to constantly reassure you that you love me, you love me. No, you take it for granted. The fact that she's still living with you shows you she loves you. Well, it doesn't work the other way around. It does not work the other way around. A woman is always double guessing. Does he still love me? Does he still think about me? Does he still care about me? Does he still put me number one? And therefore, a woman has to have constant reassurance. And not only this, but another issue that men need to be sensitive to and understand. Women are very conscious of their looks, and they're comparing their looks with other women all the time. We guys don't do that. We don't care about other looks of men, and we don't compare ourselves. But women are always thinking, am I still beautiful enough for him? Does he still think me attractive? Maybe I've gained a few pounds, maybe after the third kid, this and that. She's always double guessing her looks, her figure. And so the husband always has to make her feel the most beautiful, the most cherished, the most loved, the most admired. Though she always wants these reassurances. How does he do this? I'll just point out a number of them. Number one, words, words, words. Never underestimate the power of speech. Simply saying, I love you. I know it's awkward for men after the courting phrase. I know it's awkward, right? But believe me, it never goes out of fashion. For women, it never goes out of fashion. They always love to hear this phrase. And in fact, there are da'if hadith of our Prophet. It's a bit da'if hadith, but it's still mentioned in our books that our Prophet and Aisha were joking once. And Aisha said to the Prophet, كَيْفَ حُبُّكَ لِي? How much do you love me? How is your love for me? And our Prophet said, and he gave a beautiful, metaphorical, poetic expression. He said, my love for you is like the tight knot that cannot be unbound. My love for you is like the tight knot that cannot be unbound. So then, in the future, sometimes if they would have a bit of an issue, a bit of an argument, one of the two would remark, how is the knot right now? How is the knot right now? And Aisha would say this when the Prophet sometimes got irritated. How is the knot? So he would smile, he would say, as strong as it ever was. Right? And this hadith is in Daraqutni. Now the point being that the words, I love you, are something very important, but not just I love you, praising her and what she does. Husbands, never take your wife's actions for granted. Suppose she is cooking and cleaning most of the time. Never take it for granted. Always, once in a while, come and compliment her. MashaAllah, that was great. You know, I really appreciate what you're doing for me. Those words, they go a long way. Your wife realizes, you know what, he's not taking me for granted. Very important. Praise her looks when she dresses up, when she does something extra special for you. Never take it for granted. Husbands, you all know the big danger of forgetting anniversaries, right? You all know how dangerous that is. Why do women want you to know their anniversaries? Because it makes them feel you still love them. Makes them feel he still remembers me, he still cherishes me. And celebrating anniversaries, honestly, I believe there are some scholars, they say it's haram bid'ah. Subhanallah, quote me, celebrating anniversaries is mustahab. It is encouraged in our religion. What greater thing to do than for the husband to tell his wife over and over again that I love you, I'll do it all over again. Take them out for a romantic dinner. Be romantic with your wife. What better way of showing that love? There's nothing wrong at all to show that love on your anniversary days. This is something that the Sharia encourages the husband and wife to have that lovely bond together. Another thing that the woman wants is time. And time, this is now a difference in language. For husbands, time means the watch on your hand. So when the wife says, you never spend time with me, immediately he goes into calculation mode. I sleep 8 hours in a day, I have breakfast 1 hour, I come home, that's 10 hours with you. How can you say I never have time for you? Right? Because he's thinking of time in the dictionary definition of time. That's the clock. No. Women have a different dictionary. Women have a different vocabulary. For women, time means attention. Undivided quality attention. So, you're working 5 days of the week. You have that Saturday night free, and you want to go and you want to watch a television match. You want to watch a cricket game. You want to go and play some basketball. You want to do this and that. That is quality time. And you have just shown your wife, when you have quality time, you don't want to spend it with her. So what does that mean? You never go out with the guys? No, of course you have to go out with the guys. But understand, when she's asking for time, she wants quality time. And this also, when she comes to you to come for advice, she wants some issue to solve. One of the biggest problems that men have is they think as if the woman is coming to him to solve her problem. So immediately he'll say, oh, you did this wrong, you did that wrong, you should do this, you should do that. And that is not what the woman wants. What does the woman want? The woman wants a loving ear, a sympathetic ear. She wants somebody to listen to her problem, to be sympathetic to her, not necessarily to solve her problem. This is quality time. To express that whatever she went through was frustrating, was problematic, and inshallah, they will work it out. You have to give what the woman wants, and in return, she will give what you want. When the man gives love, when the man gives that, what we call romance, and romance is nothing. Men think romance is a very dangerous word. They never want to use it, right? All romance means is you show her you're thinking about her. You show her you're caring about her. Husbands, the phrase I love you, giving roses, remembering the anniversaries, taking them out, spending quality time. This is what romance is. When you give the wife the love, you make her feel like she's number one. Guess what? She'll make you feel like you're number one. And so the both of you make each other feel like number one. And that's exactly what marriage is all about.
Hello, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host Charles. Today I have something to be sharing with the ladies that I feel is going to be unique, special information that you need. Now, first of all, do you know why that man that you've been dating for a long time haven't married you yet? Do you know why that man that you've been in a relationship with for a long time haven't actually committed to you yet? Well, it might just well be that that man is Mr. Time Waster. Mr. Time Waster is actually a man or kind of man that every lady who is serious about relationship and want to get married should avoid. But if you are not serious about relationship and you don't want to get married, well, it doesn't matter. This video is not for you. This video is for ladies who are actually serious about their relationship and wants to get married to the right kind of man. So I'm gonna tell you more details about Mr. Time Waster in a minute. I'll be right back. You're welcome back, guys. Now, let's look at Mr. Time Waster. Is he someone that I should avoid in my life as a woman? Yes. Emphatically saying yes to you with a capital letter Y-E-S. Now, why is this man such a dangerous man to be with? Well, as it is, if you are serious as a lady to have a very committed relationship and you want to get married and become a family woman, then this type of man is the man that you want to avoid in your way in finding love. Mr. Time Waster. Now, Mr. Time Waster is never ready to commit. We know one of the signs that we are dating, or you are dating as a lady, you are dating a time waster, is that he never commits. He may loving you in terms of spending time with you, buying you gifts, and then also having pleasure with you. That doesn't mean he's committed. Commitment means here to be willing to marry you and become a family man with you, to become a husband with you. So this type of men, Mr. Time Wasters, they are not ready to commit. They are not willing to commit to you. They may like to come around you, spend time with you, but not having time to define the relationship in reality. They don't really have time to define the relationship. They don't even want to talk about it in reality. So Mr. Time Waster don't always have plan to marry any woman that he is dating. That's how you know Mr. Time Waster. They are not always ready to marry any woman that they are dating. Now, you say, how do you know? Well, we'll give you more details. He hardly talk about it. That's one of the signs. He hardly talk about marriage. When he talks about it, he talks about it very shabbily. It's like few seconds discussion. Guess what? It is even you, the lady, that brought it up. All right? Because you brought it up, okay, he just feel like, let's talk about it. Few seconds is done. And nothing really vital, nothing really interesting, nothing really purposeful about the discussion when he talk about it at all. So that's a very big, huge sign for you. He doesn't mind dating you for years as far as you guys are together. He doesn't mind dating you for years without proposing to you. Haven't you seen ladies who have been in a relationship for a long time without proposing to, without being proposed to by the man? Well, we say there, yeah, we know that happens. We've seen a lot of them and they still get married. Well, let me tell you something more. Haven't you also seen a relationship that the man never proposed, never had the mind to commit to a relationship, but when the woman got pregnant, in the process, she was dumped, she was abandoned, she was left alone. That's another sign of a time waster who was actually manipulated to commit, manipulated by the lady to commit to the man so that the man will commit. But in reality, it backfires. I'll talk about that in a minute. Now, first thing you want to understand that the problem with Mr. Time Wasters is that he wouldn't commit. That's number one. He would not commit. Don't try to make him. He wouldn't. He will not commit. I didn't say he cannot. I say he won't. He would not commit. And he will not allow any other man to commit to you. He is jealous. He will not put the ring on your hand. He will not do it, but he will not allow any other man who will be interested in doing it to do it to you. That's hilarious. That's terrible, right? Well, that's what we're talking about. Now, he is not ready for marriage either. That's another surprising thing. He's not ready for marriage either. But he will not allow you to spend time with a man who is ready for a serious relationship. These are the signs, indications that you can see in order to get this thing going. So you need to understand that men are like that. Some men are like that. So you cannot force a man to make a commitment to you when he is not ready to do it. What I mean by that is, there are different kinds of relationship around the world today. Many men are forcing themselves, many women are forcing some men to really get committed. It is not right. I have heard the lady say to me, well, I've been in a relationship with this guy for a long time, and we've been courting for several years now, and he seems to be a very nice person, but he has never mentioned to me that he wants to marry me. He has never mentioned to me that we will have a future together or have children together. But I still believe that something will come out. I still believe that something will happen. So what? How can I make him commit? She asks. How can I get involved? How can I make him commit? Let me tell you something. You cannot force a man to make a commitment to you when he is not ready to. To do that is to cause a lot of problem in the future. A great hurt. It's like holding the knife on the sharp edge, on the sharp side of the knife. That's what you're doing to yourself. And when he pulls the knife, you get bleeding, you get caught, you get hurt. So what happened is, those who force a relationship on an unprepared man are living to regret it today everywhere. Everywhere. They force the relationship on an unprepared man. The man is not prepared. You know he's not prepared. But you decide to make him prepare. You force it. You manipulate it. Listen. Love is a choice, okay? Love is a choice. You cannot manipulate it. You cannot force it or buy it. Love is a choice. Love has to be given to you willingly. Don't force it. Don't manipulate it. There are many women today who are doing that. They manipulate the man to getting committed through pregnancy. You get pregnant to a man who hasn't proposed to you, who hasn't thought of getting married to you, because you think by the time you get pregnant for him, you will not commit. That's manipulations. You don't force a man to do it. You don't threaten the man to say, you know what, if you don't marry me, I'm going to kill you. That is not going to work either. You don't buy it. Don't try to be flooding the man with money, pouring money into the man's life and buying him things, hoping that he's going to get and say, you know what, I will marry you. That again is dangerous. You don't want to manipulate love. Let it come to you willingly. Let it come to you willingly. Okay? Now, it is not healthy at all to want a man to be with you against his will. If you want a man to be with you, to love you and be committed to you against his will, it's going to produce an unhealthy relationship in the long run. So you need to understand why many people today are struggling in their relationship, in their marriage life, in their family. Because of all of these mistakes have been made. So here's my take on this. If he is a time waster, you should get him out of your life quickly. Don't try to make him commit. No matter how handsome, how beautiful, how beautiful your relationship has been together, and he has not commit after these many years, and you have actually gone through these signs and indications that I mentioned, and you know that he's a time waster. Okay, one of the symptoms of finding out whether he is a time waster or not is to ask him, what does he think about your relationship? What is his plan for your future? If a man doesn't have a plan for you as a woman, for your future, for both of you being together as a family, then he is a time waster. He's a time waster. So you need to get out of there or get him out of your life. The choice is yours. If you want to get married anyway. You see, if you want to get married, if you want to have children, if you want to have a family, a happy home, then do this. Get him out of your life. But if you're not ready for marriage, if you're not thinking of getting married or getting into a relationship for the rest of your life, then that's fine. You can go ahead and just, let him keep wasting the time if you want. You both can waste time together if you want. But in reality, this is the truth. All right, you want to stay away from this kind of man. Avoid this kind of man in your life. Time waster, Mr. Time waster. You need to avoid them. All right, if you want to get married. I believe you have received an amazing information here from this topic today. And now, if you haven't subscribed, you've been watching us, subscribe to this channel, because there's more of this video to come. And I want also you to hit the bell notification button so that you receive notification as soon as the next video come up. Now, here is another thing I want you to do. Share this video with your loved ones. Like it, hit the thumb up button and share. Because there are many women today who are going through this process right now and they need clarification. And you can be of such an amazing impact in their life if you share this video. Thank you so much for being here watching Family Aspect and be a part of Family Aspect. I appreciate you all. And I'm going to see you again in the next video. Until then, live a happy family life. Bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host Charles. Today I want to be sharing something with you, a certain kind of man that women, ladies must avoid. And I've started sharing that with you on our previous video where I talked about Mr. Time Waster, how to know who a time waster is and why you have to, with all your might, avoid such man if you want to have a successful, happy relationship ever. You must know there are certain people that you do not want to associate with for the rest of your life. Really, you don't want them in your life. You don't want them in your as a partner, as a life partner, or you want to have a relationship with them. You must understand that your peace, your happiness is important to you, and there are people out there who doesn't think that you need to be happy, who doesn't think that you need to be be enjoying your life and satisfied and fulfilled as in your relationship. There are a lot of people out there who doesn't care about what you really want. So I'm helping ladies out there to understand with this subject how to recognize men that are really toxic, all right, that you can avoid. So today I want to talk about Mr. User. Why every lady out there, if you're single or you're already dating right now, why you must avoid Mr. User. And I'm going to come back to give you detail about this in a minute. I'll see you. Welcome back. Yes, we're talking about what kind of a man that you should avoid in your dating journey, in your relationship journey, the man that you must avoid. Today I'm talking about Mr. User. Mr. User. Mr. User is a man who uses, or a man who comes into your life as a user, is a guy who wants to just take advantage of you. You see, Mr. User are normally men who just comes into your life and they wants to take advantage of you and dump you whenever. See, they will dump you whenever they are through with you. That is one of the traits you can find as a Mr. User. Once they're done with you, they dump you. They take you on board because they want to take advantage of what you are, who you are, what you have to offer, and then they will dump you. Whenever they are done with you, they are done with you. They look for another catch that they want to destroy their lives. So a user wants you for your money. That's his first approach. If you have money as a lady, you have a nice body shape, you have your connection, you have good connections, all of these things attract Mr. Users into a woman's life. So a user wants you for your money. He wants you for your body. He wants you for your connection or your know-hows. You see, he wants that. That's why he's coming to you. And he wants to use what you have, and he wants to use what you have or who you are or who you know. That's the point. Who you know to accomplish his own agenda. He wants to use who you know. He wants to use who you are or what you have to accomplish his agenda. That is what Mr. User does. That's who Mr. User is. And he's always on one project or the other. On one project or the other. And then he gets you involved. Because the reason why he brings that project up is to get you involved, and you get involved in all of it. He doesn't mind. He wants to get you involved. If he's doing XYZ project, you must be involved. And guess what? You are the most investor. You are the top investor in that project because he is Mr. User. Now, again, one of the things that you want to find that is that when you find yourself contributing generously to his life and make good things happen for him, but he does very little return, you find out that he doesn't do a lot to compensate what you're doing for him. That is a sign of a Mr. User. He just sits back there just to collect. It's only just to take from you, and never giving but little if he has to have anything to offer. And he does this. He contributes just enough into your life to make you feel indebted. You see, he does it, and whenever he contributes into your life, he does it with a certain selfish reason, so that it makes you feel indebted to him, and then you give him whatever he demands from you. That's why even if he make any contributions, when he does it, he's doing it to get some more from you. He makes you feel indebted and he wants more from you. So Mr. User hang around a lot. There are a lot of them everywhere. You gotta be smart. You gotta be very vigilant not to be a victim to such men. Now, I said they hang around a lot. Why? Because they are like pests. They don't go until they are done. Until they know that you have nothing more to offer, they will not go. So no matter how bad you treat a user, a man who is a user, he will still hang around you. Why? Because, you see, he needs you more than you need him. He needs you more than you need him. So you need to watch out and avoid such men. This kind of men produce unhealthy relationship. This is an unhealthy relationship, and you should extricate. You should try your best to extricate yourself from it as soon as possible. Try your best. Another thing with a user is Mr. User uses you as an emotional recliner. He uses you as an emotional recliner, you see, to pour out all his hurt and pain. You see, he uses you as his dumping ground for negative emotions. You see, he comes to you, talks about his pain, talks about his suffering, talks about his worries, talks about everything bad that is happening to him. All of this negative emotion, he's pouring them all on you. He makes you the dumping ground for negative emotion. Listen, if you want to be sane, if you want to be happy, if you want to be you want to live a successful, have a successful, healthy relationship, I would suggest to you that you tell any user, a man you've discovered these traits in your life, that is in your life, any user in your life, that they are not, that you tell them that you are not a dumping ground for their toxic emotions. And then you have to extricate yourself from them. Listen, let me tell you something. For more information, let me tell you something. The more he dumps these negative emotions on you, the more you become emotionally sick and depressed. That's why we have a lot of ladies that are emotionally sick and depressed right now. They're depressed in their relationship. They're depressed. They're going through all of this depression without knowing what is really causing it. It's because your man, your husband, your wife, the man you're friending, you're courting, is a Mr. User. You see. And he makes you, he uses you as a dumping ground for his negative emotion. So if you want happiness, really, if you want happiness and peace in your life, is that what you want as a lady? Is that what you want? Is that what you dream for? You should distance yourself from Mr. Users. Distance yourself from them. Get rid of any user as fast as possible as you can. It will help you. Shut the doors against them. You see, that action alone will open the door for a healthy, emotionally satisfying relationship with the right man for you. You see, you need to get that done. It's very important. Well, as you've already heard, it's very important. These men are out there, and I hope you are not already dating one. If you are, this is time to extricate. I believe you have been inspired and imparted with this information, and I want you to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And those of you who already subscribed, thank you for subscribing, and hit the like button just to show your interest, that this just to show that you actually agree with what I've shared with you, and make a comment as well. I will be glad to read your comment. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. I'll see you again in another video. Until then, live a successful, happy family life. Bye for now.
The nastiest situation happened not among enemies, but among the so-called loved ones. Love means you're willing to nurture another life without forming opinions. It should be a relationship of nurture, not opinionated. These are not your loved ones, these are your extra limbs. You're not able to stand on 2 legs, so you need 4 or 8 or 12, I don't know how many. These are extra limbs. And when limbs are not well coordinated, they tangle up, There are 4 or 5 brains, 4 or 5 power centers in the home, and for it to be well coordinated, certain things have to be done. One way of doing it is with an enormous level of connectedness, not emotional. Emotional connectedness just brings dependency. Emotion is something to be enjoyed. It is the juice of life. You don't make your emotions work. You should not make them work. You can make your thought work, you can make your body work. Don't try to make your emotions work. Whenever you try to make your emotions work for you, your situations turn nasty, isn't it? Yes or no? Initially, I love you works. After some time, you're trying to make emotions work for you. The harder you try to make it work, the nastier your life gets. Because emotion is not for work. Emotion is just to sweeten your life. Your thought and your body should work. Emotions, just there. It's like a flower that you wear in your hair. Nobody wears anymore. Okay. You don't make these flowers work. The microphone works, something else works. The flowers need not work, they're just there, that's all. Emotion is like that, it's just there, pleasant and wonderful. If you try to make it work, if you try to extract some life from around you with your emotions, it is bound to turn ugly. So if you don't have a working brain, if you're not capable of thought, then you try to use your emotion to make it work. And it may work sometimes, that's the whole problem. It works initially and then you try to push it further, then your life turns so nasty, so horribly nasty. Among people who supposed to care for each other, the nastiest situation happen not among enemies, but among the so-called loud ones. You agree with me or no? Am I being too harsh on you? Yes or no? So, people have their opinions. If you love somebody, you should have no opinion, that's what love means. Love means you're willing to nurture another life without forming opinions, that's what love means. We are loud ones, we have strong opinions about each other. No, that means you're trying to fix life. An opinion is a way of fixing a person into a straitjacket. Love means nurturing a person into a new possibility. These two things cannot go together. No way they can be together. You make some judgments for the moment to nurture it better. You're rearing children at home, you have to make some judgments where the child is right now, to rear them to a next possibility, not form an opinion on him. The moment you form an opinion, you have no interest in nurturing that life into a new possibility. You only want to fix it in a shell of your opinion. And you will be disappointed if it doesn't go by your opinion. Now, that's not the way it works. If you want to live closely with people, it should be a relationship of nurture, not opinionated. It will not work like that. The fundamental mechanics are wrong, so how will it work? By accident, because of the newness of the situation, because it's honeymoon time. It may work for some time, but after that it will not work. So, if truly it's a loving relationship, there should be no opinions, there should be only nurture.
viewers, you're welcome to our channel. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host Charles again. This one is just a brief video. I would like to share with you something that is very important. A question came along the line while I was reading some of the comments of my followers, and one of the comments that got my attention was this. It says, what is the best way to ensure a happy marriage? What is the best way to ensure a happy marriage? And I thought through that question or that comment, and I thought that's a very wonderful, intelligent question. Even though we're saying that you have to choose the right person, you have to know who you're getting married to and what you're doing and all of that, but there is room for happiness. Sometimes things just don't happen the way you expect them to be. So what if you are encountered with sorrow, pain, sadness in your relationship? What do? How do you make yourself happy? How do you ensure that you're always happy in your marriage? And that's what I want to talk about today. And number one rule that you want to follow is this: teach your spouse what makes you happy. You need to learn to teach your spouse what makes you happy. A lot of times we assume that our spouse know what makes us happy, but that's very wrong. We have to understand that a lot of assumptions is allowed, is permitted in marriage, and that is ruining our friendship and relationship and our joy and peace that we're supposed to enjoy in marriage. So in reality, you cannot assume that your spouse understands what makes you happy. So teach your spouse what makes you happy. What are those things that makes you happy? Only you know the things that makes you happy. So the best thing is teach your spouse what makes you happy. Listen to this. If you can't wish for your spouse to do something, you can't wish for your spouse to do something you haven't told them to do. That's the way the best way I can put it. Yeah, you can't tell your spouse to do something you haven't actually told them to do. You see, you need to actually see that they need to know what makes you happy. That's number one rule. If you want to be happy in your relationship, in your marriage, teach your spouse what makes you happy. Find time to talk to them. Explain to them what makes you happy. It's very important. Then another rule that you have to follow is seek to make your spouse happy. Not only do you need to teach your spouse what makes you happy, you also have to desire to make your spouse happy. And that's one of my motto in my relationship. I love it. I always have this inspiration, this motivation to make sure that my spouse is happy. You know, it's something that you have to do. If my wife is not happy, I will be sad. It will affect my emotions. It will affect the whole thing in our environment, in our home, in our family. So if I am not happy, I suppose that will be the result of how she will feel as well. So seek to make your spouse happy. You say, how do I do that? It's very simple. I recommend you read the book, The 5 Love Language. Read that book. Maybe I will leave the link on the description below. You can read that book. It helps you to start to know how to make your spouse happy. Find out what makes them happy and what suits them. When you go through that book, it's an amazing material, and a lot of other materials as well that I'm going to recommend at the long run on our sharing with you. But this is what you're supposed to do. Seek to make your spouse happy. Don't just wish that they understand you are not happy, they should not be happy, or they're not happy, it's fine, it's okay with them. No, you have to seek to make your spouse happy. Does that gift work? The date you made, that you had a date with them, did it work? What about the words of praise? Are they working? What about affirmations that you appraise them? I mean, you make them feel accepted. Make them feel valuable with your words. Are they working? You see, you have to learn to make your spouse happy. It's very important. Then the third rule that I want to share with you today to being happy in your relationship, in your marriage, is you cannot change your spouse. Yes, A lot of mistakes is being made in marriages today where their spouses try to change each other. It's wrong. I've been there, so I can tell you that is the worst mistake you can ever make in your relationship. Stop trying to change your spouse. Quit changing your spouse. You say, what should I do then? What about if he does things or she does things I don't like and things I don't want? You can talk about it. You can talk about it. But here's what you do. Don't make an attempt to change them. You may have to suggest things that they will see or get to acquaint with in another light, politely, friendly. You have to communicate those things. But if you are on the falsifying way, using a method that is not acceptable to try and change them, you're going to create more problems. So stop trying to change your spouse. It's not helping, it's never helped, and it will never help you. So don't make that happen to you in your marriage. Don't try to change your spouse. It doesn't matter what bad habit, it doesn't matter what kind of things that they're doing. All you got to do is talk about it, and in most cases you can't change them. The only person that can change them is the one who created them. Only the potter has power over the clay. All right, the potter has power over the clay. You need to remember that. Don't forget that. So quit trying to change your spouse if you want to be happy. Now let me just summarize on this. Like I said, this is a very short video. I just want to summarize this. Now, my wife and I, we try every day to make each other happy. We try every day to make each other happy, and we communicate clearly when we feel frustrated, when we feel unappreciated. We're practicing that, and that has been very, very helpful. And we also learn to ignore each other's flaws, each other offenses, each other weaknesses and limitations. We learn to forget it. We learn to overlook it. That's the word. We ignore them. All right. It's not that we don't talk about things like that. We talk about it, but we don't pick offenses from them. We ignore them. We focus on the aspect of each other that we love. The area that we know. For instance, I focus on the area that I know that I love about my wife. I try to emphasize that, try to expatiate on that. Because what you focus on the most is what grows. What you focus on the most is what expands. If you focus on the wrong thing about your spouse, it will grow bigger. But if you focus on the right thing about your spouse, it will grow bigger as well. And that is profitable in all things. Okay? So that's what we do. And after 14 years of knowing each other, way after 14 years of knowing each other, and it's still counting, all right? We are deeply, I could say we are deeply and happily married. And that's our secret to happiness. That's our secret to happy marriage. So I just thought I should share this with you, and I believe it's going to be a great information that you can use today and add it to your arsenal of information that you're gathering in our channel. Thank you so much for watching. I believe you love what I've just shared with you. If you like it, hit the thumb up button, and then you can also subscribe if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet. And I thank every one of you who have been on our channel and commenting and liking and sharing. Thank you. We love you. We love you so much. And if you have any question, if you have any comment you want to make regarding this information you heard, you have any question at all, don't hesitate. If you want us to talk about anything, don't hesitate to leave the comment, leave it on the comment section, or you can equally write to us. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you again. Until then, have a wonderful, blissful family life. Bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspect and I'm your host. One more time, this is gonna be an amazing moment because I'm gonna be sharing with you why most married men are unfaithful. Remember, this is my honest opinion. I've come to discover why many married men are unfaithful to their marriage. Now, there are so many things you want to bring into this discussion. There are so many arguments going on out there, why men are unfaithful, why many women are unfaithful, and all of that. But guess what? I want you to pay attention and listen to what I have to say about this, because this is my honest opinion. Every woman wants to know, they want to know without a shadow of doubt that her boyfriend, fiance, or husband is completely loyal to her in thoughts and deeds. They want it. This is what every woman wants. They want it. But why is it that most women are not getting these things that they want? This particular thing called faithful husband. Why is it so? I'm going to be right back in a minute and I'm going to share the details with you. My honest opinion about this. I'll see you soon. You're welcome back. Yes, our subject today is why most married men are unfaithful. Now, like I said, this is my honest opinion, and I said before that every woman wants, what every woman really wants in life is a man, without a shadow of a doubt, a man or a boyfriend or a fiancé or a spouse who is completely loyal to her in thoughts and deed. And we all know that is a very powerful quality that a man should possess. Now, if a woman says that she wants a faithful man, what she really is asking for is a man who will not have an affair, or a man who will be completely loyal and committed to her for the rest of her life. She wants to trust him completely. But there are many complex issues that makes this unrealistic to most couples. You agree with me, all right? There are many. But you see, here's what I think. For a couple to stay faithful to each other, both of them must understand their needs of each other. I repeat that again. For a couple to stay faithful to each other, both of them must understand their needs of each other. Now, you may say, well, what do you mean, their needs? Yes, N-E-E-D. N-E-E-D, needs. The main reason needs are often not met within the union of marriage is not selfish unwillingness to be considerate, but true ignorance of each other's needs. A lot of marriage are built today or are being started today without knowing or having the understanding that who they marry has specific needs, have specific expectation. So we assume we understand what they want. We assume we understand what they need, actually, not what they want, what they need. So we just carry on living with them without actually finding out from them what they really need. Now, in marriage, both couples want their needs met. We all understand that both couples have needs. You have your needs, your husband have your needs, have his own needs, and the understanding, the knowledge of that is what makes it even better for a successful relationship. Now, like I said before, in marriages today, both couples want their needs met, but rarely do they communicate those needs to their spouse or take the time to know the needs of the other. So we don't really know our needs. We think we know, we just assume we know, but we really don't. You see, no one is taking time to find out, what does my wife want? Or what is the needs? What are the needs of my wife? What are the needs of my husband? How can I make that need, meet that needs? You get it now? So I found that many individuals try to learn to do without having their needs met in marriage. I found that there are so many couples today, they are just living in that relationship, learning every day just to do without their specific needs. They have these needs because they have not summoned the courage to speak and talk to their partner what their expectation, their needs are in this marriage. So they just leave without doing anything about it. So they try to leave without having their need met in the marriage. So they will rather do without than attempt to convey to their mates their true needs. And that is a huge problem and a big contributor as a factor to unfaithfulness in relationship. Now, listen to this. There is no greater fear on earth than to stand emotionally naked before the one you love most in life. There's no greater fear on earth for someone to emotionally stand naked before your spouse, before your partner. It's a greater fear. Many relationships are going through that fear today. The fearing that your spouse will laugh at you when you talk to them about your desire. The fearing that your spouse will refuse you to give you what you desperately wanted or what you desperately need. That fear is holding a lot of couples back, holding them in not to share or not to be emotionally naked before their spouse. That also is a contributing factor to unfaithfulness. Now, this is one of the major problems most men are facing. Most men are unfaithful today because of this. They are afraid. They are not emotionally naked before their spouse, their wife. So they are fearing that when they share what they intend, what they expect, what they desire in the marriage, they will not get it. They will be rejected, or they will be laughed at. Or worse to be, is that they will be desperately rejected. They will be highly rejected. Many people, many men today are now experiencing this problem because their spouse, their wives, actually rejects them when they made their offer, when they told their wife that this is what I really need. This is my greatest desire and need in this marriage. So the wife talks it down, looked down on it, never took that thing seriously. Or, to be on the worst side, they were completely rejected. So, for example, let me give you an example. A man who, now this is realistic, this is serious, this is real. A man who lists sexual fulfillment as one of his needs, and whose wife fulfilled these needs, he will make his wife a source, and he makes his wife a source, a continuous source of intense pleasure sexually. His love for her will grow stronger and stronger. I've come to understand that. Remember this, I said, these are my opinions, these are my research findings, these are the things I've seen work for many, many couples. If a man lists that, hey, honey, my desire in this marriage, my greatest desire in this marriage is our sexual life to be really, really great. I want our sexual life to be really fulfilling. I want you to focus on that. And he lists that need. And the wife who is smart and intelligent and wise decide to meet that need and say, you know what, this is what my husband wanted and I'm going to meet that need, and she does it and fulfill that need, what will happen is the man will automatically make her the continuous source of that intense pleasure sexually. You need to understand that. And two, what will gradually follow is an intense growth for love. Intense growth. The love for her, the love that the man will have for her will grow intensely. It will grow stronger and stronger. And nothing, that bond will become very difficult to break through. But, however, if this need is not met, he begins to associate her with frustration. And that has happened in many marriages. Many men are frustrated because this particular need has not been met. Women, most of the wives, have never thought how important this need is to their husband. So they just let it slide. So the man feels, and now he's frustrated. You are being associated now with frustration by the man. Eventually, he will decide, you know what? She doesn't like sex. I don't think she will like sex. You see, there's a programming now gradually taking place. Oh, I don't think she likes sex. I don't think she likes intimacy. I don't think she's really into intimacy. And then his mind within him, he start wondering, because his need is not met. What happens is his attention start going somewhere else. All right. One of these three things, listen, one of these three things would definitely happen. I want you to mark this. One of these three things. Number one, he would try to put up with it, or he would bear it for a while. You see, he would try to put up with it and bear it for a while until it becomes the norm. You know, when it becomes the normal way. That's why you find in marriages today, we have some people, some couples who have not had sexual intimacy for months, years. They'll talk about 2 years, 3 years, never had sexual intimacy with their spouse because it has become the norm. The man has tried to put up with it for the sake of peace, for the sake of not being laughed at, for the sake of harmony. He put up with it and bear it until it becomes the norm. How frustrating. And that leads to the second thing. The second thing is he will live sexually frustrated. He will live a sexually frustrated life for the rest of their marriage. For the rest of their marriage life, he will live sexually frustrated. And many men are living sexually frustrated right now as we speak, because that need has been rejected by the wife. That need, not like, oh, the wife rejected it completely. No, this is something that happens off and on. It's just like when you feel hungry, you want to eat, and then they say there's no food. You go hungry and you feel bad. And then again, you come tomorrow, you eat a bit, and next day you want to eat again, they say there's no food. There's always this off and on of granting that need, that sexual need that the man asks for. That's what I'm talking about here. The third thing that will happen is that he will be unfaithful. These three things, one of them will definitely happen if a man, your husband's sexual needs is not taken seriously. These three things would definitely happen. Except you want them to happen, except you want them to be the result of your marriage, then you can go ahead and do whatever and allow this to happen. Remember this, adultery does not occur overnight, okay? The man usually begins by conversing with a close female friend or someone at the office or a neighbor, you understand? Now, this conversation only friendship, this conversation only friendship then develop into a deeper relationship of trust and desire. One step at a time, the marriage is compromised by deeper feelings of trust and emotional dependence, you see. By deeper feelings, the marriage is compromised by deeper feelings for this third party, this lady that he was just, in quotes, being a friend with. Before long, if he does not stop himself, adultery will result. Remember what I said. If he does not stop himself, he may not have the capacity, the tenacity, the intelligence to stop himself. Not most men are able to stop themselves. But if he cannot stop himself, adultery will happen. That's exactly why many men are unfaithful. That's exactly what is going on in many marriages today. You may not agree with me, but this is my honest opinion. This is out of experience, research, findings. This is exactly what makes many men unfaithful. Now, before you get back at me and say, no, that's not true. Hold on a minute. When you buy a car, the car payment is the amount due. When you get married, brothers and sisters, sex is the payment of what is due. Therefore, the number one need of your husband and marriage, I repeat, the number one need of your husband and marriage is sex, intimacy, sex. You cannot deny that truth. Even God, who created man and woman, made it so compulsory for husband and wife. You cannot deny that. And if you deny that in your marriage, or you often turn it off and on as a switch boss the way you want, you're going to make the man not only being frustrated, you're going to be an object of frustration to him. Not only are you you become an object of frustration, he eventually will begin to see you as an anti-sexual person. You know what I mean now? And then before long, then you're giving him several options and decisions to start coming in that you would not want. All right? So you need to understand that this is so important. I understand. I know. Listen, I understand not every man who is unfaithful in his marriage has a wife who does not fulfill his sexual or emotional needs. I understand that. But these wives, these women, they are very few. Very few women has these qualities. Believe me. I said that again. Probably you didn't get it. I said I understand that not every man who is unfaithful in his marriage has a wife who does not fulfill his sexual emotional needs. There are so many wives that they are out. They are committed without shadow of turning to make sure that their husband gets his sexual and emotional needs satisfied, even at their own discomfort. There are many women, there are women out there, but there are very few that has this quality. Very, very few. Most of them are very defensive. They want to let you know that, okay, it is you that is unfair, not them. Not trying to understand them. You get it? So that's one of the contributing factor. Another thing is, of course, I know many men are unfaithful due to the rise of pornography and the pornography today. Look at the internet. Look at what is going on the Instagram. Look at a lot of things that's going on the social media. All of these, you see a lot of women who are naked, exposing their privacy, their private parts on the internet without shame, or to gain men to start giving them money. And they call it OnlyFans something. They call it OnlyFans page. They open a fan page just to build, and people will subscribe, pay money every month just to be watching a naked woman. Think about how that is increasing in our day, 2020. And also the casual attitude that we find that people put up for marriage today. Within the words, you see, understand something. This word is turning to something else. You have to be smart. You have to be very vigilant to understand what is going on in your world. Okay? These are the things. All of these things contribute to the decline of fidelity within marriage. So you need to understand that this is true. I understand what is going on. I understand how you're feeling. All right? Okay? But here's what I think, in my opinion. As a wife, you need to understand the warning signs of a frustrated partner. You need to recognize, many women don't recognize the warning signs of a husband being frustrated out of this denial. You see. Then when you find that out, maybe you think, oh, I don't know, I don't want this to happen. Then turn to the Lord, turn to God, and turn to the Lord is very important. He will make you all you can be within your marriage. It's so important. You want him to make you all you can be within your marriage commitment. It's so important. And then you must ask yourself as a wife, as a woman, ask yourself these questions. What are my husband's needs? You see. What am I doing to meet his needs? You see. What am I doing to create frustration in him? Am I creating frustration? Have I communicated to him what my sexual desires and needs are? Have you done that? What does the word of God say? What did God say about your sexual relationships? Then you ask yourself, how can I change and be a better wife, a better spouse to improve these things? Ask yourself these questions. And if you do, you'll be amazed. You'll be saving your marriage a great deal. You'll be saving your marriage a great deal. He that have ears, let him hear. That's all I have to say. He that have ears, let him hear. Now, watch out for our next series. I'm going to be coming up with our next series, understanding the needs of your husband and the needs of your wife. I'm going to talk about that. And then you discover that these things are very important that I'm talking about. This is one of the reasons, my honest opinion, one of the reasons why men are unfaithful to their wives. And guess what? If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, what are you waiting for? You need to hit the subscribe button right away. Because if you don't hit the subscribe button, you might be missing out on many of the information that I'm going to be sharing with you along the line. So you need to subscribe now. And hit the like button also. Hit the like button and share and share and share. Thank you so much for watching and being part of this. Oh boy, I'm excited I've shared this with you. I believe you take it seriously and put it to work. So until our next series of teaching or advice that we may come with, stay happy in your marriage. Bye for now. How do you make your husband fall in love with you again? Sometimes women experience the dryness of the love of their husband in a period of time in their relationship. In most cases, after a few months into marriage or a few years into marriage, the husband's love for them begin to dry up, begin to fade away. So, how do you make him fall in love with you again? That's one aspect of looking at this subject. In another way of looking at it is, how do you make any man who is interested in you and you think you guys are fit for marriage, how do you make that man fall in love with you? Well, that's what we're going to be talking about today. And I'll be right back. Hello, you're welcome back. This is Family Aspect. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I want you to subscribe. And if you are just watching this video right now, hit the thumb up button to like the video. Now, how do you make any man or a man to fall in love with you? Now, first of all, this is a disclaimer. I do not know you, okay? I do not know who your husband is. So, I can only speak in generality or in generic term, okay? But things that will generally work for most men, that's what I'm going to talk about today. These are things that will generally work for any man, all right? Okay, so just in case you say, well, you don't know how my husband is, you don't know what kind of boyfriend I have, it doesn't matter. This will work for them. Be rest assured it's going to work. Okay? Now, make yourself pleasant. Number one thing you want to do to make a man, your husband fall in love with you is this. Make yourself pleasant to be around with. You got me? Make yourself pleasant to be around with. This is very key. You say, what do I mean? How do I do it? Talk to him about anything and nothing. Whatever. Keep the conversation balanced. You have to be alive. You have to be active. Talk to him. Keep the conversation balanced. In doing so, you are making yourself pleasant to be with. Listen when he talks. Okay, listen when he talks, and at least pretend to be interested in what he has to say. And also, keep up on your end the conversation, because a lot of times when men are talking to women, the women try to sway off so quickly. You understand? They just sway off the conversation so quickly. Even the man can tell that she's no longer listening. The man can tell that you are no longer listening. You are no longer paying attention. No, you want to keep up your end of conversation. Because he needs your attention. Give your husband dedicated time. When you are doing nothing, give your husband dedicated time when you are doing nothing. But one thing I want you to do is spending time with him is very important. So practice that. Spending time with your man. Not talking to him while you are doing some hobbies or some things. No, it's like it's not talking to him during the commercials, the TV shows, or whatever you're doing. You understand? But whatever else you are doing, you want to make sure that you spend time to talk to him. You want to talk to him. You want to talk to him with interest, with attention. You see, this is so important. Make yourself, that's number one. I just showed you how to make him fall in love. The first thing you need to do, make yourself pleasant to be around with. And how do you do it? I just explained them. By talking with him all the time, spending time with him, and then don't just focus on yourself. You focus on him. You focus on him. and I try to explain some of the scenarios. Sometimes you're watching TV and he's talking to you, you are still watching TV, and it's as though you're listening, but you're not listening, you know what I mean? Or maybe it's your hobby time, you're doing things that you love, that you want to do all the time, and then that's the only time you think, oh, he's talking to you, you just keep doing what you're doing. And what I'm trying to say is, give him attention. If you want to be pleasant around to be with, you have to be very, very good in talking to him. You have to be very, very good in communicating with your husband. That's a very important thing. And then number 2, you want to make your man fall in love with you? Oh, I tell you this. Make yourself pretty for him. A lot of women today, it's so challenging. A lot of women today, after they get married, they lose their self-presentation. They lose their prettiness. Most of them actually happens after giving birth to children. They lose their prettiness. They no longer see that makeup is important. They no longer see that dressing nice is important. For the most part, beauty is not something you are born with. It is something you do. You need to understand that beauty is not something you are born with. It is something you do. You want to make your husband fall in love with you? You want to make your man fall in love with you? Again, you need to reawaken. You need to activate your prettiness. You need to present yourself pretty. You see, I told you before, let me say it again. I say most part, beauty is not something you are born with. Sometimes you say, well, no, I like my natural beauty. If he doesn't like it, that's fine. No, beauty is something you do. Of course, we'll talk about the inner beauty, which is your character, your self-worth, self-love, all of those inner beauties. We'll talk about those ones. But now I'm talking about how you look, your appearance. Get yourself a good weight. Some women, after giving birth, they just allow their body to flop everywhere. The man may not like it, but he won't talk about it. Some are good enough to mention it and talk to you about it, and somehow you get offended again. So they just stop talking about it. But that makes their love for you to twinkle, to dry up without knowing. So get yourself a good weight. All right? Grow your hair long if you want to. Because, listen, the Holy Bible says that the hair of the woman is our glory. You see, your hair, your covering, makes you beautiful. Your hair is your covering. It makes you look beautiful. So take care of your hair. Most women don't dress up their hair. Some women don't even make their hair after a long time, for a long time. Not because they don't have the money, because they don't just feel like it. You have to look good. Make yourself pretty for your husband. Dress in a nice clothes. Look beautiful. Look sexy to your husband or your man. You want to look. You want him to fall in love with you. This is the way. It can't be any other way. This is the way. So dress in a nice clothes. Wear some jewelries and makeups. Look nice. Makeup. If you don't know how to make up, go watch some YouTube videos. Watch some videos on how to do makeups. There are many beauty channels that you can follow and learn how to do your makeups and select your jewelries. This is so important. Do not doubt having physical flaws, okay? We all do. Don't be obsessed over them. We all do, okay? Cover up the negative and also emphasize the positive, which is very key. Cover up the negative. You say, oh, this mark on my face. Oh, these wrinkles on my face. Oh, this ache on my face, acne on my face. No, you don't need all of that. Cover them up. Amplify the positive of your side. if it is your whatever shape you have, amplify your positive. Look at yourself and look at your positive. You see, what part of you, of your body that looks amazing, that is attractive, amplify that one. You get it? Amplify it to him. If you could think, how did this man get attracted to you in the first place? How did he end up chasing you? You want to look at that and then amplify those things. All right? You must look pretty. Men like to look at pretty women. You know that already. I don't need to tell you. Men like to look at pretty women. And men especially like to have pretty wives. Understand this. Men like to have pretty wives. It keeps the love on. It keeps the love growing. You see, a man is proud to have a pretty wife. I want you to notice this. This is so important. A man is so proud to have a pretty wife. He feels like he has accomplishment, he has accomplished something very huge, very successful. Because to him, you are an award winner to him. You are a winning woman to him. You are, it's like, I don't know how to put it. You are like a treasure that was found in the battlefield. To him, you are like a treasure found in the battlefield. A spoil that was recovered from war. It's like you are like a victory band. Do you understand? To him. So, if you think this is shallow or unimportant, or and he should not care, he should care about your intelligence or your achievement, not your beauty. You know, not just how you look. He should care about your inner beauty, not how you look outside. You better get over that now. You see, that's not going to work. If you want to have a happy marriage, you better get over that silly thinking. That thinking, you better get over it now. It is vitally important, all right, to 90% of men that their wives or their lady looks pretty. Vitally important to 90% of men that their woman looks pretty. You need to take that seriously. And another thing you want to do to make him fall in love with you is this. This is very important. And I won't have to explain it because it's self-explanatory. Be available to him sexually. Be available to him sexually. It's so important. Enough said of that, because I won't have to say much, because you know what that means, how important that is. I understand that a lot of women complain about being tired, about having too much work to do, or they can't continue. The man asks for it too much. I'm tired of giving to him. It doesn't matter. If it is your man, he is your man. Who else should have it if not him? Be available to him sexually is so important. All right. Now, another thing you want to look at is do recreational things together. What does he love to do? What does he love? What does he love to play with? Do it together. Involve in his recreationality. Involve in his activities of recreation. If he likes to go out to jog, why don't you join him to jog? If he likes to play some games, why don't you join him to play the game? If you like to sing, why don't you join him to sing? If you like to play instruments, why don't you just try and be there and support him? See, do the recreational things together. If he likes to do whatever, go fishing, say let's go. Then go fishing with him. You see. Or go to concert or museums or whatever it is that he loves to do. You want to go with him. You see, you go and do that with him. Go and have fun. Try as much as possible to do this with him. Because you want your man to be in love with you. This is the way. Try to find things that you both like to do and enjoy doing it together. When you do that, you will make huge impact. These are things you can do consciously. But if you can't find anything you enjoy of itself, you enjoy yourself, try to enjoy it. Because you see, in most cases, women will say, well, I don't enjoy doing what he does. I don't like what he does. That's why. Okay, you don't like what he does. I understand. But you got to try to enjoy it anyway. If you want to make him fall in love with you, you have to try. This is one of the principles you have to put to work. Spending time together. That's the key. Because when you join him in those activities, you are creating opportunities to spend time together, to get to know each other, bond the more together. This is so important. And then if he agrees to do something that you think is fun, but he doesn't particularly enjoy, try to make it fun for him. It's so important. All right? So, most men would be happy to go to an event they consider boring with their wives if their wife dresses up pretty for the event. So, while she's watching, whatever, he can be looking at her and enjoying her. What I mean by that is, it comes to a time whereby, let's say you like going to parties or you like doing this, that's your recreation, whatever it is. If he doesn't like it, dress up nice. When you dress up nice, look beautiful, he will be forced to follow you to that place. It may be a concert, it may be a cinema, whatever it is. Look beautiful, dress gorgeously. That he will force to say, man, you're looking beautiful. Is that where you're going with this? And I said, then you say, well, you know what? That's why I'm asking you to follow me. Let's go. Oh boy, I tell you what, 99% of the time, the men will go with you. They will definitely want to go that place with you. So try these tricks. It works. It works amazingly. Okay, another thing you want to do is to treat him with respect. I know most women have difficulty with this, but it's very simple. Respect is very simple. Respect is that I value you more than myself. That's it. Respect is an act of selflessness. It is birthed by sacrificial or self-sacrifice, okay? Selflessness. So until you know the key of selflessness, you won't be able to understand the power of respect. So respect is to honor someone more than you honor yourself. Is to reverence someone or give huge honor to someone more than you do to yourself. So it's like loving someone more than you will love yourself. I'm not saying don't love yourself, but it's just like the word of Christ says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's respect. Just as you respect your body, you respect yourself, you can respect your husband. Now, he's not your child. When it comes to respect, remember this. Your husband is not your child. Your husband is not your servant. He is your husband. So don't nag. Never say to yourself, it's for his own good. I'm trying to talk to him for his own good. No, don't do that. Many wives makes their husband miserable by nagging them about something bad habit, or the husband has or something, or at least that the wife considered a bad habit, whichever one that you consider a bad habit. Listen, don't nag over it. Don't nag. Even the Holy Bible said that if a woman that nag would drive the husband away, and makes the husband live on top of the roof. What does that mean? He will stay more outside than he would rather stay with you and spend time with you. And you don't want that. So stop nagging, especially you women that nag. You're watching me now. Stop nagging. Alright? Stop complaining. And they will feel, now this is very important. I'm saying it because it's important to making your husband fall in love with you. Okay? There are some women, they nag so much that they feel no guilt about being rude. They don't just feel it. They feel no guilt about being rude or annoying. Because to them, it's like, oh, it's for his own good. If he will just listen to me, he will be much better off. If he will just listen to me. Listen, hear me. Don't do it. Don't do it. You want your husband to love you? Don't do it. A good wife can make, listen to this, a good wife can make her husband a better person by reminding him that he should take a shower, take his medicine, stop biting his fingernails. So it's by caring, in reality, by caring, not by nagging. You see. So you look out for things that will help improve his life, and remind him how he should get, how those things will help improve his life. That's by caring. When you do it right, he does it right. All right? When you do it right, he will do it right. So here's the point. Every time you tell him to do something that will help him improve, get better, he will respond and say, yeah, you're right. I should do that. You're right. I should probably do that. That's what he says. So these key points, if you will practice them every day, stop nagging. Number one, I said, make yourself pleasant to be around with. It's so important that you make yourself pleasant to be around with. There's nothing better than that. All right? Then I talked about how you should do that. Then I said, make yourself pretty for him. You got to look beautiful. Take care of your body. Take care of your shape. I don't know how much I can emphasize this enough, but this is so important. It will change a whole lot of things for your marriage and relationship. All right? This is so important. Then I say, be available to him sexually. Be available to him sexually. Enough said of that. You know what it means. Then I also encourage you, do recreational things together. Do recreational things together. Whatever he likes to do, join him with him. You want to join him. You want to join and enjoy the process. It's so important. It's so important. Then I said, treat him with respect. If you would do these things, you will be amazed how your husband would turn out to fall in love with you like crazy. These things are very, very important. So I've shared with you how to make a man fall in love with you again. That's what I've shared with you. And it works all the time. I told you before, 90% of men respond to these things I've just shared with you. 90% of men respond to it. Well, there you have it. If you have been watching this video so far, I want you to hit the like button again and subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. I believe you enjoyed this broadcast, this a little tip of dating advice that I give on Family Aspect channel. There are a lot of other videos that you can watch that will help you on our channel. I want you to take a look at them and see what you can implement in your personal life and relationship with your husband or wife. So thank you so much for listening, and I'm going to come your way again with another episode or special video that will blow your mind. Until then, have a lovely day. Peace. Hello, you're welcome to our channel today, everyone. I want to say big thank you to many of you who have been participating in our live channel. I want to welcome you all again. Today we are going to be having an amazing time. We're going to be discussing with you something very important. I know all the time I tell you that I have to discuss or I have something to discuss with you that is very important. Indeed, whatever I have to discuss with you today is very important when it comes to relationship and family building, especially those of you that are preparing to get married or you are dating at the moment. So I want to be sharing with you something I believe will be very useful to you, and that is how to make your dating relationship ends in marriage. Many people have been dating for several years, and yet nobody has actually got to marry them. There are a lot of ladies are dating now. They are in a dating relationship. They have been in several dating relationships before now, and one particular goal is what they want to achieve, just to get to marry. They are in dating relationship just to ensure that they get married, hoping that the relationship will end in marriage. But in many cases, it doesn't happen. Numerous times, it doesn't happen. So we have a lot of relationship going on right now. The truth is, what is the guarantee that your relationship will end in marriage? That's exactly what we're going to treat today. How to make your dating relationship ends in marriage. There are things you can do. There are things you can implement. There are things you can actually start putting into practice that will help you enjoy your relationship. And then you'll be guaranteed that, yes, this relationship is certainly going to lead to marriage. You will not be wandering around if you're wasting time or not. So that's what we're going to be sharing here today. For those of you that is just joining us, please hit the like button and also leave a comment on the comment section to tell us where you're watching from and what you expect from this particular live stream today. The topic is how to make your dating relationship ends in marriage, specifically directed to those who are singles, those who are dating right now. I have a lot of young people on my channel who are dating right now. Many of them are not married, even though I talk about relationship and marriage advice and tips and all of that. I still have the belief that we have a lot of single people who are watching our program, and that's why I think we need to bring this information to them and help them in their various affairs, relationship, so to say. So how do you make your dating relationship ends in marriage? That's what we want to talk about today. And if you are watching, like I said, hit the like button, and also I will encourage you to comment. This is a live stream program, and I expect you to participate. I want you to participate, and I want you to get involved with what we're saying by sharing your opinion about the points and the things we're going to be talking about today. So I'm just waiting for one or two of you more to join, and then we will hit up on the topic to talk about today. All right. Yeah, so we are ready to go. How to make your dating relationship ends in marriage. How do you make your dating relationship ends in marriage? What are you supposed to do? What things are you supposed to put in place to ensure that your dating relationship ends in marriage, if that's what you want? Now, there are a lot of people who don't care about this. They don't just care about whether or not this relationship is going to end in marriage or not. That's not their business. So they just go on dating. But there are those of you who really want to make sure that your relationship ends in marriage. You don't want to waste time. You don't want to waste effort. You don't want to waste your precious resources. So you are investing your time, your energy, your resources in a dating relationship. What is the guarantee that this dating relationship will end in marriage. And that's what we want to try and share with you today, how you can make sure that your dating relationship ends in marriage. That's what I want to talk about today. So now, before I start mentioning the points and things you need to know, first of all, is it possible? Can one actually date one particular person or maximum two persons and then end up in marriage? Yes, it's possible. There are things you need to do. There are things you need to be aware of when you are dating someone, when you are in a relationship with someone, expecting that relationship to lead to a marriage, ending up in marriage. Yes, there are things you can do. I've been there. I can tell you that these things work. So I'm going to share some of these things with you. So I want you to pay close attention to some of these things we're going to be sharing. And I will also like your comments along the line. So comment to whatever you think is, is rhyme with your opinion. You agree with whatever I'm saying here. You are free to comment because this is a live stream. This is not pre-recorded. I want you to know that you have the opportunity to, air your opinion on this platform because you're a member of the family. You're watching everywhere, wherever you're watching from. Just let us know. If you're watching from YouTube, let us know. If you're watching from Facebook, let us know. And thank you so much. So we all want to be here and participate. Now, let's go straight into it, okay? What do you do to make your dating relationship ends in marriage so that you will not waste time, waste resources? Some of you have been wasting time. You have been wasting resources year after year. I know of a lady who has been in a dating relationship for over 10 years, just looking for the right man to get married. You don't have all of those years to waste. You don't have all of those time to squander. So I believe that there are things that one can do. And I've found that this principle works. These things works. So you can do them and then they will produce results. The result is your relationship will eventually end in marriage. That's the plan because it worked for me. It worked for me and my wife. And I'm telling you that this thing works. Of course, before then, one have tried to date here and there and miss all these principles that I'm trying to share with you today. And then I just ended up, just spending hours, years, time, resources, wasted time and effort in many cases, like many women are doing today. Many men are doing the same thing. They just waste years after 6 years of dating someone and the person finally says, I'm no more interested. What? After 6 years, after 5 years, after 10 years of dating someone, 3 years, 2 years of dating somebody, and then the person says, now, I don't think you are the woman for me. I don't think you are the man for me. And that's it. So you mean all of these years? Now you see why many women are angry with some guys and why some guys are angry with women, because this gap is not matched. Something is wrong in the gap. So a lot of us have not taken time to match the gap. And that's what I want to help us do today by measuring the gap. So what can you do? What can you do to make your dating relationship ends in marriage? What are the things you can do? So let's go straight into it. Number one, the first thing you need to put in front of you, the first thing you need to put in front of you is to trust that you are in for the right thing by the power and grace that God gives. So you need to believe in God. That's number one. Now, many people don't. Many people do. So do it in the appropriate way by believing that you're following the right principle. Follow the right principle. Do things in a godly way. That's the first thing. That's what I mean by you need the principle or the grace of God to do it. You have to do things in the right principle. Don't do it as though this is how it is done. You have to start your dating relationship in the right foundation. stand by your principles. What principle do you live by? Do you live by God's principles or the principles of human observation and experiences? So you need to know what foundation you are building on. That's number one. Then number two, I want to share this with you, is this: stop using blueprints and scripts. What does that mean? Stop using blueprints and scripts. This is so important. This is so important. Many relationships, they try to plan a lot of things out. Stop trying to plan things out in your relationship. When you start dating someone or you are in a relationship with someone, stop trying to make things work. Do you understand? Stop trying to formulate things. Stop trying to use a script or a blueprint of what somebody have done before. Let me explain something to you. First, some of the best relationships are built on being spontaneous and passionate. Some of the best relationships are built on being spontaneous and passionate. And if you try to plan out how it's going to work, you usually end up not happy with the situation. The relationship will not be as you expected. Let me say that again. Some of the best relationships are built on spontaneous and passionate experiences. All right? You have to be spontaneous. You have to live your life spontaneously in your relationship. You have to be passionate. And if you try to make things work, plan things out, it's not going to work out. Okay? You need to understand that. It's not going to work out, because all you're doing is that you're trying to use blueprints. You're using scripts. You're trying to plan things out. You're trying to plan things in your relationship. Don't plan what your spouse should do, what the man or the woman should be doing in your relationship. Don't plan it. You are still dating. This is the moment where you have to explore your spontaneity. You have to be spontaneous. You have to be passionate. You see, to build a successful relationship, what is required is spontaneity and passionate. You have to be passionate. Passion. You see, that's the vibe you need. Just be spontaneous. Let things happen the way it comes. There you begin to grow. It's very important. So number one, stop using blueprints. Stop using blueprints. It's very important you stop using blueprints. Then number two is you have to learn to forgive each other. Listen, you want your dating relationship to end up in marriage? One of the principal things you have to keep doing is forgiving. You see, forgiving the partner, the person you are dating now, will create a lasting impression in the person's mind that the person would know that he has hope for the future with you. Because forgiveness helps you to build the future. Now, you can start building your future today by forgiveness. The power of forgiveness can never be overemphasized. You need to practice forgiveness in your relationships. Learn to forgive, because a time will come, we all offend each other. We all hurt each other. All right? There are times that you just feel, okay, if you truly care about the person you are in a relationship with, you have to learn to forgive them for their mistakes, because we all make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Once in a while, we all do. But we must learn. We must learn to forgive each other. Practicing it is the key. Don't get off. See, you may get offended in one or two things that your spouse do to you or have done wrong to you, or whichever the situation may be. But forgiveness should be your always first priority that you want to take. You want to practice forgiveness. Learn to practice forgiveness. Learn to forgive your spouse. If you want that relationship to end in marriage, you have to practice that. Otherwise, the man or woman will be looking for someone who is easily to forgive in reality, because that's what makes life work. That's what makes life work. So you need to practice forgiveness. That's number 2. Practice forgiveness is a principle you cannot do without in a relationship. Many relationships today that do not practice forgiveness, you can tell how far they go. They don't go that far. They don't last that long. So neither would they expect to get into marriage. No. If you don't forgive your spouse, you will say, well, I know forgiveness is thing, but that doesn't make the man. Okay, someone is already saying something here. Let me look at your comment. All right. I can see that Edam one, right? Edam one is saying something. It said there are some stuff you cannot forgive. Okay. Yes. What are the stuff you cannot forgive? Let me know. What kind of stuff? Like, are you talking about someone have cheated, when someone cheats on you, or what do you think cannot be forgiven? You see, there's nothing. I believe there's nothing that cannot be forgiven. All right. No matter what you have done, you have been forgiven. No matter how worst the most dangerous, wicked person is on earth, they can be forgiven. But the reality is forgiveness with the heart of change. The person must be ready to change for that forgiveness to come into effect. That's what I'm trying to emphasize. So practicing forgiveness is key if you care about that person, because it might be that the person is just trying to experiment with life and he makes mistakes. We are all experimenting in this life. Every day we discover new things about ourselves. All right. So that's the way things go. So we must practice forgiveness if we want our relationship to last longer. And then not only last long, to actually enter into the realm of marital bliss. We need to practice forgiveness. Like I put on the screen here, if you truly care about the person you are in a relationship with, you have to learn to forgive. I know it's hard, but you got to learn it. You got to learn to forgive. Everyone made mistakes. You might make mistakes tomorrow. Who knows? You cannot be so perfect to think, oh, I don't need to forgive him because he himself, or I don't need to forgive her. She does the same thing. No, we have to practice forgiveness. So that's number 2. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Number 3, you have to be a good teammate. To make sure that your relationship you're in now will end in marriage, you have to be a good teammate with the man or woman that you're in a relationship with. This is so important. A lot of times we find out that one person has the mind of playing as a team, but the other one doesn't. Many people come into a relationship with the idea of they are coming in to get, to collect, to take away from, to receive from the person, to sap from the person. So they are just there with all their tools just to take everything they can collect from the person's life. Don't be like that. One of the reasons why we have many relationships not ending in marriage is because of this particular practice. We have many young people who are just desperate about what they want to achieve, their self-success. They are only concerned about their own success, their own achievement. So they are looking for someone to really piggyback on to get them to where they want to go. So they get into a relationship with someone who is wealthy or someone who is well-to-do, and then they expect that person to help them become better in life. So when that means just playing on one side of the game, but it has to be a teammate. Let me show you something I wrote down here. Being in a relationship is 2 persons' job. Being in a relationship is 2 persons' job. If you want your relationship to last and get into marriage, then you cannot expect your partner to do all the works. What I mean by that is, you don't expect your partner, only one person should be doing all of the activity. Like today, we find that most women are the one doing most of the housework. most of the hardcores, most of the things, activities at home. So the man just feel relaxed. It doesn't support, no support from him concerning the children, concerning anything. So when you are dating, you want to be a teammate. You see, you want to be part of what is going on in the life of your mate. You see, you want to be part. You see, you want to ensure that both of you win. It's like a football match. You have 11 players in the field. Each of them are individual personality. But guess what? They make up their mind to play as a team. Nobody is selfish with the football. They want to play as a team to ensure that they win the trophy of life, the trophy of the game. The same thing in your dating relationship. You want to play as a team with the person you are in a relationship with. You want to play as a teammate. You want to do things together as a teammate. When I was dating my wife before we got married, she was so good with this. You know, this is where one of the places that she actually explored more. She likes to be part of what you are doing. And that is one thing that women must exhibit, and men also must exhibit that attitude. Be part of what the man or woman you are in a relationship with. Be part of what they're doing. Join in with them. And that leads me to this next point here. Learn to grow together. Point 4. Learn to grow together. You have to learn to grow together. You see, to learn to grow together, this is very important. Now, to grow as a couple is also powerful, but to grow when you are dating, when both of you are dating, this is how you find out if that person is really for you. This is how you find out. So many of you don't know this. When you're dating someone, if that person is not growing, learning to grow with you, if that person is not participating, what do I mean by that? You grow as a couple by spending time just talking and bonding with each other. That's number one. So the time you spend with each other is very important. And how you participate with each other's life experiences, activities is very important. You play as a team. You achieve as a team. I'll talk more about that later. Now, that's number 4. Number 4, learn to grow together. Practice it. Learn to grow together. If you want your relationship right now that you're in to end up in marriage, if you want it, now, not everybody wants that, but if you want so, then you must learn to grow together. It's very important. Then number 5, learn to adapt. You know, we come to a relationship with different mindsets. My wife had her own mindset. I have my own mindset. I have my own philosophy. She has her own belief. We all come into a relationship with different belief system. But one reality is you have to learn to adapt, because you don't expect the person to give up their belief system or give up their life, give up their principle just for you. So what do? So you become the person who is actually just too selfish to recognize that you also have to adapt to that person's life. So again, you obviously cannot expect to have all of the same ideas and belief as the person that you are dating in a relationship with. You can't do that. In other words, you don't expect that the person you are dating now should have the same beliefs with you. Of course, you may be going to the same church. You may be same belief like Christianity, or probably you're a Muslim. You are the same. The girl you're dating is a Muslim as well. That's wonderful. But when it comes to ideas and some extra belief system, you don't expect that your spouse, the person you are dating now, and you should be having the same. All right. So here is why it is so important that you have to adapt. You have to learn it. Learn it. In any relationship, it is expected that you adapt. Adapt to the person that you are in a relationship with. You have to learn it. If you want that relationship to enter, journey into marriage, all right? You want that relationship to end up in you being proposed to, or you propose to that lady, and then you end up in marriage. Then you must learn this. You have to adapt. Many ladies don't have the courage of adapting. Many men don't have the courage of adapting to the situation. When you meet someone, he's a different person entirely. He's an entity of himself. So as it comes into your life, it's like two words joining to become one. So there's so much work that needs to be done to merge two people together. You see, for both of you to become similar, to correspond with each other, you have to work on your adaptation, the ability to adapt to each other. So you need to study that. You need to learn it if you want your relationship to end in marriage. That's one of the things. And obviously, you might say, well, there are many people who are married today that didn't even think about this. Guess what? Find out how they are living in their relationship. Those who are happy and successful in their marriage today are those who are practicing these things I'm telling you. Believe me. Those who are successful in their marriage today are those who are practicing these things I'm telling you. Those who are struggling and fighting and having divisions and quarrels and separations everywhere are those who doesn't understand this simple thing that I'm sharing with you. They may know it, but they don't understand it. So they don't think they can practice it. You see it now? So you have to let that sink. Learn to adapt. That's number 5. You have to learn to adapt. Then number 6, you have to develop your own interest. Work on your own interest. You see, we all have interest. We all have something that motivates us. We all have something that inspires us. We all have something that makes us happy. We all have something that we can rely on as our own belief, our own system of how things work for us. Develop it. Don't give it up. That's what makes you unique. That's what makes you special. You have to build it. You have to develop your own interest. And if you're a guy here or a woman here who expect that the person you're dating should suddenly pick and start following your own way of doing things, that is wrong. Or eventually, that relationship will not last anyway. So you don't want to force your own interest on your mates, on the person you're dating. It's wrong. You're going to develop a very self-righteous and you're going to be a very proud person. And at the end of the day, you're going to be acting very selfishly in the process. So let your spouse develop their own interests. What things inspires them? What things do you like to have around them? When you allow your spouse to develop their own interests, it makes the whole atmosphere in your relationship wonderful. It makes things interesting. You see, you will not be bored. You see, so if both of you have the same interest, you'll be bored. I mean, he likes what you like. You know, there are some people, they think, okay, I'm going to get married to this person because he likes me, or he likes what I like. He likes the way he does things that I always like. Okay, wonderful. Ask yourself, do you do things that he always like? Do you have your own interest? What is his own interest? What is your own interest? Are you developing it? Or are you giving up your interest just for him? Because this is what makes you unique. All right. Number 6, develop your own interest. What are the things that interest you the most? Work on them. This is what makes you unique. I repeat, this is what makes you unique as an individual. All right. Then number 7, do not keep scores or wrongs. Do not keep scores or wrongs. What do I mean by this? Okay, very simple. This means if you do something nice for your partner, or you do something to help him out or help her out, you don't have to announce it to them to get noticed. You don't have to announce it to other people to get noticed. And whenever you guys are having conversation in the future, you don't need to keep reminding the person that this is what you did for this same person you are dating. You know, when we have quarrels in our dating, when I mean when we now, I'm talking about when you are dating someone. Sometimes there are room for argument and quarrels, right? People get to quarrel and disagree. In most cases, especially in the part of Africa where we're raised, that's where you start finding out that people are using what they've done for that person in the relationship to accuse them. So they say, after doing all of these things for you, this is what you pay me back with. I know you are accusing them. Just a minor argument, probably a disagreement that led to this argument, and you guys quarrel. And then you are bringing back all of the good things that you have done to the person. You are narrating it to everybody. No. You want to have a relationship that will last long and that will keep you on a marriage journey, then you do not need to keep scores and wrongs. Don't keep record of scores. Oh, I've done this for you. You know, I've done this for you. I'm the one that did that for you. You know, I gave you that. I gave you this. No, don't do that. Anybody that you tell that in a relationship will soon leave you, will soon run away from you. He will soon put an end to that relationship. Trust me. Because it's all about yourself. It's all about your pride. You see, you actually didn't do that thing out of a heart of the willing heart to help the person. So you were not really doing it. You were doing it conditionally to make the person do certain things. So when the person failed to do those things, then you started spouting. You know what I mean? So this is what it means. Again, this same goes for the mistakes that the person also makes. If the person makes mistakes or makes you mad or makes you angry, you should not feel the need to hold it against them just to make yourself look better. If you do, you're going to lose that person in the process. You will lose that relationship in the process. And that is why a lot of times people don't know why their relationship doesn't lead to marriage. They wonder after about 2 years, 3 years, the guy said, I'm no more interested. I'm off. But what happened? And then the woman said, I'm no more interested. I'm moving on. What happened? The guy's wondering. You break my heart. No, it's not about breaking your heart. He is actually saving his own, he or she is saving they are saving their own hearts for the future because of these things that you may not have observed. All right. So it's very important. Stop keeping scores. Stop keeping points of the good things that you're doing. And then you're letting the person know about it. You're announcing it. Stop doing that if you used to. If you practice it, stop it. If you want your relationship not to end, if you want your relationship to last, if you want this relationship to end up in marriage, and if you want your marriage to keep on growing and successful, then you must practice this thing. Don't keep scores or record of wrongs. Okay? It's so important. Now, number 8, you have to practice self-awareness. Oh, this is beautiful. Practicing self-awareness is a key for knowing yourself. First, you need to, let me explain something to you. If you don't practicing self-awareness is a good way to know what makes you happy. That's a very important point you need to know. It is what makes you click. You're finding out what makes you click with the person you're dating. You'll find that self-awareness. Self-awareness is a good practice. It helps you to know what makes you happy. Because you see, you can become a better significant, you can make your partner become better by observing your self-awareness. So what happened is, in most cases, you cannot make someone else happy unless you know how to and what makes you happy. You see, 2 things. Either you know how to make yourself happy or you know what makes you happy. That's the only way you can make someone else happy. And we have a lot of relationships that are living in boredom. I mean, many relationships are in boredom. In boredom. After about a few months, says, I'm bored with this relationship. Why are you bored? I don't know, but I'm just bored. How come you're bored? I can't tell. I'm just tired. Why? Because you were expecting this man or this woman to be the source of your happiness. So whenever the man or woman didn't make you happy, you're bored. And you don't know what makes you happy either. Because you don't know what makes you happy, you can't even make another person happy. So what is lacking here? Self-awareness. Self-awareness. You need to practice self-awareness. If you want your relationship to lead to end the marriage, you practice it as an individual. You need to, because that's the only way you can learn to make yourself happy. Many women need to learn to make themselves happy. Many men need to learn to make themselves happy and learn to know what makes both you and the person you are dating to click. You know, that's what it matters, to click. You need to do self-awareness. Practice self-awareness, okay? It's a principle that you need. Then, number 9, cultivate your finest qualities. You need to learn to cultivate your finest qualities if you want your relationship to end the marriage. You need to learn to cultivate your finest qualities. Question: what are your qualities? What makes you tick? What makes you unique? You need to develop it. You know, when many people are in a relationship, they just give up on those things. They don't care about their uniqueness, how to, cultivate it. Let's say your uniqueness is singing, or your uniqueness is dancing, or your uniqueness is loyalty, or your uniqueness is kindness. When you are dating, that should be what you showcase. You need to develop it. You need to cultivate it. You need to build it, because that's what makes you you. Listen, when you have such things working in your life, the person you are dating cannot not notice you. You know what I mean? There's no way the person will not notice you. There's no way the person will not have you, remembered. The person will always keep what you're doing, whatever your life is, your life qualities are, will always keep the person remembering you. To put the person in focus of you is very important. So work on the qualities that makes you a better person. That's what I would tell you. Work on the qualities that makes you a better person. When you are dating, don't come into your relationship empty. There are many women who just get to be dating with an empty net. You can't date like that. You can't be in a relationship without developing yourself. You can't be in a relationship without adding value to yourself. Many men, many women, they are just dating, but they don't know that what inspired the man or woman that they are dating is their qualities. Their qualities. Because those qualities comes out of you every time you communicate with that person. Every time you try to resolve a problem. Every time there is life challenges and discussions and things, activities that you do together, your quality surfaces. Those uniqueness of yours surfaces. You might have a best quality of patience. And then that might be the one thing that this guy loves in you, because you are very patient. And that's it. He might just sign you for marriage just because you're patient. Think about it. So don't throw away your unique qualities. You develop them, you cultivate them. It's so important if you want your marriage, if you want your relationship to end in marriage. Okay? Take that note. Then number 10, because I'm talking about 20 things that you must do. Oh, somebody made a comment. Let me see. Oh, who is this? Cardin Angel. Cardin Angel, you're welcome. Thank you. Hello. You're welcome. I hope you're enjoying it so far. If you have any comments, any contribution, please do not hesitate to leave it on the comment section. I'll pay attention to it. If you agree with what we're sharing, please leave it on the comment section below and comment and share this video with those you love. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, what are you waiting for? Hit the subscribe button that you see, that red button that you see, subscribe. hit the subscribe button and stay close to us. Stay in this family because we have so much to share together. So I want to thank you all for being here. So let me continue. Number 10. We are number 10 now. Number 10, I said, encourage each other to achieve. Encourage each other to achieve. Oh, how wonderful. How nice can this be? So important. This thing is so important. One of the criteria of having a relationship ending in marriage, this is one of the most important aspects of it. This one I'm just talking about now, encouraging each other to achieve. Many women need to learn how to encourage their man that they're dating to achieve success. Have you ever heard this quote? Behind every successful man, there is a woman. Do you know why? It's not just because there's a woman standing there, that's why he's successful. No, it's because there's a woman who encourages this man to achieve success. So are you that woman that encourages the man that you're dating to succeed? Or are you just there to say, well, how are we going to do it? You just don't care? Let me explain this further so you understand. Make sure you encourage your significant other to achieve any goals. Now, question, does he have goals? Does he have plans? Have he discussed it with you? Yes, you are still dating. You might say, well, I don't have anything to do with that because we are not married yet. Oh, you're missing it. He will go and look for someone who will have such interest and have such belief system and practice that principle and then stay with that person. So you wonder why he leave you and go and date another woman. You just wonder. You say, how can I be involved in his relationship when I'm not married to him? Okay, you're not married to him. Fine. Okay, don't get involved. Don't do anything to support him to achieve success. The same thing goes with the man. Don't do anything to support her to achieve her goals. If she has goals and you are dating her and you don't do anything to support her to achieve her goals, she will go and look for someone who will be able to support her. Because every human being needs someone to encourage them to achieve success. We all need each other. We need someone to stand there as our significant other to encourage us to achieve. So you want this relationship to end in marriage? Oh, come on. One of the criteria, what I'm sharing with you now is my life experience with my wife. One of the amazing things about her character is that she supports our achievement. She supports the goals ever since we started dating and we got married. Now, this is not, many women do that, I understand. But do it as a lifestyle. Don't do it as though you are trying to win this man to get married to you. Then by the time he gets married to you, then you stop. No, do it as a lifestyle. Just make up your mind that this is the way you're going to live. The same goes with the man. You must be able to support your wife or the girl you are dating now to achieve her goals. What does she want to become? Does she want to become a nurse? Encourage her to become a nurse. Does she want to become a doctor? Encourage her to become whatever she wants to be. What does she want to achieve? Maybe she said, I want to go back to school. I miss a class, I miss a term, I miss that. I want to go back, I want to study this. Encourage her. Don't say, is it now you want to do this? No, don't criticize them. Encourage them. We ought to be encouraging each other. Yes, Rosemary, you're here. Welcome, Rosemary. Great point. Yeah, that's the point. So encourage each other to achieve. Don't just stay there and say, okay, because I'm not married to him, he's not married to me, he hasn't proposed, so I'm not going to bother myself. Okay, stay there. Don't bother. When the man is making up his mind on who to marry, you will be skipped. You will be amazed. He makes up his list. By the time he makes up his list of what the type of woman he wants in his life, and then you are found wanting. You didn't meet up the list. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised that one day he started acting cold on you. One day he just stopped talking to you. One day it changes. It changes. Now, does that only end in a relationship when you are dating? No. It continues. When you get married, this thing continues. That's why I'm telling you that you have to do it as a lifestyle. Encourage each other as a lifestyle. That means ensure that you support each other to achieve any goal that you have in hand. Oh, if you practice this is your dating relationship. You will quickly enhance the speed. You will speed up the process, and then is marriage. I'm telling you. The man who is 40 years old still playing prank on you, or 40 years old still believing that he still have some time to play around, will change his mind. The man who is 45 years old and he's still dating and single and he's still playing around with you will change his mind. The woman who is 30 years old or 20-something years old or 35 years old, still playing around and find out that this man is so supportive, and you may not have all the money that she needs, but every time you are pushing her towards success, you are pushing her towards achieving her dream, and you tell her you can make it, you can do this thing. I know you have the talent, I know you have the skills, I can help you get the information, I can help you get the materials you need. That's what you need to put in your relationship. Right now, not when you get married. Right now that you're dating, you need to start practicing it. All right, I think I've said enough on that point. If you agree with me, please comment on the comment section. If you do not agree with me, also tell me why you do not agree on the comment section. I'd like to know. Now, let me move to the next point. Offer solutions. Offer solutions. When you are dating, you have to practice being solution oriented, not criticism oriented. You understand? There are many men and women, they go into a relationship just to criticize. Everything that their mate is doing, they criticize it. Must you do that? Really? Is it now you want to do it? Well, what have you been? I mean, just that mindset, it destroys relationship. It destroys the hope of even having that relationship to go into marriage. Because what will not happen when you not finally end up in that person's life forever? You will live all your life in criticism. Is that what you want? No. You want somebody who will be there to provide solution, who will be there to actually help you out. Let me explain this further. If there is a problem that arises in your relationship with your partner, then they come to you for advice. They come to you to offer them, to help them. All right. So the problem is you are not there to help them. That is why the relationship ended. That is why. You were there only to criticize them. So you wonder why the man has not proposed. You wonder why the woman is not interested when you propose. Have you seen some women who reject a proposal? I've seen some women who reject proposals. I mean, the man proposed to marry, the woman said, no, I'm not going there. I mean, smart women know that they can't get into a relationship where the man only criticizes everything. I mean, there's nothing good he finds. Don't be like that. Be a solution provider in your relationship. Now that you're dating, think of solution. Think of providing solution. When they come, because we all encounter one problem or the other every day. We do. We all encounter one problem or the other every day. So the best person we want to fall back on is the person we are in a relationship with, that we are in close relationship with. That's the first person we want to talk about our problem to. And if that person comes to you and you don't offer them the advice that they need, the counseling that they need, and the help that they need, who else do you want to help in your life? If you don't help the man or woman that you are in relationship with, which you expect to be your husband or wife, and you can't help them now, then when are you going to practice helping them? When you get married? Sorry, it's going to be hard. That may never happen. So if you don't practice helping, providing solution to the man or woman you are dating now, is it when you get married that you're going to provide solution for them? No. It's going to be very hard. They might even want to, they will be begging for it when they get married. They will be begging you to help them. That's slavery. You see, so you want to ensure that in your dating relationship, you are practicing helping, providing solution to problems. Be the woman or man that provides solution. One of the key things I always put in my mind is I am a solution provider. So I make sure that everything that happened by God's ability and grace, everything that happened in my relationship, in my marriage, I always put myself as a person to provide a solution, or we put ourselves forward. What I mean by I and we, if she comes to me, my wife comes to me, or whenever she comes, oh, I need this, or there's something that happens in my mind, something's going on, I need help on this, and then I give her advice, or I even help her to see some other area she didn't see before. She feels fulfilled. And when I am in trouble or I need help, I will go to her, discuss with her, and there's this thing, and she comes in and sort out the whole thing. I mean, I'm fulfilled. What else do I want? Why will I live such an amazing life and go and be looking for something else? I'm just telling you the reason why the relationship is not working. I'm just telling you the reason why many people are still struggling. Let me read your comment, please. Yes, so true. Candy says, so true. Yes. And Rosemary said, some people don't listen to advice, and you wonder why they ask. If it fails, they gaslight you instead of admitting their wrongs. Exactly. I agree with you as well. That's exactly what we're talking about. So in reality, there are things that you have to consider. There are things that you have to consider. You have to consider that these things, okay, am I practicing them? And that's what I'm sharing with you. Am I practicing them? All right. You need to learn to compliment. You need to learn. Let me just go there now quickly. The next one is this, number 12. Compliment each other. There's so much to share with you, but I'm sharing number 12 now. Compliment each other. You have to learn to compliment each other. Oh, how powerful is this? Complimenting your partner is such a simple way to show how much you really care about them. You want to show them how much you care about the other person. You want to show how much you care about one another. That's what compliment is. And if you don't do it, it could be easy for them to question what you really mean or what they really mean to you. It's easy for them to question what you mean to them or what they mean to you if you don't do a simple compliment. A simple compliment. What is what do you mean by compliment? Praising people, praising them, thanking them, valuing them. You have to practice this simple compliment. When they do something right, compliment them. When they do something that is inspiring, encourage them, compliment them. Say good things about them. That's the simple way of saying complimenting each other. Learn to say good things about the person you are dating. Yes. Rosemary said, some make the whole relationship about them and their issues. And then they don't care or listen about their partner when she also has an issue. Yeah. He now makes it a competition on whose issue is worse. That's the person who is selfish. Again, that's why that relationship will not work, because it's only one-sided. You see, the person is always there to collect his own. If he's just there to just sap from the person, so whenever the other person needs help, he fold his hand and say, what about my own? Oh, this is why we have toxic relationship today. This is why we have broken family, broken homes today, because of these simple principles that have not been put into mind. So my duty is to remind you guys this principle. That's what I do on this channel, to bring to your remembrance these things that are vital. You can't just live your life and assume that they are there. You got to practice them. You got to put them in your mind. You have to think about them. You have to remind yourself of them. All right, let's move on. I've just read your comment. Let's move on to, I was just talking about complimenting each other, which is number 12. You have to practice it. Learn to say good things about your spouse. Learn to say good things about your spouse. Please practice it. Say good things about them. Even though they do something wrong, just find a way to also compliment them. Because you see, what you're building is a partner that will want to stick to you forever. You see, forget about the word marriage. You understand? That word marriage is confusing a lot of people. You see, if this person and you and this person clicks as when you're dating, it's easy for the person to say, stay with me forever. That's what marriage means. I want you to be in my life forever. Just you. That's what it means. But there are things you must do. Make no mistakes about it. And that's why I'm sharing with you this particular subject. You must practice these things I'm sharing with you if you want your relationship now to end in marriage, and end in marriage quickly, not just quickly, and it will stay. I mean, it will stay, not something that go off and on. Some of you, if you're listening to this, you've been in a relationship before and it didn't work out. You definitely know that some of these things I'm telling you might have been the issue why it didn't work out. All right. Number 13, you must respect each other's space and time. Yes, you are dating. In most cases, you want to be around this person all the time, right? I understand that. Spending time with your partner is always fun. We love it. But there comes a time when your partner needs space. There comes a time when your partner needs their own time. The person you're dating will need his space. You need to be able to recognize that he needs space. Do you know, I've seen a relationship that ended just because they say this person doesn't give me time, doesn't give me space. I'm tired. I need my space. She doesn't give me space. Every day he's testing me. Every day he's calling. Every day I don't have space. No breathing space. Have you heard someone complaining like that? Someone say, he doesn't give me any breathing space. She doesn't give me any breathing space. I need space. I can't even breathe. I need to end this relationship. I need to end it. I can't breathe. Yes. The reason is you do not find the time to respect that person's time and space. He needed you to respect his quality time and quality space. So spending time with your partner is always a good thing to help your relationship grow. But giving each other some space every now and then is another important factor in making a relationship last. You see, you want the relationship to continue and end well. You see, this is what you want to do. When I mean ends well, it will end in marriage. You want the relationship to end in marriage, not just relationship all the way. All right. Okay. So you have to learn that, because practicing that, it gives yourself time to grow as a person. That means self-awareness again. And as well as giving you that time to miss each other a little bit. See, you need to practice missing each other a little bit. For a few hours, for a few days, you can miss each other for a few bits. So engage on traveling, engage on activity that can help you to miss each other a few bits. If there are not much responsibility at hand, you see. It's very important. So practice it. Number 14, learn to say thank you. You want your relationship to work and end in marriage, you have to practice the word thank you. There are many relationships today that doesn't have this word in their mouth, especially men. There are most men today that can't even say thank you to the woman that they are dating, or to the spouse, their wives, or what they did. Even thank you to their children. They can't say thank you. This word is so hard for some men to pronounce. I don't know why. But this is what makes your life valuable. This is what makes you a unique person. This is what makes you a human in reality. This is what makes you think, makes you emotional. This is what makes you affectionate. Learning to say thank you is the key of appreciating the people that you love. Okay, saying thank you is such a simple way to make someone feel as if they are appreciated. All right? So you want to appreciate someone, learn to say thank you. Practice appreciation in your relationship. If you want that man to say, you are the woman for my life, we are marrying soon. I'm coming to see your parents. I'm coming to do this. I mean, it's time. If you want that woman to say, you know what, You've changed my life. And I want to stay with you until the end. And she can't wait for you to say, would you want to marry me? That would be awesome. You see that? Why? Because something is happening here. You have been practicing these principles and it has been helping a lot. So practice it. Then number 15, admit that you are wrong. Again, I find this very difficult with men. I've been there. So I know, but there are many women that practice this also. They rather stay with what they think it is what is right. They will never agree that they are wrong. So when you are always holding on to what is right and assuming that you are always right, you are going to be a source of confusion and argument in that house, in that relationship. You'll be a source of confusion and argument. Because at the end of the day, all you do is just to only act as though you are the one that is right. Everyone thinks you are right. You are always right. Okay, that's fine. Everyone is avoiding you, including the man that you are dating. He knows that if he gets married to you, he's finished. He knows. He won't tell you. He won't tell you, but he knows. So he's just avoiding you. He's delaying the proposal. He's delaying asking you for marriage. He's just prolonging it. You see. And when someone else comes along, he wants to pick that person up. The same thing goes with the man. A man that is always argumentative, always right, acting that nobody can be right except him. When are you going to admit that you're wrong? When are you going to be human again? You see, it shows to us that you are not human. When you act like that, you are telling the person you're dating that you are not human. You see, you are so perfect. You are so divine, so perfect that you cannot be wrong. You're wrong. That's even the wrongest thing to think about. That to think like that is already a wrong thing to think. To think like that, you cannot be wrong. What do you mean you cannot be wrong? So admit that you're wrong. Once in a while, practice it that you're wrong. Sometimes you should just swallow that pride of yours and admit that you are wrong. If your partner really cares, they will remember step 2. What's step 2? Forgiving you. They will forgive you when you admit that you're wrong. There are some men today, you were found cheating. You went to cheat. You went to sleep with another person while you were still in this relationship. And they caught you. And she found that. Just admit that you're wrong. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Look at what pushed me. Admit you're wrong. And if she's following this principle I'm sharing with you, she will forgive you. And because you admit you're wrong, that doesn't mean you're going to do it again. You have to change. And change permanently. That's the best way to keep that. Otherwise, if you do it again, then she's permitted to do whatever she will, or he is permitted to do whatever he wills. Number 16. We are almost there now because I wanted to share 20 things with you. So stay with me. Number 16. Don't be afraid to speak your mind. Don't be afraid to speak your mind in your dating relationship. This is so key. No man want a woman who is timid. Obviously, when you are timid in front of a man, then you are presenting yourself as though you are weak, you are a slave, and he will treat you as such. You want to be outspoken. You want to speak what is in your mind. Don't be afraid to speak what your mind is telling you. Don't be afraid to be harsh. You say, he's going to shout or he's going to say things. I don't want this to happen. No, speak your mind. Speak what you believe that is happening in your mind right now and let him know. You're giving him the opportunity or giving her the opportunity to make a change, whatever option or opinion that you're giving. So learn to speak what is in your mind. Listen, if you need to talk about something with your partner that is unique, something special, something important, do not hesitate to say it. Do not hesitate to tell them what they need to hear. Because if you assume, now there are many people, I wrote it there, I said, don't assume that they know what is in your mind. There are many people who think that the man or the woman should know exactly what they are thinking about because they are acting, they are doing things emotionally. They think the man should understand what is going on. Don't do that. You have to be outspoken. You have to speak up. Say how things is doing you. You know what I mean? What is going on inside you? Say it the way it is. There's no harm in doing it. Practice that in your relationship if you want things to, because that helps you to build your communication skill in your relationship, and it will help you a great deal when you get married. Number 17, learn to be romantic. Now, when I was dating my wife, this was a key thing I focused on. I had to learn to be romantic. Of course, we practice it in our dating experiences, in our dating relationships. So we just practice to be, we learn to be romantic. What do I mean by that? I'm talking about doing anything to show how much you really care about each other. You have to do everything in your power to show that you care about this person. For instance, what about when you go out, holding hands, hugging each other? What about that? When you go outside, when you go out and you're walking out, you're going out for a picnic or something, do you hold hands together? Do you show that you are in a romantic relationship? Or do you just stand aloof? No. In dating, there's nothing wrong to holding hands. There's nothing wrong in hugging each other. There's nothing wrong in cuddling each other. There's nothing wrong with that. All of those romantic experiences helps to build you up for a better relationship, intimate relationship in your marriage. So with that, you're building up yourself, you're helping your chemistry to work together, and then you now know what to develop on when you get married. And that eventually can even hasten your getting married if you practice it. So learn to be romantic. It's very important. Then number 18, respect their friends. Respect the friends of the man or woman you're dating. How important this is? It is so important. There are many women who don't respect their friends of the man that they are dating. They are dating this man, but they don't respect the man's friends. They dishonor or disrespect the man's friends. They talk down on the man's friends. The same thing goes with the man. The man talks down on the woman's friends. Do you know what the problem with that is? The problem with that is when they are not going to decide, make the decision on who to marry, they are going to consult their friends. And it is what their friend says about you that most times that they will think about a lot. They will consider a lot. Because if their friends approve you, then you are approved. If their friend disapprove you, you're finished. Let me read your comments. Oh dear. Rosemary says, very important to speak your mind, and you expect some from your partner. You go talk finish, someone will just play dumb. Okay. Again, that's what we're talking about, attitude problem. All right, I understand that could be attitude problem, but there are a lot of people who don't know how to respond to some important things that people will say. All right, but just act it. You see, practice this. With time, it will resonate with the person. And she says, so don't even express how they feel. It says some don't even express how they feel about their partner. Am I a mind reader? I beg you. Okay. Of course. You see, that's the point. It had to be practiced. Practicing speaking your mind. You need to practice speaking your mind. It's so important. Practice it. You see, speak it. It helps your communication skill in your relationship. It helps it a great deal. Number 17, I already talked about that. Then number 18, I'm speaking about respecting your friend, the friends of your partner that you're dating. Respect their friends. If the friends that they are dating, if the friend of the man or woman you're dating approve you, you're finished. You're good to go. But if they disapprove you, there's a question mark. In some cases, it will delay it, even though the guy or the woman is not totally admitting to what they have said based on their disapproval, but it will delay the process. She will go back and think. He will go back and think and then readdress the whole thing. If he was supposed to propose to you the next day, he will hold it. That's why you see some people, some ladies, they will discover engagement ring that have been kept for several days in the guy's wardrobe. The engagement ring has been kept in the wardrobe for months. And the girl have seen it too. The first time he saw it, it's still there. Every time the girl comes, she'll go and look at it. The engagement ring is still there. And she's wondering, when will this guy engage me with this ring? Yes. The reason he is not doing it may just be because one thing that the friends have said doesn't resonate with you, or it doesn't resonate with him. So he's trying to think and work and still observe you. So be very careful. Then number 19, we're almost there. Learn to be affectionate. Oh, I cannot overemphasize this enough. Affection, 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 affection. That resonates with being romantic as well. Affection, affection, affection. Affection is the application of an effect to produce an affect. Affection is causing an impact, impacting someone with something that they love, they like, and they always need. That's affection. Affection is deliberate. It is conscious. It is something that you do intentionally. It is deliberately, intentionally impacting your partner, the person you're dating, for good. You know what I mean? That's what affection is. We need to practice it. We need to be conscious. There are words that gives affection. There are actions that gives affection. Affection, I always say, affection is not sex. Affection is a way a woman defines love. Affection is impacting them, impacting their emotions, impacting their mental sagacity. You know what I mean? Impacting them. You want to impact them all way, all around. I've talked about affection before in my previous video, so I encourage you to go watch when I talked about the things that women need. I talked about affection. Okay, now the last one today on this program. I believe you guys have been enjoying yourself. Please hit the like button if you're watching and you're still here. Hit the subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And those of you watching on Facebook, I thank you all. Join us on YouTube and hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button also there. And then make your comments. We are seeing everything right here. Thank you so much all for watching. And now listen, guys, listen. This is very important. Mind your manners when around. When you are around this person you're dating, you may have some manners that he doesn't know about. He doesn't, or she doesn't know about. Mind them. Manage them. That's what I'm saying. Be very conscious of your manners. There are some ladies, you see other people tell them that this girl doesn't have manners. By the time they say you don't have manners, it's time to go and sit down and think about your life. But we have many people who doesn't even care about such words. Even when someone says you don't have manners at all, and they just say, what manners? What manners? And you want to marry? Okay, I see the way you're trying to do. You want to fight your way into marriage. You want to find a way to lock the guy into it. It's not going to, even though it works, you're going to suffer the consequences at the end. Mind your manners. There are some guys, they don't have toilet manners. I mean, they don't even have table manners. They don't even have kitchen manners. Some guys don't even have wardrobe manners. They take off a shirt right now, is on the desk or somewhere. I mean, the whole place is in a mess. No manners. And a woman comes into your life and see that you're just, so open. You don't have control in things. You're not planning your thoughts. After finish eating, you just open them out. You belch like that. As you belch, you release that gas. The whole place is loud. Says, excuse me. No. You're not minding your manners. You can do that when you get married, but when you're dating, you need to mind your manners. You need to practice it. Some people know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So practice the man. Oh, Rosemary, you're making me laugh. Of course. You know what I'm talking. They have some. Oh my God! You need to know. You need to see how some guys talk about their girlfriends and how some girlfriends talk about their boyfriends, and then you know the lapses, the problem of manners when they're around their mate. You need to mind yours. You need to so mind yours that in such a way that the person you're dating will not find anything to name you out. Neither would their friend find something to name you out. You know what I mean? So these 20 things that I've talked about today, if you are in a dating relationship right now, it's sure going to guarantee you to get married to that person or the person getting married to you. It's sure going to guarantee. This is a sure guarantee. I'm telling you. Take what I've shared with you anywhere. Practice it and see what happens. Practice it and see what happens. It will sure going to guarantee all those long dating for 14 years, 15 years, 13 years, 18 years. All those irrelevant all those long dating are come on. You can cut those time short. If a relationship was supposed to last for 2 years, you can make it happen for just 1 year or 6 months. Because I will encourage somebody to date somebody at least for 6 months. All right? Get to know that person a minimum of 6 months. But anything beyond 1 year is too long. What are you going to find? If you are dating somebody and you're spending time with that person for more than 1 year, you didn't propose, except you are studying. You are doing other things to pursue your career. You are still studying. That's fine. If you are in school, you're studying, you're doing other things, wonderful. That could take some time. Maybe the course that you're doing in school is about 4 years, 5 years course. Or like the medical aspect, you might spend up to 14 years, depending on the extension you want to go. And all of those things are important. But you can wait. But while you're waiting and waiting for that to happen, you're practicing these principles that I'm sharing with you. And that can guarantee that. All right? But if you are a if you are a working class right now, you are done with school and you are a working class and you are dating, you are in a dating relationship, and your relationship is over 4 years or over 3 years. Now you have not still been proposed to. Nobody has said they want to marry you yet. Or you haven't proposed to someone and say, I want to marry you. Then something is wrong. If you will apply these principles that I'm sharing with you, all of those years will be cut short. You just need to, it's a matter of time. So you need to mind these things. These things is a gem. What I'm sharing with you now is a principle that would this is important. This is so important. So thank you everyone for watching. And if you're watching again, I want you to hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, made your comment, I want you to say what is in your mind about what you have just heard we shared today, the things we have shared right now. If you agree with it, I want you to make your comment in the comment section and tell us how it is. Let us, encourage us to do more of this kind of video. You know, we need to share it. That's the only way we can pass this information across. Share it with other people you know, and let them hit the subscribe button as well and like and then make their comments. We want people to come into this family and learn something that will help them grow as a family. There's so many people walking in ignorance out there. A lot of people don't know a lot. There are so many people who doesn't even care about what is going on and why they are going through what they are going through. We need to help them understand. There are people, you just need to help them see. So we're trying to help a lot of people see. So if you have any question, any contribution, please leave it in the comment section. And also we have our email. You can write us directly on email on what you want us to talk about, or probably you have a question about your relationship or what area of relationship you haven't understood and you need an answer to a certain question in your mind. Don't hesitate to send us an email. The email is in the description box below. You can go into the description box and then click on the email there and send us an email. And also follow us on Instagram. We're on Instagram as well. Your name is Family Aspect. Is easy to find. Just search us there. You'll find our anchor or our ID and join us and follow us on Instagram as well. Thank you all for watching. And I want to thank every one of you that commented: Antonia, Adawan, Candy, Rosemary. You are just, in fact, if I were to give, if I were to give an award to someone on the comment section today, to be Rosemary that won the comment section today. Thank you so much for being part of our live stream. And I believe this information has been helpful to everyone that has been watching. Thank you so much. Again, I want to encourage you to share the information that you have received, and then come back whenever we receive, we upload any video or we are live. I'm going to be live again tomorrow. So join us and we'll talk about something very beautiful. But until then, I want you to stay blessed and have an amazing, amazing family life. Thank you so much, and bye-bye for now. Hello, you're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspects. I would like to share with you, especially the guys. This is for the guys, but I want to share something with you. It's going to be beneficial for both guys and everyone. So both guys and females. So understand, this is going to be unique. 5 major things every woman wants in a man. 5 major things every woman wants their man to do or be or have in them. And this is so important. What women want in a man. 5 key things I want to talk about today. And you begin to understand that there are a lot of things that we thought we know that a woman wants, which definitely really are not. So we want to look at the 5 things that women want in a man. They are key things. So I'll be right back to share more with you. Welcome back. What do women want in a man? That's the profound question. It seems like a tough question after all. All right. Women are mysterious creatures. Okay. We all know that women are mysterious creatures. Who knows what is going on in their minds, you see. But when you get down to it and ask a woman or ask women what they really want from the men in their lives, it is not all that complicated at all. They will definitely let you know. Naturally, every woman is different. We all know that every woman is different. Every man is different too. But there are some inherent things that women want from men. These are inherent. These are just things that just need to be there. And most men are not giving attention to these things. All right? They want this from the man. Women want this from the man that they are in relationship with. Trust me. This is so important. Now, the first thing that a woman wants from the man that he's or she's in a relationship with is commitment. Now you may say, well, we know, we've heard that before. Commitment, they want me to marry. No, guys, no. This doesn't mean that every single woman wants to get married or have children with every single man that they involve with. This is not what it means. Listen, the word commitment had gotten to be a very bad reputation these days because it carries a lot of weight. But to commit to another person doesn't necessarily mean making expensive promises or speaking vows. That's not what it means. So don't think that, oh, because the woman wants you to commit, you don't want to marry yet. So you are not ready for marriage. So how can I be showing commitment? No, that's not what it means to a woman. I want to explain to you what commitment means to a woman. Commitment can be as simple as making promise that you will be there for another person. That means you will be there for her, or that you want this person, you want her in your life. That is what commitment means to a woman. It means you simply want her in your life. You simply want her to be part of your life. Most women who date men will like that promise, regardless of how big or small it may be to their particular relationship. It doesn't matter. Even though the guy doesn't have all the monies, all the flashy cars, all of these material things that the world crave for, you need that in your relationship as a man. Number one is commitment. Number two, trust. Trust. A woman wants a man who expresses trust, who believe in trustworthiness, who believe in trust, having this faith in your woman. Now, similarly, trust is something that most people want from their partner. This is not like one-sided issue. A woman wants trust, a man wants trust. If you watch my previous video on 7 things that men really need from their woman, I shared that trust is one of them, because it's both ways. Regardless of the relationship or how serious or casual it may be, women need to be able to trust the person that they are with. You cannot deny that. A woman wants to trust you, but guess what? For her to trust you, you should be able to trust her. So she needs you to trust her, and you need to. She needs you to trust her, and you also need to understand that she must trust you. So she had to trust you to balance the status quo. Now, trust actually extends beyond a romantic relationship. For a woman to demand trust from a man is a basic level need for a woman. She sees as something that is basic. Whether that man is a father, a boss, a brother, a friend, or even an Uber driver. Listen, it's not easy to lend your trust to another person. That's the thing. It's very difficult, right? For women, it can be even harder. So here's the point. For a woman to trust a man is really a big deal. So to get trust from a woman, you need to give one. You cannot give what you don't have, and you don't expect to receive what you cannot give back. So in relationship, remember, it's give and take. You have to be able to give and receive. You have to be able to give and receive. So this is key in relationship. All right? She needs that. She needs your trust. And for her to trust you, because it takes big courage for a woman to trust a man. And for that to happen, If your woman trusts you, if the woman you're living with trusts you, man, you have done a good job as a man to really give that trust to her. All right? Because she needs it. Now, number 3 thing, the third thing that a woman wants from you as a man is clarity. Clarity. I shared a video one time on why you are not married yet. If you haven't watched that video, go watch it. And one of the reasons is clarity. Relationship can be extremely confusing for a variety of reasons. We know that. It is hard to be open and honest about what you want, because what if it is not what the other person wants? That's why it's very difficult. You want to be open, people want to be really open, but they are afraid, they are concerned about what if it's not what this person wants? If I share, if I say this, what if not what he wants? You see. Now, this is a very, very important thing. It can be extremely intimidating to share how you are feeling in the beginning of a romantic relationship, and then to be clear about what you want is a big deal. But women wants to know. Clarity is something that many women want from the man that they are with. You cannot deny that. You can't deny her of that truth. So it is directly tied to trust. Both of them goes together. You can't separate them. They are brothers and sisters. They're siblings. Trust, clarity. So if a man is trying to dodge answering a simple question by being unclear, it is confusing and even hurtful to a woman. So be clear as much as you can. It is much better to admit what you do not know and confront an uncomfortable truth about how you feel than to just appear unclear. That hurts a woman. Listen to this. The woman will respect you for it if you are very precise, if you stick to your word, if you are clear to the point. The woman will be very happy to be with you. She will respect you for it and trust that you are being honest and straightforward with her. Yeah, you need to work on giving your woman that sense of clarity. Is so important. She needs that from you. Then the next thing I want to talk about today is respect. Last thing, respect. Respect is number 4. Respect. There is nothing less romantic or more anxiety inducing than feeling the lack of respect from the person you are dating. Oh, so hurting. Women want men to respect them. Responding to text messages is one thing that they love. Sticking to your words, being open and honest, listening to them, responding to what she had to say, all of these things shows that you respect her, shows that you respect the woman that you are with. Respect is not something that is difficult. You don't have to bow down and worship her. You don't have to wash her clothes to show that you respect her. No. Regardless of if you are in a relationship or not, respect is something that everyone wants, everyone needs it. It's a need. It deserves to be felt. You see, respect is required. Respect is just acknowledging someone that is better. Respect is valuing your other partner. You need to add value. You just need to value your partner. Value her. She just needs to be valued. She just needs to be praised. Praising her, applauding her, commending her, encouraging her. All of these are symbols of respect to a woman. Then I want to talk about the last thing, which is number 5. Love. A woman wants love. He wants love from you. Of course, Love is something that everyone wants and needs. We all know that. Listen, does every woman want to hear I love you from everyone she's involved with, from every man? Probably not. Probably not. But the feeling of love transcends these three words. I love you. The feeling of love transcends those words. If a woman is in love and a man loves her back, listen to this, you got to definitely let her know first, as possible, as often as possible anyway. As often as possible. That's number one. Then number two, she'll be crazy over heels for you because you love her back. She needs your love. Now, love is way beyond human. It's not what you feel in most cases. It's way beyond feeling. Love, the real love that works, is something that you can operate beyond conditions. You don't want to operate in a conditional love. Women don't want love that is conditioned. You want to operate in an unconditional love. There is a room for unconditional love. Unconditional love is what sustains true relationship. It's what sustains true marriage. You need to study more about unconditional love. Room will not permit me to share on that today. So love is key. Now, to a woman, love is like affection. To a woman, love is like affection. Understand something. A woman interprets love as affection from a man. To show that you love a woman, you have to show her affection. Affection is not sex. Affection is impact. The impact that you place in a woman, is an influence. You get it? Affection is the application of an effect, you see, to produce an affect. You see, affection is things you do to her, the things you say to her, the things you made her to remember. All of these things are affection. The things you support her with, it's an impact. Affection is impacting a woman with the things that makes her feel comfortable. That's affection. Affection is hugging, touching. You know, affection is more than just saying words, I love you. No, it's more than that. There's so much more. You see, there's so much more. So I think you got it. You got it, what I'm trying to say. So please hit the thumbs up button and the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet. And leave a comment below this video to let me know your thoughts about what you just heard. If you disagree with me, also leave your comment below. There's room for several opinions. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please drop me a comment as well below, and I will be able to respond back to you as soon as possible. Now, here's it. Do you want to learn more about understanding the needs of a man and woman? You want to learn more about it? Get in touch with me. Personally, use my Instagram ID. Get in touch with me in the description below. And I would love to share some thoughts with you, probably for free. We might have some time to chat, one-on-one. So get in touch with me. Thank you all for watching. Again, hit the thumb up button if you like this video, and also share it with your loved ones and those you think may need this information. Share it with your guys, man. Ladies, share this video with your guys. They need to watch this. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And I appreciate it. I'll see you again in another video. Until then, stay peaceful. Hello, everyone. You're welcome to our channel today. This is Family Aspects, and we are live and direct. So I believe everyone is having a wonderful day. Although tomorrow is gonna be another beginning of 1 month lockdown, restrictions put in place in United Kingdom. So for those of you living all over the world, you're watching, thank you for joining us. I wanted to join us. We have something to discuss that is unique and special today. I have a story I want to share with you. I have a story I want to share with you. Wherever you are, I want you to join us and become part of what we're doing right now. And first of all, I would like to bring to your notice what we have to discuss. We have 5 reasons. This is the story. 5 reasons why I married my husband. A woman, a certain lady is sharing her story. Okay, and she wants us to know what she felt is something that every woman should look out for, or something that every man should have, irrespective of where you are, where you're from, culture, religion, it doesn't matter. There are things that are vital, there are things that are very important that you need to consider when you're preparing for marriage. And there are things that are very important that you need to consider when you are dating someone, expecting that that person will become your life partner. So, what are the 5 reasons that this woman decided to marry this man? And if you're dating someone, do you have any reason why you want to marry the person? Or if you already got married, do you have any reason why you got married to that person? What are your reasons? So if you're watching, I want you to leave your comments at the comment section below, and also hit the thumb up button on this video, because what we're about to share with you, you will just be excited that you know about these things. Believe me. So 5 reasons, she said, 5 reasons why she got married to this man. And this is a true story. It's not a form up, it's not a makeup, it's real. This information is fact. So I want to share it with you, because I believe that those of you who are dating, or you are in a relationship, you're not married yet, you gain a lot from this information. So I want you to put your mind in it, because you're going to get to know a lot of information, idea that you can watch out for, especially if you're a lady, the things that will give you peace, joy, and happiness in your home. That's what you want to go out for. And that is what I expect for every one of you in this channel. So today we want to be looking at this area to look at what made this woman decide to marry this man. Probably if we begin to mention and read our story, because we're going to read our letter, we're going to read our story, and then maybe you might find 1 or 2 things that resonate with why you decided to get married, or why you are still, dating this particular guy that you're dating now. So all of these things will be important information that you can take advantage of. It's very important that you understand how this will be of advantage to you and everyone else that you know that might need this information. So please like the video, subscribe, share the button, click on the share button to share the video to support what we are doing here on this channel. So let's go back to why we are doing this live stream today. Like I said, if you have any comments, any question, do not hesitate to leave it on the comment section below, and we'll get in touch right away. I will be seeing the live comments on. So once you make any comment, I'll see it and I'll pick it up, and I'll address whatever comment you make. Please share this video as well to your loved ones. Now let's go right into it without many of these many talks. Okay? First of all, I'm going to read her story to you, and I want you to listen very carefully, and then we'll analyze some of the things that she said, which personally, in my experience, I agree. I agree with that decision, and I believe that it's going to be awesome if we just take advantage of those information and use it for our advantage. Okay? Now, let's begin. The 5 reasons. The woman said, the 5 reasons why I married my husband. That's what we're talking about today. Now, this is the story. 5 reasons I married my husband, she said. As I reflect on the past 8 years, I realized that the interesting thing about marriage is that most significant moments are often found in the normalcy of life. Did you hear that? It said, I reflected on the past 8 years. That means they have been married for 8 years. They have been married for 8 long years. Now he says, she is reflecting. She is reflecting on the fact that she has been married 8 years. She realized that the interesting thing about marriage is that the most significant moments are often found in the normalcy of life. The most significant moments of your marriage will be found in the normalcy of life. Yesterday I mentioned when I was sharing with you that you don't plan your marriage. Don't plan what you're going to be doing in your relationship. Don't have a script. Because you need to be spontaneous. Relationship needs to be spontaneous. And spontaneity is the very important key to relationship. You have to let things be the way the normal of life present them to you. So here, this lady is talking about something very important that I want you to pay attention to. Key thing here. It said, the past 8 years has come with the welcome changes of our move to the three different states, 2 beautiful children, a few of different jobs along the way. That means that's supposed to be a few of different jobs along the way. Now it says somewhere in the middle of these major milestones, you throw in a few vacations, a couple projects, and a bunch of chores, and you have what we call life. Beautiful life. Now, she's still talking about the introduction, about what she's discovered and realized. Now, here she says, when we envision marriage, I don't think most people grasp that the majority of being married is made of the simple stuff that comes with living your life. The majority of being married is made up of simple stuff with living your life, that comes with living your life. Then he says, from paying bills to unloading the dishwashers, from buying furniture to getting the car's oil changed, from making dinner to giving the kids a bath. So much of marriage is created in the day-to-day stuff of life.